Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
More!
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Hello everyone and welcome to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I'm Ginny and today I am joined by the decorated pro player, seasoned veteran, educational content creator Broxa and GB.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait, I wonder where you're going to go with me after that one. But, I mean, yeah, my legacy's not as good as Brox's, but it's
What
okay, you know, I'm
legacy?
trying. I mean, you know, I'm trying to make it, but, you know, it's not looking good. Anyways,
trying hard enough.
great to have
Anyway.
you back as host as well,
Wait,
JD,
you're
so
flaming
welcome.
him?
No,
Oh, okay.
It
I'm
goes
being
both
really
ways.
nice. I don't think this is considered flame, you know. I know you've experienced in solo queue, but we're keeping it cool today. Either way, let's have a recap and let's see everything that's going on here at the LEC. Starting off with last week particularly, to my surprise, I want to talk about MDK and their current standings on that leaderboard. It's looking a little sad.
I mean, it absolutely is, right? I think most people expected more of MDK, and the reason for that is that the potential on the roster is high. We've even seen what they were able to do in winter, but the question that's on most people's mind now is just, why can't they replicate that? Did they already peak back then? And as it's looking going into this summer, it is looking like they're past that peak, but I just don't get it, because I agree with most people that the potential is there. We see the individual skill level. Sometimes they just struggle to close out a game, or it's something completely unrelated to that too. It's just, there's mysteries around this team that I cannot figure out.
Yeah, and then you have the opposite side of the coin where we're looking at SK and we're like, oh, did they peak in winter? Is this it? Is it 2023 all over again? But SK is currently 4-1.
Yeah, it seems like getting rid of that bot lane, unfortunately for Doesn't extra kick, but, you know, great for the organization. Has worked out massively. Like, the two Koreans coming in has made such a huge difference, both in terms of the laning phase coming out of bot lane, but especially their consistency in team fights. They're just always on point.
Yeah, and they've had that success due to some changes, but then you're looking at Fnatic, and this is a team that had no changes. The only change really is they went to MSI, they got respectfully stomped a little bit, and they came back, but they came back stronger than ever.
Yeah, I guess they learned from North America, you know, took some tricks out of Team Liquid.
Were you
came back
paid to say that by Liquid?
I mean, maybe.
I knew
Who
it.
knows? Anyways, no. I think Fnatic is coming back and looking pretty much like what we expected to see from G2, really. Their consistency, their ability to not only play well while ahead, but also come back from behind. Like, they're just so dominant right now.
Yeah, and I really think it's the way that Fnatic is doing it as well. To really expand on your point as well with Fnatic, Broxa, I think it's the fact that they have become so much more tempered in their own aggression. Their choice of picking up team fights is a lot better than it was in the past. They know exactly when they need to engage and when they shouldn't. In a play like this, old Fnatic, and we've all seen it, would dive headfirst in immediately to take that fight. But this time around, they're waiting for us Korinning, they're waiting for the right moment to strike, and they're waiting for the perfect team fight.
And I think more than anything, you don't necessarily need everybody to perform at once. If one guy has a bad game, the rest are going to cover for him and, you know, step up when it matters. And ultimately, yeah, the team fighting is great. They always know where to be at the right time, how to set Noah up for success, how to play around Humanoid when he's the strong one. And it's just really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at your screen, right? It's the reaction time you get through a teleport as soon as one member is in over their head and they just turn immediately.
It's also worth pointing out that this is a Fnatic that somehow is 5-0 right now. I'm not sure what's going on, but the Fnatic that I know and that I've been part of and witnessed for the past, I don't know, 5, 7, 8 years, they always lose early.
Aren't you
they
supposed
always
to be a
start
Fnatic
slowly.
fan, though?
Well, Fnatic fans are probably shocked right now. Because no one expects Fnatic to look so good, so controlled at the start of a split. We're used to them struggling in the beginning, coming back, looking for a miracle run, and then eventually, you know, being one way away from being knocked out, still making it to MSI or making it to Worlds.
Yeah, everyone's just thinking, am I in a dream right now? Should I wake up tomorrow? What is actually happening?
Exactly.
But yeah, it is reality for now, and it's a good reality for a Fnatic fan.
Yeah, particularly when we're looking at the games that they have ahead, but also the fact that they've already locked themselves in for playoffs. 5-0 is a formidable start for them, so you don't get like the heart rates going crazy a little, and everyone's doing a bit fine. But comparing them to G2 as well is something that we need to look into.
Yeah, absolutely, because most people in spring said that we were a one-team region, and you know, they'd be right. What I'd really love to do then is look at G2 when Europe was a one-team region, and then Fnatic with their comparative stats as well. Because Fnatic's stats up there is up there too in terms of their average game time, in terms of how quickly they actually elevate their gold difference, in terms of what it looks like at 20, how quickly they grow it to. You can see it on your screen right now, 1.8k at 20, but at 25, it's already at 4k immediately. And what I think is most impressive about Fnatic, and I've talked about this a lot, is still their KDA that they're going through. They used to have a lot more deaths included. Like, they would still win games, but it'd be messy. They're a lot more cleaner with the way that they emphasize their gameplay now. And I would never really bring KDA out by any team. I think it's a useless stat. But specifically for Fnatic right here, it actually shows that they're cleaning up.
So we're a one-team region, but this time it's a different team.
No, we have lots of other teams showing up, Jenny. It's not just one.
We actually do. But that's it of the Fnatic Glazing segment. We're going to be talking about the other teams here at the LEC that are doing really well, starting off particularly with BDS. And this feels like a team that's always a bridesmaid, never the bride. They get so close, but this time could be different.
Well, hopefully it will be, because we're so used to BDS going under the radar. They've just been the consistent, third best team in the league, always falling behind G2 and Fnatic. And I think right now they're playing a slightly different style. They're kind of finding their footing within the new meta, playing around Shiro and all.
Great content.
And one thing that we've always known is the case with BDS as well. The intros is one thing, but they're immaculate team fighting. It usually doesn't matter how the style of the game goes. They're just so good as a team.
That was at least in cosplay, or am I tripping?
Honestly, I was too busy looking at Brox while he was talking. I didn't actually see it.
You do that a lot. Like, we're used to it by now.
Can you blame me?
I'm not the target audience. Either way, BDS though. It feels like when we're looking at BDS, it hasn't just been the fact that they're playing more together, it's more around the team, but also individual shifts that we've seen from players, Adam being a particular one.
Yeah, I think that Adam has always been a guy that we're talking about his champion pool when we are talking about it, but he's been trying to expand that a lot. Even by the end of last year, he was trying to expand it, but already coming into this summer now, you can see a clear difference in his Guard champions from 2023 to his new champions that he's bringing out here in 2024, because he wants to evolve. He wants to be more reliable than just a pocket pick that can come in every now and then in a good situation.
And I think now we have a player that's not Broken Blade, that can actually play all these random carries, and that's going to make it really hard for teams to draft going up against BDS.
Yeah, but for me, honestly, while Adam is doing this, I don't even think this is the most impressive change that's coming out from BDS. For me specifically, I actually think that Sheo and the way that the entire team is now choosing to play around him has changed the entire way that BDS really approach how to go into game. And as you said earlier, Mads, we often saw them as a stale team. They're always really good at team fighting, but now they're finding different ways to do it through Sheo.
Yeah, and that's something to look at as well, because when we're seeing changes, I mean, you're talking about the carries in the top lane and the jungle, the impressive role that we've seen from Sheo in terms of how he has been carrying games as well. And he's not just playing one singular champ called Sejuani, which is fun.
I think it just comes down to them finding a new identity almost, or recentering themselves, because Adam in particular has always been roaming a lot. Sometimes in the past the roams would work, sometimes didn't, but now they have a clear purpose, and usually utilizing those roams to set the jungler up for success, who then can easier help everybody else, just makes everything flow so nicely and naturally.
Yeah, and I still think BDS is in the evolution phase. Right now, Sheo's stats looks fantastic when he's playing champions like Karthus or Taliyah, where he's trying to accelerate his own lead as a jungler, but it also comes with a cost. At times, they could be better at saying, wait, I shouldn't actually counter jungle, I should cover my bot lane instead for a dive, but as we've already said, they're experimenting, they're trying to evolve. And as a BDS fan, this is exactly what you want to see, because it's what kept them from being great in the past.
Yeah, you should not experiment in solo queue by letting AP junglers open. Just ban that. Free tip here that we're giving out in either way. But when we're looking at BDS particularly, we always say that they're so close. They're forming a new identity. They're evolving. What are we looking for particularly today against Rogue?
Well, honestly, I don't want to be too mean to Rogue, but right now,
you don't?
Right now, if you're aiming for the top, you need to look very convincing against this team. I think in a lot of ways it could also be a redemption game for Rogue. Like if they, come in and smash BDS, maybe there's hope after all. If they play the way they have, BDS should just convincingly get an early game advantage. Don't give them any briefing room at any point and just outclass them in team fights.
Yeah, honestly, I think you just continue to have Sheo as that spearhead that you just attack through, because Rogue's gameplay, as we all know, has unfortunately been a bit slow. And I think a team like BDS, who's experimenting with this new style, should have a field day against Rogue, who's been struggling on this specific era. So yeah, I hope that BDS can keep up the pace, but also I hope that Rogue as a team can try and match it a bit and iron out their issues, because they are looking in a very tough spot right now in terms of elimination.
Yeah, but also when we're looking at Rogue, though, I think we have to bring into consideration the fact they've played G2, Fnatic, and SK. These are the teams that are towards the top of the leaderboard. So yes, they've had issues, but realistically, how apparent were those?
I think the issues have been very apparent, and I mean, looking at schedule is one thing, but I think what we've seen, there's no excuses really. They need to just come in with an entirely different approach, and what I would love to see from Rogue is just, at this point, you don't have pressure anymore. I mean, sure, you do in some ways, but it can only go up from here. Just literally start from scratch, try to look at going for some strategy that works for you, play aggressive, take matters into your own hands, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. But just do something.
Oh, you're a great motivational speaker, Maybe if this never works out for you, you should go into that. But we have this new tech here at the studio called the Teleport IRL. So we're going to be heading over to Genie, who is sitting down with Mark Kuhn in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
You're trolling me.
Thank you so much, Genie. Welcome, everyone. We have Mark from Rogue joining us for the interview today. Let's start off with last week, particularly. I want to highlight the G2 loss, because that was the first one that we've seen so far this year. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, we got off to a bad start, and then they're G2, right? So you give them an early lead, and they just kind of kept pushing. And we actually, I think we did decent holding on, and we managed to find a nice few picks. We almost made a little comeback in the end, right? But yeah, the Caps just on a split push was a bit too much, and then still a loss. How
does it feel to lose a game like that? Because I was traumatized, but I want to talk from your perspective.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, we just had to fight at Nash, right? And Tristana was split pushing. And yeah, when I heard my Corki died, I was stressing a bit, but we just killed him. So I was for the first time in that game, I finally had hope. And then I heard Finn say oh, I can hold him. And then we're okay, let's get Nash, we can get Nash. And everything was happy. And then Tristana starts hitting our towers, and Finn says, oh, maybe you guys need the base. And then they stopped Caitlyn. And then suddenly all the hope that I had finally gotten just crushed instantly. It was pretty sad, yeah.
That seems to be kind of a bit of a theme so far, but you've had the difficult teams. You've had SK, you've had Fnatic, you've had G2. So coming up against BDS and some of the teams who are more towards your side of the bracket, what are you looking forward to today particularly?
I don't know. I try to not look too much at the opponents. Even when we play G2 or Fnatic, I don't think what they're doing is so special, and even them, they feel very beatable. So I kind of want to just focus on ourselves, because I know that when we play good, we can beat teams even the G2 Fnatics and the SKs, right? We can also beat them. So I'm not really too worried about who we're playing.
So what is it then that you're doing from Rogue, from a particular standpoint, to go into these games, especially someone like BDS?
I mean, we look at their games, right? We try to see what they're comfortable at. Now that we have one more scrim day as well to prepare for the games, you get to actually prep comps a little bit more, specifically what you want to play into teams, which is nice. So I think we've been mainly doing that this week, and just making sure that we're comfortable in what we're playing this week.
A scale from 1 to 10, how comfortable are you?
In what?
In this game today. Or
this
the
game.
whole week. The whole week. You can go for
I don't know.
that.
I think we had okay scrims this week. We had like some better days and some worse days, but overall, like I feel like we keep improving each week, which like gives me comfort. But we have been playing catch up for a while now, so each time I feel that we improve, I also feel like other teams slightly improve, sometimes more, sometimes less. So as comfortable I am in the fact that like we improved this week, I also know that maybe they improved. So we'll see. I feel okay.
All right, well, that's good to hear. Sounds very comforting and hopeful, but we're going to be heading over to our casters, so Medivetti, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Impressive stuff to get from the AD to the interview area in such a short period of time. I didn't realize we'd cracked teleportation here in the LEC.
Impressive stuff that with new technology, new to the LEC.
It's strange that we're both here and not playing the Elden Ring DLC if we cracked teleportation. We actually just zoomed in beforehand.
Shocking.
I definitely didn't start a New Game Plus playthrough and forget that I'd done it.
That was funny. I hope you're all enjoying at home. But today we're here for some incredible League of Legends. We're here for week 3 of the LEC. Now, for viewers at home, you may be used to our regular split format where we have a 3-week regular season, but here in the summer split, we have 4 weeks. So we have this week 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, and then next week we will have another 2 days to round out our summer split before we go on a week break, and then we'll be back for 3 weeks of playoffs leading into our season finals. So a lot of LEC coming your way in the near future. Right now, a lot of these teams are fighting to secure both at the top of the standings, with BDS looking to get themselves 5 wins, which would be fantastic for them, lock a spot in playoffs, whereas Rogue kind of fighting for survival down at the bottom. We've got quite a few teams at the bottom end of our table, but the pressure is starting to mount for Rogue as they are, well, I want to say that they're getting close to finding these wins, but it feels like that we haven't really seen that many convincing games from this Rogue squad.
Yeah, more slow and steady without the steady part for Rogue in a lot of their games. Last week against G2, they did struggle. Obviously, the Tristana split push from Caps was a thorn in their side. As a reminder to everyone, 5 wins will guarantee you playoffs. 4 wins will guarantee you at least a tiebreaker for playoffs. Anything less than that, unlikely you're making it into playoffs. So Rogue really want to win out for the rest of the tournament. They need those 4 extra wins, sitting at 1 and 4. We are into draft for our first game of the day. BDS on the blue side have got rid of LeBlanc and Senna. Rogue have removed Ivern and Varus, and there's the Skarner ban. Although we're on 14-12, Skarner still a menace in the top lane, the jungle, and the supporting roles.
Yeah, the nerfs, I don't think that they were significant enough to knock this champion out of priority contention. But let's see what happens to Corki. Is this something that these teams still want to value? We usually don't see a lot of Corki from Nuke. I was just about to say, usually he's the Tristana, Taliyah type of player. Of course, they have already showcased that they're willing to flex the Taliyah into the jungle as well. The Ezreal, though, we were talking about it. Massive buffs.
Big buffs on 14-12.
Onto Ezreal. Double AD carry coming out from the side of Rogue as BDS already locking in their top side. So we already get confirmation that Nuke is going to be piloting the Taliyah with the Sejuani and the Renekton. A very strong top side of the map for BDS as Rogue now looking to round out their draft. Will they choose to lock in their jungle here? They could consider something like the Maokai. Tristana Maokai is something that we often see as a pair. Alternatively, they could lock... Oh, they're going to lock in their support. They want to make sure they can get the Leona. Zoli's going to grab that. So a form of initiation. But now BDS can just look to remove some of those options. We'll see if they look to take away things like the Cassante, which can be a pretty safe matchup. Gragas, we've also seen as an answer into Renekton, just because it's a safe tank top. Alternatively, they could look at junglers. Maybe they want to get rid of the Maokai. Maybe they want to get rid of... I'm thinking about other AP junglers, but after Marcoon's Nidalee, I don't think they're going to head in that direction again. But we'll have to wait and see.
Lilia and Karthus are the other 2 APs that would immediately spring to mind. Lucian banned away by Rogue. Wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of the Nautilus as well. One of the better supports at catching a Tristana and an Ezreal, because the depth charge obviously can chase them even after they've jumped away. Maokai removed by BDS, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. Will Rogue continue along this AD carry skewed ban phase with the Lucian already taken away? I will say the Taliyah can be flexed, even though we have seen only in the LEC, jungle and mid Taliyah. Leaper did play for Kwangdong Freets Taliyah AD carry or bot lane as another AP threat, but with the Tristana already taken away, unlikely to see that because you need an AD in mid if you're going to balance things out.
Yeah, Alistair ban makes a lot of sense. We know that Alistair's a great matchup into the Leona. Rel may rise in priority. The Jinx has been left available for Ice, something that he's been prioritizing so far throughout the split. BDS thinking about their final ban right now. They're actually going to remove the brand. AP junglers, you can see that they were thinking about it, same that we were doing. What options would they go for? Marcoon not really showcased anything like the Karthus or the Lilia, so they said, you know what, we'll just get rid of brand, why not? Maybe he's been preparing that ahead of this game, and so AP jungler is definitely going to be thinned out in terms of options.
There's the Karthus hover. I will say, you mentioned the Jinx for Ice. Jinx Melio would actually be pretty disgusting here for BDS. Karthus locked in, but Jinx Melio gives you safety because you just scale up. You already have the meaty front line in the Sejuani and the Renekton, and then if a Solar Flare ever hits, Melio's just standing right by you for a breath of life, right? You just get out of that CC. Jinx does a similar role, and we have... sorry, Zeri. Yeah, Zeri. Okay, well, guys, Rel is Lebov's most picked. This is his 5th game out of 6 on it. I'm not surprised, Betty. I was just hoping for something a little bit different, you know?
So now for Rogue, they did go for the Karthus, so they do have that scaling potential carry in the jungle role. Will they do Gragas? Will they do Cassante in the top side of the map? What are they thinking in terms of safety? How much more frontline do they feel like they need? They've got a decent amount of poke, decent siege. Looks like that the Archer's going to go for more of a front line, so the Ornn going to come out as secondary engage or primary, depending on which one you want to leverage in these fights. But Rogue definitely have solid team fighting with the double AD carry, with the jungle carry threat of Marcoon, prioritizing his farm. BDS, though, I think have a great, strong top side of the map. They can really look to play through Adam with this Renekton, Talia, Sejuani trio. Dives are plenty as a possibility, but remember, you've got to play into an Ornn. And not the easiest champion to dive, especially once you pass that level 6 mark. Team fighting, I think, ultimately is what this game will come down to, though, as is often the case when you look at teams like BDS, and we'll see how Rogue can play around that, because I don't think their objective control or ability to set up around objectives has really been the strongest.
It definitely hasn't. We've seen a lot of their games just unable to get vision around those neutral objectives. I'm worried for Marcoon as well in the early game. I'm not sure how many of his lanes are going to get early prio. Tristana obviously later on, very good at just getting pressure in the lanes, but Talia can match her in the early game after she gets that lost chapter. Zeri Rel should be able to get the push into Ezreal and Leona as well, so it could be tricky for Marcoon. Could see his jungle invaded quite often in the early game, and obviously on a Karthus, you're all about sneaking away camps, power farming yourself towards that level 6, and then having those impactful Requiems as the game goes on. For BDS, 1 game away from playoffs, locking themselves in our top 8 once again, consistently there over the last couple of years. For Rogue, a few games away from being eliminated. If they go 0-2 this weekend, I think it is the beginning of the end for them, and then a very long break. They wouldn't make it to our summer playoffs. With the championship points they have, they wouldn't make it to our season finals, and they will be looking forward to 2025. A very long time to be away from the game.
On the line, as we have 2 weeks remaining of the regular season here for summer. We're going to be jumping into our first game of the day, patch 14-12. As these teams continue their fight. BDS, a bit of a mainstay here in the LEC. Saw the conversation happening on Reddit the other day about who the best mid laners in the league are right now. And I think many are surprised to be putting Nuke up there. I will say Nuke's had quite the incredible year overall. I remember already putting him in my top 3 All-Pro throughout the year. You got to remember that BDS finished 3rd in winter, 3rd in spring. Like overall, they've had a very solid year. And I think that as a team, they're very good at finding a foundation that provides an element of consistency, especially in the best of 1 stages that we have. They, in the past, had a very tried and true formula, I would say, that was not very open to flexibility. But I would say that this split, they've really been trying a lot more. This is more traditional BDS style, what we're seeing right now, and maybe they just want to secure that playoff spot, right? The top 8. And against Rogue, a team that you're definitely favored against, maybe they want to sit there and say, if we try something here, and it doesn't work out, that could be a loss that we can't afford to have, right? Alternatively, it could be that if we do get a win, is it really effective practice if we assume the opponent is someone that we assume that we can beat, right? Like, there's a lot of variables, so it looks like they're just going to stick to tried and true for now.
Also, it's a win to get playoffs, right? Like, sometimes you're just like, we just need this win, and then we're guaranteed. After that, we can go back to maybe those AP junglers for Sheo, maybe a little bit more experimentation here. Once again, they are looking towards team fighting. We'll see if they decide to play through Adam in the top side with Sheo starting on the bottom side of the map. That would be his usual path. Currently at the Krugs. Marcoon doing the same, but on the opposite side of the map. Obviously, red into Krugs, and then we'll go across towards his Razorbeaks. Neither of the junglers spotted out on any early vision that was put down, as Finn feels the wrong side of Adam's blade as he slices in, dices forward. Finn.
Wait,
oh,
what?
Okay.
Adam just gets a solo kill onto Finn at level 2.
Let's see.
That is not okay, Finn. You cannot be making mistakes like that.
Adam's mom actually this week was banned from League of Legends for 14 days for inting. She's been picking up League to try and learn more about her son, right? But she's obviously a beginner, and some people have just reported her because she wasn't doing that well. So Adam is now trying to have Finn have the same thing happen to him by killing him this early on in the game. We'll see if Finn can bounce back or whether there'll be a 14-day suspension coming up.
That's a shocking mistake there from Finn, something that I would not expect from him. I feel like that he's been one of the more consistent elements of Rogue, so to see him end up getting solo killed by Adam at level 2, definitely a surprise for sure. In any case, we'll see how much that impacts the overall game. Small gold lead in favor of Adam for now. He's going to look to go back to base, has the TP to get back into lane. Marcoon continuing with his full clear, looking to grab that early Scuttle Crab. You'll notice that he is on the opposite side of the map, playing around where he does have priority. We saw Comp being able to get that early push in the bot lane 2 versus 2, something that Ezreal can do. Like, you have solid power in those early levels, looking to take advantage of that. Goes back to base, picks up the cult. And in the same vein, we look at mid lane as well. Larson with some great trades. He was able to get level 2 first, went for a bit of an all-in, forcing those pots already out from Nuke in the mid lane matchup. Talia can struggle with the wave clear against a Tristana in these early levels. So Marcoon feeling relatively safe on the bot side of the map, secures the crab, and now he's going to go back to base.
Both the junglers just doing their first full clears and then backing away. As you say, Comp did get the push in the bot lane. Ice has stayed around, so he's got about a 10 CS lead, but there's a wave stacking up. Comp went back, got himself a cull. The Ezreal buffs, they can look minor on the surface. I think they're going to give him a lot more damage, and Comp, obviously, an Ezreal aficionado, played it a lot over his career. We'll see how much impact he can have on it here with those slight buffs to his abilities.
So we're kind of gearing up towards this first major objective. Dragon going to be spawning in about 30 seconds time. Along with the Grubs, often we've been seeing teams swap towards topside. BDS are actually huge advocates of this. As Ice goes back to base, you imagine him to path towards bot after his first base, but it's very common for BDS to actually look for an early swap to be able to contest it. But with the amount of push that they have on the top side, especially after Adam gets that solo kill, maybe they don't feel like they need to. Maybe they can just contest it with their strong top side. Keep track of what they actually choose to do. Labrov doing a good job of holding the wave there to allow for Ice to actually catch that as well. Not too much lost on the other end. So overall, pretty slow and steady early game. Nothing too chaotic happening. We talked about how BDS do have a strong top side of the map. When I said that, I didn't expect a solo kill to come through at level 2. What I did expect was Adam to have push, and then for them to... Oh, Finn missing the knock up there. But
sometimes the trains don't come on time, Betty.
Sometimes. Sometimes they miss the platform entirely.
What trains are you getting on? Is this like an anime reference? It's the multi-track drifting all over again.
But yeah, what I actually meant by that was Talia, obviously, once she gets level 6, which she's just ticked over towards now, has great roaming potential, and then with the Sejuani too, you have great setup to attack that top side of the map. Against an Ornn, you typically expect it to be a little harder, because once you get the level 6, you have that ultimate, which makes it very hard to dive, but it's an option, nonetheless, that BDS I kind of expected to try and take advantage of. Speaking of, there is Sheo hovering around, no mana available to Finn.
Larson able to jump away from Labrov's engage. Labrov had been seen on a ward that he then control warded and cleared out, so Larson kind of knew that something was amiss. Someone was in the area. You can see Sheo starting up these grubs. Going to be exchanged by Marcoon and Zoalise for E-Dragon on the bottom side. Sheo going towards the Giant's belt early means he's likely going Warmogs. Often we see Warmogs on supports these days as well, but I'd really like it here if Labrov went for Locket of the Iron Solari instead, mostly because of the Requiem, right? If Marcoon is starting off fights with that ultimate, Warmogs can do a little work if you stay out of combat for 5 seconds, but if you have the Locket, you can negate a lot of that early damage before Rogue can actually find the follow-up engage.
Sure, potentially. We'll have to wait and see what direction they go. Sheo now level 6. Finn should be aware that he's hovering around this side of the map. Here we go.
Call of the Forge God. Stunned with the Glacial Prison. Sheo tanking the tower. Ruthless Predator in by Adams. Sheo still tanking. Finn flashes away. Sheo has about 250 HP and Larsson's on his way to try and stop him. Requiem coming down as well as Finn is able to survive. In the end, Adam will get him. Requiem doesn't find its mark. Marcoon unable to get an assist, and now Larsson stuck between a croc and a rock thrower. Toph coming in to try and help Adam on the alligator, but it looks like they're just going to settle for the plate.
So a really nice knockup came through from Finn onto the initial dive from Sheo as Sheo used that Arctic Assault, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's the one.
Arctic Assault underneath the tower. He used his E to knock her up as she had tower aggro because she also threw out her W at the same time. So the initial play wasn't ideal for BDS. The initial execution didn't go quite the way they wanted, which means that it actually bought time for Larsson to roam up. I was surprised to see him moving way before Nuke. He actually sacrificed a wave and farm. And I say that, he's even ahead in CS for the time being, right? But he's able to then find a kill up towards the top side of the map. So he makes the dive overall even. He's able to catch that top wave as well. So overall solid response from the side of Rogue. But this is what we talk about when we say BDS is strong side of the map and kind of what we expect.
And you can see the lead Adams developed, right? 1.2k ahead, 8 minutes into the game. Those plates obviously helping him collect those money banks. Black Cleaver, his first item as well, before he's even got a pair of crocodile skin boots for his feet. Although that would be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Wearing the feet of some of your like compatriots, like the skin of them as your...
Potentially.
Yeah, I'm going to stop talking about that.
We're digging a hole for yourself there.
Yeah, I kind of got lost in that one, didn't I? Happens from time to time.
So we then kind of draw our attention towards the next grub spawn. About 2 minutes time. We talked about how BDS didn't really need to swap their bot lane up towards topside due to the pressure that Adam was able to exert. Often they'll do it, especially when they're playing things like the Jinx as well, when they're worried about her having a rough laning phase. They're able to move her out of that rough laning phase, use the numbers advantage on the top side as well to secure the grubs, and then maybe even get a plate for yourself in top lane. But so far this game, great stuff from Ice so far. 89 CS, 9 minutes in. As Labrov and Zoelise make their way towards mid. Sheo hovering around as well. Very common for these supports to help their mid laners, well, just help their mid laners cover, mitigate any potential dives, and also move in towards this bot crab.
It's a fight for the crab. Zenith played in. Labrov's going to jump away. Aftershock procced. Sheo! He glides in, hits the Glacial Prism into the seismic, toss back. Marcoon is down. BDS find him. And Rogue thought they could take the fight, but it was a beautiful slide and glide in by Sheo.
Yeah, BDS was hesitant at start because they felt like that they didn't have enough damage. So you'll notice that Labrov, the moment that he gets CC'd by Zoelise, he actually just disengages from the fight, chooses not to commit. But they're basically just buying time. They're waiting for Ice to be able to rotate from bot to top, so they had that extra damage source to be able to fight against the Karthus. And they're able to find themselves a kill. 2k now, the gold lead for BDS. Just from great laning, good play from the top side of the map, and a punishment in the bot side river means that BDS now have a solid advantage here 10 minutes in.
And Grub's up in 20 seconds. Adam's going to TP to the top lane to try and force Finn away. Finn does still have the TP, so can back and come back to this. Marcoon's on his way up here as well, but you can see Sheo and Labrov have teamed up towards that mid lane. They want to get prio, and then they'll want to play around these grubs. 6 for them, with Adam already winning top lane so hard, would just allow him to crack through that tower and then either continue to split push or be unleashed on the map.
BDS already posturing on the top side. Sheo going to be able to secure these grubs. Looks like it's going to be uncontested from the side of Rogue. Admittedly, this composition, you know, obviously Rogue does have a bit of... they get called boring. You know, they're not super proactive in the early game. They're not a team that tries to force a lot of plays, but with a composition like this, it seems like they're trying to play into that style, right? Deliberately trying to scale up, willing to concede some early deficits, and with a composition like this, you do always have that scaling element you have to keep in mind. Ezreal, I think, is a champion that can scale very well just because of his range and consistent poke, especially after the buffs he's gotten. He's only going to be doing more damage. Tristana is still this powerhouse that can act as a split pusher, is a scaling AD carry that also just does well the longer the game goes on. And then you've also got Marcoon on this Karthus. So I'm not going to count Rogue out just yet. BDS are just leveraging the strengths that they have in this early game. And what they're going to need to do is force Rogue into these fights that they don't want to take this early on. They want to try and leverage the fact that they are stronger in the mid game. Their one-item spikes should feel better. And they want to try and find Rogue in those moments so they can take advantages of the strengths of their comps.
That's why it's good for Rogue that they were able to pick up that early dragon. even though BDS have finished 6 grubs, it means that the dragon stacking is that 5 minutes delayed. So likely you will see Rogue back away from this unless BDS overextend.
But look at this, BDS, they got the top grubs. They've been able to reset and move towards the bot side to be able to contest the next one. They have great control, and it's very difficult for Rogue right now to be able to contest these objectives, especially because Adam with the push up top. Ooh, nice trade onto Larson there, especially ahead of this dragon fight. He can kind of move whenever he wants. That's a lot committed there from Finn. I say that, maybe Adam doesn't want to move right now. He's going to be like, you know what, nope, that wasn't a great trade for me. I'm just going to back off. But, all right, so BDS going to be the ones to start this one off. Labrov going to deny.
Oh, flash, solar flare. Shield of Daybreak coming out as well. The blast cone will get them across the wall. TP coming in as well, but Larson wants to join the fight. So at least the burst of ball. Labrov walks away wounded, but is able to survive. Adam still trading in the top lane. The Requiem, though, a prayer sent to the heavens. It gets cancelled with the Weaver's Wall. Marcoon just not safe as he went for that solitary prayer. Unanswered. And now Rogue are trying to fight 4v3. Ice dashing in.
Wait, Ice in a very awkward spot, or is he?
Seismic shove hits onto Larson. Still has the flash. BDS falling lower. The Drake down to 1,000, and it's an early smite. As Comp secures it, Rogue have 2 dragons on the board.
BDS don't lose a single member, but they're not able to secure the dragon. As you mentioned, Medic, an early smite came through. But that fight could have been way worse for BDS if it weren't for some quick thinking there from Nuke. There was a ward on the bot side tri-brush that gave vision of Marcoon. So Nuke threw out the ultimate knowing that he could interrupt the channel and protect his support. He kept Labrov alive. Labrov sticks around for even longer. But again, an early smite comes through from Shao, and he's not able to secure the objective. A tense affair, but the good news for Rogue means that they can avoid dragons now for the foreseeable future.
Yep.
They can concede the 3rd one, they can concede the 4th one. They really don't need to be worried about it. They've put themselves up in a good position to be able to stall this game out longer, trying to rely on the scaling elements of their composition.
Now it's more about protecting your jungle, making sure that Marcoon can still farm up, making sure there aren't any easy gank routes for BDS. You can see Comp and Zoelise trying to answer the push in this top lane. Rift Herald is up. BDS could use it to try and crack one of these turrets. Adam has a bit of free time with that tower in the bot lane, but as soon as Larson goes dark on the map, Adam backs away, knowing he could be collapsed on. Larson now seen in the mid lane. Adam walks back to the bot lane, knowing he has a bit more free time. Finn has finished his Warmogs, which will make him a little bit tankier, at least in respect to trading with Adam, because he can just back away and heal up. It's unlikely that the Renekton has enough burst damage to get through Finn in one fell swoop. Shao, perhaps the Rift Herald was the eye was slightly wider on a previous patch or something as he dashes back and dashes forth to get it.
But this game is a great example of why BDS are so consistent during the regular season. Mainly because it showcases how well they maneuver around early objectives. They set a clear game plan with the composition that they had. They would prioritize topside grubs. And off the back of that, while they were able to contest one of the dragons, notice that they were even in a position to do so. And while the execution didn't quite go the way that they wanted, this fundamental early game style is something that they've been able to take advantage of throughout the year, especially when at the beginning of the year, teams are figuring out how they want to work together. In a regular season, a best of 1 format where there's so much variability, that level of consistency is something that they can take advantage of, and it can assure them, if nothing else, an early game advantage, which allows them to transition into a strong mid game. Sometimes the problem that we see is that BDS have relied on this strategy so much in the past that it's been their downfall, and teams have been able to figure them out as the season goes on because they don't really expand on the champion pools that much, and they can become somewhat predictable. But often this style is enough, and again, this split they've tried to showcase a lot more variability in the different styles of approach that they have in the game, and I think that they've been doing a great job of expanding their repertoire, but it's good to show that they can always just lean back on what's worked for them in the past, and again, it showcases how good they are at it. Early towers secured in both top and bot. A lot of that gold's funneled into Ice. Look at him now. He's been able to gain an 840 gold advantage over his AD carry lane opponent, and BDS have now built themselves a very steady base to enter the mid game with a 3k gold lead, 4 kills up, 6 scrubs, and now they're set up nicely with the first items already coming through, working towards those seconds for the next dragon in a minute and a half.
A lot of that consistency for BDS is coming from Adam and Nuke. We saw Nuke in the last fight stopping the Requiem coming out. Adam on his Renekton with a 1.5k gold lead, 1,000 lead for Ice as well, and for Shao.
Notice that, 3 towers gone back to back. Seamlessly done. Rogue had very few answers to that. Just great map movements overall. Very solid play coming out from BDS. In a position like this, you would naturally consider them the favorites to be able to close out a game, given that you've been able to secure all outer towers without losing any of your own. And we'll see if they're able to do that. How can they transition from this type of lead into a clean game win? We see the total gold. Ice, Adam, and Shea all sitting at the top with Nuke a little bit behind. He's been roaming around the map a little bit, which means that has affected his farming in CS and his overall impact. But overall, I mean, in terms of impact, he has been having a great in terms of what he's been doing so far in the early game. So BDS in a great spot for the time being. Rogue continuing to try and scale. We'll see if they can find some good fights to be able to swing the game in their favor. And that's all it really takes, right? A single good fight can completely mitigate this lead, and there's a lot of standing gold for Rogue to potentially grab for themselves.
Yeah, right now, BDS are kind of on the cusp of two items. You can see Randuin's and Warmog's finish for Sheo. Ice has the Runans and the Static Shiv, whereas Rogue are just slightly behind that, right? They've got 1.5 on Larson and Comp. If they can win a fight, then they automatically accelerate themselves towards that too. There's a bounty on Adam's head, and he flashes away. Glacial Prison gonna land in the bot lane as Larson does the same. Uses his own flash to escape. You saw Lebrov walking into that blue side jungle to try and get some vision down because Ocean's up in only a second, and with Marcoon showing on the top side, BDS will get their first drake of the game.
And we talked about it earlier, Rogue should feel comfortable conceding this. Instead, their priority is getting some gold for themselves, and they want to kill Adam.
Solar Flare in a little bit early there. We'll get.
They're trying to keep him in lane.
Adam. I mean, they're definitely going to keep him in lane. The question is, can you survive with Lebrov coming in as well? If you go for this dive now, Rogue call it off. Magnet Storm forward. Nuke looking for the seismic shove. And Rogue were in so many different minds about what they wanted to do. The Requiem comes out. Adam won't fall to it. True shot barrage. Adam just clipped his heels but didn't quite hit him.
Look in the river. The collapse coming in from Sheo and Ice. The flank is happening. Rogue have overstayed.
Sheo doesn't have that Glacial Prison. Ice, I think, is taking away the Razor Beaks. Wants a bit of chicken over a bit of blood. So at least looks for the second blade, but Lebrov
but a great response from BDS. Not only did they get the dragon, but they had the TPs to counter gank top, and they stopped the cross map from happening from Rogue. On top of that, immediately look at the bot lane. Adam goes back to base, TP's bot, wants to use the tempo advantage, knowing that Rogue haven't even had an opportunity to base. Only Comp is left to try and stop him, and he can't handle the croc. He is able to bully him away, but the damage is done on this tower. He should be able to protect it, but
even while they were doing this, they lost mid lane tower.
Yeah, because Ice was moving up there. Just great map movements overall. BDS just kind of getting the better of Rogue. And again, they've now extended that gold lead to another 1,000. Great play by them. BDS, again, just reaffirming why they have been so consistent throughout this year.
And you can see what Rogue were looking for. It's like, okay, we know they're doing the dragon. We'll TP in, we'll invest a lot into overloading and trying to take Adam down.
100%.
But as soon as you see this TP, as soon as you see Lebrov behind you, Rogue are in so many different minds about how they actually want to play the fight.
Yeah, I was about to say their first thought should have been to disengage, because getting a TP out is not a bad thing. And Marcoon was starting to walk away, but he then walked back in, right? And that was the opportunity that Lebrov saw to then find the engage.
Adam going in, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare connects, Adam stunned up with a Shield of Daybreak, but he slices away. Call of the Forge God from behind him! Finn takes the shutdown. The Conductor is here to play. Finn now has to get away from Sheo and Ice, who does have the Lightning Crash. Tries to dash away, but can't attack anyone because he's underneath the tower right now. Turns his attention to trying to take that turret down, but even with a Demolish Proc, can't do it. He falls. Top laner for top laner so far, but meanwhile, Nuke was pushing in bot. You're losing some damage on that tier 3. And although it's a 1-for-1 trade, Rogue get less out of it.
I mean, they're really trying hard to get something back. They're overstacking on the top side of the map, knowing the dragon isn't available. And yeah, as you said, it's simply a 1-for-1. This Renekton only continues to get stronger. And you look at this area as well, on track to the third item, a 2k gold lead almost for Ice. We think back to how the laning phase, he'd already built up about a 10 CS lead, then he was funneled pretty much 3 towers, top to bot into mid. Then he found a solo tower in mid lane as well, and he's just been playing around the map, picking up what farm he can, and now he can be what he needs to be for his team, which is the primary carry. BDS, an overall very clean game from them so far. Rogue struggling to find any form of fight. 2 items now finished for Larson, same for Comp, but Marcoon is having his jungle stolen away. He is not the type of hyper-fed Karthus you like to see, who's at something like, I don't know, 240 CS at 21 minutes. But again, I kind of have to say it. There's always the possibility that Rogue find a fight. That single fight is all it takes. But at this point, it feels like there's just a matter of time before BDS close things out.
I feel like we're almost getting to 2-fight territory, right? Like 1 fight maybe around a Baron could be enough, but you're 3 items to 2 items on AD carries. There's a 2k gold lead there. Top lane, there's a 1.5k lead. In the jungle, there's a 1.7k lead. Yes, if you pick up Ice and Nuke's bounty, that's an extra 400 gold on the top. I mean, sure. I just think like we've kind of gone from the 1 fight gets you back into it to 1 fight helps you delay a little bit more.
I mean, 1 fight gives
right?
you a chance.
Yeah.
You know, if you find the fight, then you have a chance, which is kind of all you're looking for at this point, you know, because if the choices are death or a chance, usually people take the chance.
In League of Legends, very valid.
Yeah.
In Elden Ring, I found a lot of fights that I don't have a chance in, I'm going to be honest.
Calm, uses the E.
Tries to dash away. LeBron overextending a little bit, has to flash from the solo player. Requiem coming down as well, the True Shot Barrage has hit. And Finn takes the kill again, Sheo flashing away. Adam not here with his team.
So a blunder from BDS. They overstep in mid, they try to collapse onto comp. If nothing else, Lebrov was trying to get his cleanse or his flash, but he doesn't get either. He ends up almost getting collapsed on, and Rogue find themselves a kill. These type of mistakes, Rogue, I mean, they're very open to, you know? Keep handing them over, and there's a real world where they can turn this game around. But the next dragon spawning, because of the position of the Drakes, I think Rogue should not try and contest it. Their priority should be to try and cross-map and nuke. Gonna shut that down immediately. Immediately goes to catch that top wave. And while the dragon spawns, BDS is strong enough that they don't feel too concerned about spreading their resources thin.
We are getting to that portion of the game where ornaments become more of a real thing. You can see the Warmog's armor already upgraded by Finn on himself. If he gets to 14, he'll have another one of those to dish out. Marcoon's still only sitting at 1.5 items, but if he can get to 2 on this Karthus, he'll be dealing a lot more damage. It's kind of self-explanatory, but it's true. I do like the fact that Lebrov went for the Locket of the Iron Solari first. Great supporting minds think alike here. Instead of going for the Warmogs, just wants to negate more of that Karthus damage. But even as BDS took the Drake in the bottom side, Rogue weren't able to get really any vision control over their red side. They only have this control ward where Comp and Zoe stand, and Sheo's going to clear out that little far side alteration and smite away the red buff.
I don't know why Marcoon didn't just smite it in any case. The topside jungle being completely dominated by BDS. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to. Push in mid, push in top, play through 2 lanes. Bot wave is also pushed in. And now they can start sieging onto this tower. Oh, knockback. Good buffer, though, from Larson.
Zoelise going in onto Sheo, but he's so tanky. The tower's still standing for now. Sheo down to about half HP. Adam looking for the flank. Lebrov trying to get the engagement isn't going wide. Marcoon has no mana here, though. Even though he's able to dodge away from the seismic shot, he's going to have to retreat to the safety of the fountain. And Zoelise goes in, and BDS collapse on him immediately.
HP is still very high for BDS, and with the red buff, they might turn their attention to the Baron, but they get the objective that they wanted, which is the top tier 2. Rogue found wanting as they weren't able to find it. And the Baron is now going to be started off.
And you see the power of Warmogs for Sheo as well. He was half HP at the end of that fight, now back up to full. Rogue looking to collapse. Adam keeping Marcoon away as Marcoon flashes across the wall. The Baron down to 8,000. Larson and Comp trying to step in. The flank position from Lebrov, not enough yet, but he does have that Magnet Storm. Core to the Forge God going out. Finn looking for the lock of True Shot Barrage as well. The Baron already secured by BDS. The Magnet Storm on the back line as well as Sheo dashes in and Lightning crashes down. BDS have already found 2, make it 3 in the fight. The Requiem does nothing as BDS still have all 5 members alive. Zoelise flashing in with a shield of Daybreak. And Comp will find 1, but can he escape the clutches of Adam? He can't. Ice on a rampage. Zoelise caught unawares by Ice, who got an unofficial quadra in the fight. And BDS with the Baron will open up the base.
It's a clean ace, and it's a clean game from BDS. Outside of that single blunder in the mid lane, it's been nothing but domination as BDS look to secure a spot in playoffs.
Unlikely to end the game here. Inhibitor Tower and Inhib, I think, will be their goals. I don't know if Adam will stay around with the respawns coming out. It would be greedy to do so, but I've seen Adam be greedy once or twice in the past.
5k already off the back of that Baron. We look back at the replay, and remember, it starts off with this tower. BDS don't actually reset. Nuke takes a decent amount of damage, but the engage is there to try and defend the tower. They just don't have the damage to get through Sheo. And then Zoelise, he goes for a re-engage here, which results in his own demise. Knowing that they have the numbers advantage, BDS turn their attention towards the Baron. So after this support player drops, and Marcoon's forced to go back to base, they immediately turn towards the Baron. And it's this fight. Adam doing a great job of getting the flash out early from Marcoon. He has no real way to get into the pit. Finn tries to get a knockup, but he stuns himself. The True Shot Barrage not quite able to get the steal. And then this really nice engage from Labrov just sets up nicely. The ulti comboed along with, from Ice with Adam to lock down the carries. Means that it's an easy teamfight win for BDS. Very well played by them. And they should be happy because this has been a very clean game overall. And with 5 wins, as we said, that will lock you a spot in our top 8, and you will be moving on to the best of 3s.
Still a lot to fight for, of course, seeding into those playoffs. You want to get away from some of the top dogs as much as you can. Weaver's Wall in, Comp cleansing away the Glacial Prison. Just one cannon minion here to help BDS on the push. Super minions in the mid lane, though. Adam will dash across towards them to put that Baron buff down. The next wave coming in about 10 seconds time as Marcoon gets the wrong end of an Ultra Shock laser. Adam heals up with the Cold of the Meek. Finn's looking to collapse onto him as Sheo steps forward, forcing Zoalise away. Solar Flare, a possibility here. Wave in mid lane, still a bit of a problem. There's the Solar Flare, Call of the Portugal coming out as well as they try and lock down Nuke. The Seraphs, the Locket, the shielding's enough. And Nuke will not fall. The Requiem comes down. Nuke might die to Malignance Leandries. In the end, he does. A 4-for-2 exchange in favor of BDS. Only Larson remains to stop and see his base fall in tatters. He picks up a GA, but I'm not sure there's any Angel that can guard you from this. BDS looking to lock their spot in playoffs, and Rogue still looking for their 2nd win of summer. He'll survive for a while on the fountain, but in the end, it won't amount to much. BDS are going to playoffs.
Said it before and I'll say it again, a clean game from start to finish from BDS. Very little to criticize. There was one overstep in the mid lane where they tried to get summoners out from comp, but aside from that, Adam with a solo kill at level 2. Ice playing the map beautifully, being funneled all those resources. Sheo with great objective control. Overall, really impressive stuff. Player of the game, you can vote now at LEC on X. Sheo, Ice, Labrov, you guys can decide. All great options, and overall a great game from BDS. They should be very happy with how that one played out. That's the type of game that you'd want to see from a top team versus a bottom team to just cement the gap between you, right? And that's pretty much what we showed, a very clear gap between BDS at the top of the standings and the bottom of the standings.
And it's going to be a very clear gap between us and the next time you listen to us, because we're going to a short break, but we'll be right back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
wrong side of Adam's blade as he slices in, dices forward. Finn.
Wait,
oh,
what?
Okay.
Adam just gets a solo kill onto Finn.
Rogue call it off. Magnet Storm forward. Nuke looking for the seismic shove. And Rogue were in.
Can fight. I've combined 4. Just stand. Nice, good job. Got you soon. I'm blocked. We can end top by the come top, we end top. I'm not kidding. Yeah, we end. We end, we have a win. Okay.
Welcome back to the LEC. We have Lebroff joining us for the post-game interview. Congratulations on playoffs with that you have secured. It was a clean game against Rogue. So talk us through your emotions right now because life's good.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me. I'm pretty happy with the game you showed. Last week it was a bit shaky, and our mindset going into this week, we wanted to show like a more clean BDS, and we're working for that for tomorrow as well.
More Team BDS. That's exactly what we noticed as well from the draft, particularly. Before we head into game, we were saying, you know, Sheo's going on different junglers. We're not just seeing the Sejuani. Adam is changing his champion pool. And then we go into the draft and we see a Sejuani. So what's going on there?
I don't want to get like too much into details about our draft, our planning, obviously, but I feel like this split or like this year we can play so many things in draft, and we have showed so far. So I'm like pretty confident, and I'm just looking forward to going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it's nice seeing you guys being able to play a lot of different stuff as well. Like you said, you wanted to become more clean this week. What could you reveal? Like one of the things you've been working on. What were you trying to change from last week to this one in scrims?
I would say probably our like mid games. I feel like even last game, for example, even though we were kind of stopping the game, there were some situations that we were a bit like too stressed. And for example, at around 21 minutes, I feel like our setup was really good, and I just had to wait a bit more, but I didn't, and then I ended up dying, you know, and stuff like this. I feel like if we like fix like this small like mistakes in games like this, I feel like we will be a way more like threatening team.
I mean, the threat of BDS is very much there, and we've seen you guys evolve over the last couple of splits, so that's something to really be proud of. You're talking about the game particularly and at certain moments where you're getting a little lost. I want to actually commend you on the macro, because while Rogue was trying to force things on top lane, you guys are taking tier 2 bot.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I feel like we just had the better of them. Basically, I feel like it was honestly hard for them with their draft and like from falling behind. So yeah, I think like as long as we like were using our brains and just like not like running it down, I feel like this game would be like almost impossible to lose. And I'm glad we almost had a clean game.
One game that you did lose, however, so far is against SK particularly, and we're going to be heading into SK going up against Heretics. Both of these teams have really great bot lanes. I want to hear from your experience as a player going up against the SK bot lane, how that was for you, and how did that impact your approach to the game as a support?
I feel like my approach like didn't change that much. Like I feel like I play the same way, like whoever I face, but maybe like it affected like slightly a bit the approach in draft, etc. Because I feel like SK bot had some really good games from like Lucian Ami that not many people played in LEC so far, and us support as well. So yeah, outside of draft, it didn't affect me too much, but they're obviously like pretty good and they have surprised me so far. And I just want to like play them again in playoffs, hopefully, and win.
I mean, they've surprised everyone, right? They've even surprised you.
Yeah, I think that's really it. Like, we didn't know what to expect from these two players, but they have joined SK and clearly have leveled them up in all phases of the game. They're really strong in the early bot lane, laning phase. They're very good in mid game. You rarely see any of them making mistakes in team fights. And I think they took a team that had good moments, but was kind of shaky and made them really stable and solid.
And then we're looking at the Heretics bot lane. That's also a bot lane that you've also played here in the LEC. I want to touch upon them particularly because, again, Flacket is an incredible AD carry himself. But it feels like when we're looking at Heretics, it's maybe a little bit more slow in their gameplay.
Yeah, I have to agree. It also feels like when we play Heretics, I personally feel that they don't have that much like early game power. And I think like they're a good like macro team or like late game team, but usually they fall behind like in the early game from my like point of view. So I think if they work on that, I think they can be an even better team for playoffs.
That is something to look forward to from the side of Heretics, though, this time around, because they are going up against SK. And when we're looking at SK, something you highlighted is them being a very well-rounded bot lane throughout every stage of the game.
Yeah, I think, you know, bot lane is definitely going to be one area that we'll be targeting in this game and that we should look at, because I think Flagged and Trimby have had moments where they look really solid, but they've also had games where they look kind of poor as a duo. And they will need to bring their A game in order to keep up with Rahel and Luon, who, yeah, are just consistently performing. And, you know, again, it's not just one phase of the game, it's all of them. They're always on point.
It's so scary when you're going up against a bot lane that I think mainly not knowing what to expect from them, but now we've seen them weak time and time again on the LEC. Well, it's week 3, it's not that many games realistically, but when you are looking at this SK bot lane, is there any flaws that you think teams could be taking advantage of?
Maybe one that I feel like, maybe for example, that if they don't play like an aggressive or like winning bot lane matchup, then they don't have a lead. Maybe they don't like have that much like power in the game, but I mean it's kind of normal as well, to be honest. Like usually when you're ahead, you're in control of the game. Mm-hmm. But other than that, so far from seeing the games, I don't see like something like really bad.
Scary.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think it really comes down to challenging them in the early game and see how they react to playing from behind, especially with 2 Koreans coming in. There could be, you know, some language flaws and all that. And I think if you really pressure them and they have to react immediately and on the fly instead of always having the ball in their hands, so to speak, it might be a little bit trickier. But again, even then, like, who knows? Maybe they're also solid in those cases.
But that's even scarier to look at because you're looking at Heretics, which is a team that we just highlighted is slower in the early game, and then you say, well, if you want to deal with SK bot lane, you have to be early. You have to be strong in the early game. So it's like, which team is going to be able to come out on top? Or I guess we're going to have to find out as we're ready to head into the game with our casters, Medi and Vidi.
That's us!
That's us. Hello. We're getting ready for game 2, SK versus Heretics. Another situation where, why are you smiling that aggressively?
No, it felt like in the moment. That's what it's called for. Trying to channel my inner Jake, you know, hysterical.
So
Every
SK,
now and again, we'll just throw something random out at you.
Just random, yeah. SK, very similar to, I hear game sounds for some reason.
That's
fine. SK can lock playoffs. That's the word I'm looking for.
That they can.
Now, Heretics are not in the same position that Rogue are in just because they have 2 wins, but it's not that much better.
One whole win better.
It is one whole win better, which puts your chances of locking in playoffs that much higher, which is kind of crazy because we have a lot of teams at like 1 and 4. This split, we have a very clear top of the pack, a clear bottom of the pack, and Heretics is the team that's kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
Admittedly, though, their schedule isn't really that easy moving forward. Today, they're going up against SK, which is going to be a difficult opponent. And as we move into the draft, let's look at some of the tendencies. SK, when they're on the red side, have a tendency to ban away the Tristana. They also often ban away Nautilus, 2 champions that they really don't like dealing with. They recognize one Discarner, and they don't want to have the opportunity to give him that. Along with that, Rumble is something that Heretics consistently ban in every single game, regardless of what side they're on, and it looks like they're going to maintain that trend. The question is for SK, will they look to get rid of the Tristana, or are they happy to let that through? Are they happy to give that over to Zvyro, who honestly hasn't actually played it once so far this split? Talia and Corki are his only champions so far.
We saw Corki kind of fall down in priority, at least in round 1 of today. We'll see if it continues that way. You were talking about Heretics' schedule. This week, I think, is where they need to pick up 4 wins. They need to get to that mark, where they have SK today and then Rogue tomorrow. And if you can get to 4 wins, you're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker for playoffs. Next week, they have Fnatic and G2.
Exactly.
Which is a lot trickier. For SK, expectations are that they should be able to make it to 5. Today, obviously, they play against Heretics. Tomorrow, MDK. Next week, Carmine Core. And then they round it off with Vitality, probably the hardest on paper match they have remaining. So with the Corki banned away by SK, looks like Zvyro is going to go towards that Tristana.
Looks like it. So I wonder if SK were caught off guard or if they said we're willing to take that gamble and see how things pan out so far. We'll see what they have as an answer to the Tristana. Looks like Tank's returning to the LEC. We were really excited about AP junglers. I wonder when that means enchanters are coming back in bot lane, Medic. Because usually when it's tank junglers, it's enchanter bot lanes and it's bruisers top.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going back to the meta we had before MSI. I was excited that the game was changing a lot, and then pros have said, nope.
So there's less double Hail of Blades bot lanes, which I quite like,
True,
because that was one of the
true.
reasons we saw a lot of lane swaps, was to get out of that. Zeri, Lulu, Zeri, Milio, Zeri, Janna, Zeri, Karma, all of these are options for you.
Can we just talk about, this is Rahel's 6th unique champion across 6 games. SK have played a different champion in every game, unless you're Isma, who's just been put on tanks. He's played Sejuani, Maokai, and Poppy so far this split, but SK are trying to keep their champion pool very diverse as the Kai'Sa gets locked in for Flackhead. Looks like Heretics are trying to show us something a little different coming into this week. We've seen how potent Kai'Sa can be when you build just a little bit of AP. You don't have to build a lot, you know, just a little bit, and you have crazy damage with your, if you can land the Ws, that is. So I am becoming more and more of a fan of the pick. I think Zeri's not a champion that can punish it super hard either. You're probably going to lose in terms of push in the early laning phase, which is fine, but Kai'Sa Nautilus, a great bot lane pairing that I think should be able to weather any pressure that Zeri brings to the bot lane.
Trimby going back to his tried and true Nautilus, has played that 3 times. There's only one on it once so far for Heretics. SK look towards mid. LeBlanc here into a couple of mid bans would be very powerful, but instead it is the Rel. And again, Luon playing his 6th unique champion for SK. So they continue to show us different iterations on a relatively similar style.
So the question is, are they playing Fearless without telling everyone else? But they're just treating
Isma hasn't heard that they're doing it. So every meeting he misses for some reason.
Yes. He's like, I can still play Sejuani, right? Like, yeah, but we can't, okay? So
although I would like a Sejuani Senna from them, because they haven't played Senna yet.
They haven't.
We saw a Sejuani Senna bot, you know?
Well, let's see if they can keep this cooking. We've, again, 5 unique champions from Niski, 5 unique champions from Irrelevant. We'll see what they come up with. Maokai going to be banned away from the side of SK, with the Jax being banned away from Heretics. So are they looking... Well, immediately my instinct always says like Cassante is something that Heretics is thinking about. Maybe also if you want something more aggressive, Camille is also a possibility. SK are banging out some of the traditional tanky junglers that pair up nicely with Tristana, especially double AD carries, but the Ivern and the Maokai taken away. So are Heretics looking at that blind pick Cassante top, depending on what they ban next?
With the Jax already taken away, we'll see if they continue to pinch Irrelevant's pool. Rumble still a possibility as well. Haven't seen... Oh, it's already banned out. Yeah, first phase. Not a possibility, guys, because it's already removed. There's the Camille. That's kind of, yeah, Cassante is where Wonder is looking. I like the Kai'Sa as well because it means you don't have to go for an AP jungler. You already have enough mixed damage on your team because you say Kai'Sa does quite a bit of magic damage as the game goes on. SK likely going to blind their, well, not blind, just pick their mid laner. Yeah. Because they already know it's Tristana. Oh no, Niski,
no, it's
you can't pick Azir.
Niski, you can't pick Azir.
Right, maybe he's decided Fearless isn't the way to go anymore.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Well, he's bucked the trend, unfortunately. SK gonna go back to old form, I guess, with having already played 1 game of Azir this split. Obviously, Niski, very well known for his Azir. A very long-range, front-to-back traditional comp coming out from SK, nothing too complicated. Heretics, we talked about the Cassante already. I expect that to be locked in. The question is, what do they want to round out jungle with? Jankos has been very quiet this split. Last split, I felt like that he had a strong impact in the regular season. We were talking a lot about how he was making a lot happen. He was very impressive. But I haven't really felt that impact this split. Really, I felt that Heretics struggle to have that sense of playmaking or agency that we've seen from them in the past, which is surprising when you have Trimby and Jankos on a team. 2 very heavy playmaking and initiating players that have a lot of confidence in their independence and ability to make these plays. So Karthus going to be the lock-in, so very similar to what Rogue drafted earlier. Their engage is very low. You have the Nautilus to act as a form of starting off these fights.
Their front to back is very strong, though.
It certainly is.
Especially with double AD carries. Karthus is Jankos' 6th unique champion as well this split. Since out, not going to be picked here. Nah for Irrelevant instead in the top lane. Irrelevant also a player having a very quiet split. I think in winter and spring, Irrelevant was like the glue that held this team together. He was old reliable. You always knew he was going to have a good performance over a weekend. This split, has been a little bit more understated, but perhaps that's because in the light of Rahel and Luon, everything else is a little bit more shadowy.
I mean, I definitely would say, like, I remember back in week 1, his Rumble, even though he was getting camped in lane, like, his ults were really impactful.
True.
And, like, I've seen some of the plays that he made. I think his Skarner also had some great plays, too. So I would definitely say that his impact is, you know, on his Renekton game against Fnatic last week, you know, he was up like 50 CS at like 12 minutes, right? So his impact is definitely more
Still
quiet.
there, it's just quiet.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely feel like that Rahel and Luon have just kind of stolen away the spotlight because I don't think that you get to 4-1 with the strength of our top teams, especially with SK's schedule, right? They had to go against a lot of strong teams to get to this point. So I definitely think that they have more to show us. I think the biggest criticism for them has been their mid game, but we'll see how that translates today. Possibility for them to lock a spot in playoffs today if they can get a win against Heretics, who've drafted themselves a little bit more scaling, a little bit more team fighting. Let's see how things pan out.
Let's get onto, in fact, the Rift for our second game of the day. Heretics looking for those 3 wins. 4 obviously better for them. Will guarantee them at least a tiebreaker for playoffs. Lots of pings coming around the mid push as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift once again, Vedius. And we'll see how these 2 teams can battle it out. Are you a master of the Rift? Do you never miss a chance to game? Well, Santander is here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chest skins. And this week's code is RIFT15.
Very nice.
It's the time at which you can surrender.
Thank you for that. Great.
Been playing a lot of solo queue.
I've been preserving my mental, you know, in anticipation of some recent releases.
There's a new Lost Ark patch.
That's true, there was. But also, yeah, Elden Ring. So, you know, sometimes solo queue can bring my mood down. So I've been avoiding it. But I hope that your experience has been good, Medic.
8-2 the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, back into Diamond 1. And now I'm going away for 3 weeks, so I'll decay back to Diamond 3 and never make it back to Masters.
That's fine.
Ooh, invade. Are they going to avoid this vision?
Oh. Yes, they are, Medic.
That's so good from Heretics.
Sneaky.
Isma doesn't know. He's unsuspecting. And now he'll be met by Wonder. Trimby coming in as well. Flakked with the flank. Isma flashes.
And that's going to be a lot of damage done to Isma. Losing his flash, losing these camps. But this is a great way to utilize the Karthus.
They're swapping, Vedi.
Yes,
They're
they are.
swapping,
They're swapping.
I love a good swap.
And so you get Wonder out of what can be a challenging matchup. We've seen Cassante work very well in these swap situations, but also no camps for Isma. Wonder acting as a guardian to these camps to protect them for Jankos. Luon makes his way up towards mid.
Early jump in there by Luon. Spyro obviously does still have the rocket jump to get out. Oh no, he didn't level at level 2. Luon could have held that for a lot longer then, perhaps thinking the rocket jump was a possibility for Spyro.
Uh-oh. Can you get out in time, Relevant? No, you cannot. Here comes the dive.
Can he survive? Trimby tanks it, hooks him in. The answer's no, and it was answered very quickly.
That was a clean early game execution from Heretics. I absolutely love what we're seeing right now. The swap into top side, the invade on the enemy jungle, and just the advantages that they're gaining in this early game are fantastic. Now, Riot wasn't happy with the swaps.
Yeah.
They did enact a deterrent, and you'll see that a plate hasn't dropped yet. And that's because they buffed the resistances, but also the amount of first blood tower gold is much greater. So losing that first tower comes at a greater cost, and Rahel has already secured 2 plates for himself. So in terms of gold, Rahel is definitely not going to be too upset, but because they got that kill, Flakked is still in a great position. They're now swapped back into the 2 versus 2. The advantage has been gained. The enemy jungle has been put behind. They can path back towards the bot side, and while they will be behind in terms of XP just a little bit, they're in a great position. So great level 1 plan from Heretics. Love what they're doing. Let's see if they can maintain this advantage.
And importantly as well for Jankos, it just helps him hyperfarm, right? If you're taking an extra 3 camps out of the top side and only losing 1 in bot, well, guess what? That's a positive of 2 camps. They were able to force Isma out after he took the Razor Beaks away, so he's still only sitting on 3 camps. Now goes for a Scuttle Crab. Jankos will get 2 red buffs and a blue buff alongside those extra jungle monsters. Just makes it so much quicker for him to get to that level 6. You can see, if you look at those little pink bars, next to the champion portraits. There's one here, and then there's one under this thing that I can't actually get under. Vedi, you can do that for me.
No, I can't.
Well, we can't show the pink bars. Anyway, pink bar next to Jankos shows that he's almost level 5, whereas the pink bar next to Isma's portrait shows he's only just going past level 3.5.
Yeah, so no bueno for Isma is the TLDR. But the big question is, can they maintain this type of advantage? Because my criticism for Heretics this split has been that they are alarmingly passive. I think back to the very first game against Giant X, where with the lead that they had, they still kind of just reacted to everything that Giant X did. And this is why I'm so happy to see them execute this early game plan, because it is a great sign of proactivity, leveraging the strengths of your composition and just playing to the Karthus specifically. I think it's a great game plan. And we've talked about how Jankos as a player has been known to be impactful just throughout this year. And so hopefully this opportunity, this split, and this game, we can see a bit of a turnaround for him. So far, he's in a great spot on the Karthus, a very healthy lead he has over his opponent. Now he's moving into the bot side jungle. He has the push, thanks to his bot lane. Mid has also been pushed in. They're getting a bit of a trade in the bot lane 2v2.
Trimby looking for the engage. Rahel and Luon trying to trade back onto him. Jankos coming across. Luon ignited, but he'll be fine for now. Forced under the tower. Jankos actually wasn't able to steal away any of those camps, and the SK bot lane doing a good job of surviving, where they have been the key focus for SK this split. You can see high KDA's massive kill participation as well for Luon. I think Rahel at 813 damage a minute. He crested at 1,000 the last time he played Kai'Sa. We'll see if Flackard can answer with a Kai'Sa performance of his own this game.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the conversation around this bot lane coming over to the LEC, and it was not met with optimism, right? And I think that a lot of pressure was on the shoulders of these players, but SK knew that they needed to make a change, and what a change they have been. The presence has definitely been felt in so many of their games. In losing situations, they've been able to find great plays, and SK is definitely an exciting team to watch. But now they find themselves in another game deficit. A deficit they found themselves against BDS, but then a great Baron play from Luon was able to turn the game around. Let's see if they can turn the momentum back in their favor this time around. Small advantage gain on the top lane. Even though Nisqy has been losing out in the trades in mid, he's still doing very well in terms of farm. The only goal differences really exist. Oh, hang on.
I think he smited the wrong grub there, meaning that Isma was able to come in and smite one for himself. Trimby's on his way up here, as is Flackhead. Survivor, the first one to be caught out as Luon looks for the engage. Trimby going in towards the top side as well. Irrelevant's almost got the Mega Gnar built up. Isma only level 4, dashing away, but now SK begin to collapse. The hook goes in, and the Gnar comes down, and Jankos falls alongside it. Isma just trying to get another one of these grubs. We'll get one towards the back of it. Zvivo forced away. Rahel joins the fray, and Flackard will fall. It's disaster for Team Heretics.
The objective setup was all over the place from Heretics, and SK punish effectively. Wonder TP'd bot as Rahel was walking up towards the grubs. Jankos was soloing that objective as SK was able to easily walk in and contest. The momentum shift has been massive. You kind of look at the maps. Look, the TP down towards the bot side of the map. Trimmy and Flacken are making their way, but Zviro's taking a poor trade in the mid lane. The fact that Jankos wasn't able to smite a grub also didn't work out in his favor. Isma's forced back, and this fight looks okay. Zviro's a little low, but then this play from Irrelevant gets the two-man ultimate into the wall. Flackard's forced to flash early. They think with Jankos still around, thanks to his passive, maybe they can still win this fight, but then Rahel arrives, and he ends up getting himself a double kill. So SK with a fantastic punish. They end up getting all of the grubs. No dragon has been lost, and what was a great early game plan from Heretics has now been torn apart by SK.
If they just wait a couple more moments before starting up the grubs, you have Trimby and Flackard on their way. They were opening up mid from their base. It just felt uncoordinated from Heretics and well punished, as you say, by SK. And now the gold lead that had built up for Flackard in the bot lane has been equalized and surpassed. 500 the lead for Rahel. The only blue number we see on the bottom of your scoreboards is Jankos, and he's got an 80 gold lead. Is nothing monumental for Team Heretics, and every other lane has begun to fall behind.
It's yeah, an unfortunate situation for Heretics to find themselves in, because I was just talking about how, like, great start, let's see how they can keep this momentum going, and then on the very first objective, it falls apart. The good news for Heretics is they were able to get a dragon, So they can potentially start working towards that win condition. Niski.
Spyro has the flash, but Irrelevant is here, building up that Mega Nars. Spyro will flash away. And Irrelevant turns Mega and just wall-ups a minion.
Yeah, there was a bit of a patience gain there from Niski. He dived in, didn't ultimate immediately. Maybe he wanted to try and catch Spyro on the buffer, but then Spyro held his nerve. The problem is, by holding his nerve, he bought enough time for Irrelevant to actually arrive, so then he ended up having to flash anyway. So, nice play from SK in the mid lane. SK turned their attention to bot lane.
They know that Jankos is here. He's baiting in the bush, now forced to stay around. Stunned up with the permafrost. Trimby's on his way across. Rahel, ultra mega super laser through the wall. Ultra shock laser is the name of it. Extendo beam, I should just go with what Atlas calls it. It keeps Jankos around for the moment.
I was going to say you can just call it the Zap Zap, and then I remember that Jinx's W is actually called Zap.
Yep. Yep. I think all of Jinx's abilities have an exclamation mark at the end. Is that right?
Really?
There's a champion that has an exclamation mark at the end of their abilities, and I think it's Jinx, because she gets excited, right? But
Nar's ult is just Nar.
Yeah. If you can pronounce the extra R's the next time Irrelevant goes in, that would be great. Niski on the wrong side of this trade, kind of to be expected. Tristana obviously has those autos, but he trades back well as Spyro tries to walk out.
Infernal Dragon spawning about 45 seconds. Always... Oh, hang on a second, Trimby. Oh, you should be fine, right? Yeah. Rahel level 8, though. This Zeri already in a very strong spot. A full level over Flackhead. You have to imagine part of that comes back to what happened in the early levels. I guess Rahel picking up 2 kills also helps. But 100 CS to 90. Zeri in a good spot. And the scaling element is always going to contribute to a strong late game for SK. And again, their composition, very front to back, very straightforward. We didn't mention it in the draft, but Irrelevant. Gnar is one of his favorite champions. It's one of his career all-time most played. And you got to saw a taste of that in the previous team fight with his really nice Gnar ultimate, but he's just very good at managing the Gnar bar ahead of fights. It's the grubs going to be the priority. We've been seeing this more and more from teams. The ones that have control in the early game often prioritize controlling the grubs. And it wouldn't surprise me if Heretics cross map, but Niski is around.
And you actually saw Isma walked away from the grubs and left them for Irrelevant as Luon dashes in and Jankos falls first. Answered with a kill onto Niski. Lightning crash, flash forward, Glacial Prison hits, and Trimby goes down as well. SK find 2, and they get 5 grubs to boot. Wonder was able to keep Irrelevant away from taking the 6th.
Now for SK controlling every objective on the map. They're just telling Heretics, we're not going to cross map, we're just going to fight you. You go to grubs, we'll be there to match you. You go to dragon, we'll be there to match you. Ends up being for a 1 for 2 in favor of SK as they kill both Jankos and Trimby, but they get the dragon and they can start stacking their own. SK wanting to be a little bit more aggressive here in this game. A great level 1 plan from Heretics, but the advantage that they've gained has largely disappeared. And look at the mid lane gap. It was Niski to die in the last fight, but he's got nearly a 1k gold lead over Spyro.
Yeah, it's just matching the push really well as well. Now that he has the Nash's Tooth, it becomes so much easier for him to clear out these waves. Jankos stepping forward, but there's nothing really doing for him across here as they clear out the control ward. I wonder where SK will send Rahel. It looks like Niski's going to stay towards the bottom side. Rahel is going to go mid, answered by Flackhead, who has a static shift. There's 1 apiece for the AD carries. Irrelevant using the mites to his advantage, as he will get another plate for SK. And with it, about a 2,000 gold lead for them after a struggle of a start, after a great invade by Heretics. SK very much in control of the game now, Betty.
Most certainly. They've moved their Zeri over towards mid to help guarantee that control. Kai'Sa not quite in a position to contest right now. But this then gives you control over the river. As Niski makes his way back out into lane, you can see him pushing out the bot wave. Irrelevant has to go and catch that wave up top. No real objective for them to play for outside of, well, there's still a grub that they can grab if they want before it disappears. But the Herald will be the next major objective that's spawning, well, in about 30 seconds.
I'm actually surprised they haven't grabbed this grub just because it's 6, right? Like, getting 6 grubs does give you extra mites on the spawn. Trimby doing something he used to be really well known for, like shadowing a side lane, looking to see if someone thinks they're only in a 1v1 and then engaging, but SK paying respects to the fact he's off the map, and Niski just backing away. Now the grubs will despawn and will go towards the Rift Herald instead. Drake up in 3 minutes time, so still a while before that's really an objective for either team.
Sweets. enter into a neutral mid-game. Small advantage for SK. You can see the plates on the top of your screen. It's actually Heretics to just start this one off. Okay, they have the push in top. They have all 5 people here.
That's the important thing.
SK's game plan has been to just fight. So here we go. Heretics 50%. They should be able to secure this.
Irrelevant doesn't have any Mega Gnar bar either. Isma looking for the smite bite. It's secured by Black at the engage going down as Rahel's locked up with a depth charge, and this might be a great fight for Heretics. But Niski finds them all. He slides in, he pulls a faker. And SK bind 5. Niski, the Leandri's tick will be enough. Jankos takes him down from beyond the grave.
That was an Emperor's Shuffle as he finds all 5 members of Heretics. A fight that was going to start off so well. Wonder with a great initiation gets a fantastic knockback. Ends up going so one-sided towards SK off the back of a fantastic Niski play. Keep your eyes on Wonder at the start of this fight. He has the Q3 channeled, gets that initial knockup, dives into the back line. Oh, we don't have time. Irrelevant getting collapsed on.
X flash forward by Trimby. Irrelevant will flash the wall, then dash across, and
I hope we can get the replay, though, because I do want to look back, if nothing else, at that Niski play one more time.
I will say, importantly, no one picked up the Herald either. The eye was left on the ground, so even though Heretics were able to take the objective, they didn't get the bonus out of it, and now Luon is lying in wait.
Here?
Hey, never doubt a support when he sees the angle ready.
I don't know if this is an angle. Good, we're going to get the replay one more time. Nice, I like this. Thank you so much, production team. So again, the initiation comes through. They get that pick onto the front line. It's looking great. But then look at this shuffle. Oh, absolutely fantastic. The combo is immaculate. Niski does have to lose his life thanks to the Requiem burning him down. But incredible play from Niski. SK firmly in control of this game.
Relevant trying to survive in the top side, as we saw a couple of members.
Other one. There we go.
There we go. We saw Wonder and Spyro pushing in for this tower. They will get the first tower for themselves, third tower in total of the game, as Niski now pushes in bot those 5 mites, giving the extra true damage burn to the tower. Drake up in 40 seconds time, and bot side control very much in SK's favor.
Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. Isma, does he have an angle here?
I think he does. I think they might have an angle, Betty.
Someone's been doing their mathematics, and that looked like an easy 90 degrees to me.
Why was it a right? Well, I guess it was a right angle and not a wrong angle. You're right,
yeah, it was a right angle.
I was just being obtuse, wasn't I? We're scaling this problem together.
Oh, the math nerds loving us right now.
It's great,
everyone else like, what are they talking about?
I think even the math nerds have had enough of it.
All right, Dragon going to be started off by SK. They secure the mid tower, convert this into a drag, and that's going to be 2 for them. But SK showcasing why they are sitting at the top of the standings. They did fall short to Fnatic last week, but SK, a single change into the bot lane, and look at them. An incredible change, and I think the crucial thing is they found themselves at a deficit in the other game, but they found a way back into the game in a way that I like. They fought their way back in. Yeah. You know, they just said, you know what, you're not allowed to do this. Your setup is poor, it's incorrect, you've made a mistake, we're just going to punish you for it. And then the individuals have stepped up, which I think really has been the big story for SK. When they have been in danger, individuals have stepped up. And while I don't think Niski necessarily needed to step up, I think in this game you can see that he's really had a massive impact. And so SK's been a joy to watch so far in summer.
They really have. They stopped the sort of inevitable decline that we had seen from them through winter, through spring, something we saw from them last year as well. For Heretics, on the other hand, I think sometimes we continue to see a degree of lack of proactivity. Like when the initial game plan fails, things are kind of more reactionary, right? It's like, oh, maybe we can find a pick, maybe we can find something here or there. They did start up the Herald, but they didn't do their due diligence and setting up vision around it.
I definitely think that they just weren't prepared for SK's aggression, because the Dragon start, for example, it would make sense for them to cross-map with the Grubs, right? Then, like, SK would prioritize the top tower, and then they would go for the bot one, and you'd just kind of be like a gentleman's agreement. And then SK just said, no, we'll just fight you. We'll just leave someone to take the Grubs, and it's cool. We got 5. We'll just fight you. And I definitely think that that's something that you don't usually see in Europe. Like, you just think back to last game, and it was just cross-mapping, right? It was just...
Last game did have Rogue in it, so
I mean, it's true, but my point is that, like, it's very common, especially in Europe, that you'll just make those exchanges, which is why I like what I'm seeing from SK, showcasing that, you know what, we have an advantage. Oh, Nice there from Flackhead, stealing away the blue buff. But yeah, I just like that fact that they know the position that they're in, they know they can fight, and they don't sit there and stop to think about it, they just go for it. And ultimately, they then out-execute against Heretics. So overall, love what I'm seeing from them so far. Heretics continuing to try and farm with what they can. There's always the scaling elements that you can talk about, but it's kind of very similar to what we saw from Rogue in the previous game, right? Where you're kind of hoping for a few good fights to be able to turn the game around. But overall, SK in a very commanding position.
Also, scaling into Azir plus Zeri,
It's
it
not
feels
easy.
like very difficult, right? You do have more damage as the game goes on. You've got Karthus and double AD carries, and you have the long range of Flackhead on that Kai'Sa, but you're really looking at 4 items before you begin to out-DPS SK, and with a 6,000 gold lead, SK are in prime position to take this game by the scruff of the neck. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. It's 2-1 in favor of SK in terms of Dragons and Ocean Soul. The option.
Also say that if you are a player at home that just got auto-filled in jungle, Sejuani, Warmog's Locket can never go wrong.
True.
You will always have value. Even if you're down like 20 CS, you're few levels behind, you will always have an impact in the game if you're just playing Sejuani in the jungle, Warmog's Locket.
Yeah.
It's a great animation, relatively cheap overall too. And you just a big solo Q-tip.
Yeah, I still remember we went to a Rift Rivals once, and there was like a show match, right? Between it was the European, some players, some casters, and like NA people. And I was auto-filled.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
hook.
Knock up with the depth charge. Luon should be able to walk away from this one. Nisqy putting some extra damage down. But yeah, I was auto-filled to jungle because someone else wanted to play support, as Trimby might look for another hook. Doesn't do it. And I talked to Kobe the night before, and I said, hey, Kobe, is there any chance you can just give me Sejuani? Because I'm not a jungler. I was like Diamond 4 at the time, wasn't very good. And then he banned my Sejuani.
He did.
It was very rude of him. But now, SK are pulling Heretics towards a fight as they've started up the Dragon, the Baron, in fact. Irrelevant has TP, no Mega Gnar built up on him. There's the teleport in. Magnus going on to the backline, and again! Spyro goes down. Jankos second to follow, all out from Wonder, but immediately has to dash away from Rahel, who is not giving up the chase quite yet. Requiem comes down, doesn't find anyone. Isma does fall in the end to Flackhead, but Flackhead the last man standing, as SK have lost their jungler, but not much else.
A nice play there from Flackhead. By getting the kill onto the jungler, you'd think that maybe SK can't do the Baron, but they said, no, we don't need him. We'll be able to secure this. Great team play from SK overall. The fight gets divided onto 2 fronts, and they're able to navigate it beautifully. Spyro makes an ambitious play to start off the fight. He dives in, and he fully commits onto Nisqy. And you're thinking, oh, Nisqy in a bit of an awkward spot here. Could be dangerous for him. But then Isma turns it around with a really nice ulti in exchange back. Yeah. SK play the fight beautifully. They secure themselves the Baron. They have a very healthy gold lead now. And we get a look at the fight. You notice the focus onto Nisqy on the left-hand side, and engage as well from Luon. I didn't catch that in the live fight. Sets up for Rahel, but this is what I'm saying, where the fight kind of gets divided. The bottom left and the top right. Good damage on the Rahel, thanks to the Requiem, but then he's working with his support to take down Wonder. Flackhead with some nice play to be able to at least get a kill back, but it's just been fights going in favor of SK pretty much since the start of this game.
Yeah, and a 9,000 gold lead for them now as well. They have the Baron for the next 2 minutes. They'll get their 3rd Dragon of the game. Nisqy only just short of putting a hat on his head with the Rabadon's Death Cap. 3 items for Rahel as well with the Immortal Shield Bow complete. Flackhead he's almost there. He's got the Ginsus and the Static, but Spyro only has an item and a half. Jankos still short of his 2nd. In terms of damage, SK far the better of the 2 teams. Glacial Prison hitting in. Ultra-Shock Laser coming down, and Jankos falling once again. The TP invested by Nisqy as they look for Spyro, who will just walk his way away, waddle back towards the safety of that tower.
So now they'll just look to play through 2 lanes. They've abandoned bot for the time being. They'll push through mid, push through top, gain control over the top side jungle. There are 2 tier 2 towers for them to siege onto. And then they're also at Soul Point. Dragon still 4 minutes away. A minute and a half left on the Baron means that they should be able to, at the very least, get 1 of these towers. I imagine they'll be able to get 2. The wave clear from Team Heretics really isn't here right now. Look, they're standing in front of the tower to make sure that they don't have access to the wave, and SK just making their way into the base.
Flacker trying to get anything he can in a side lane, looking for one of those objective bounties, can't secure it. Trimby dredge lines away. Ultra Shock Laser tags the back of him. Inhibitor in the mid lane will go down, and Often when you have double AD carries, you think about the range that you have as a team, but against an Azir, it's just not that powerful. Azir's soldiers can just harass you, as you see Jankos trying to step forward to take away the cannon. Can't get there yet. Hook lands, but only onto Isma. Trimby looking for a little bit more. Aftershock now burnt on him. The engage from Luon as Trimby's locked up. They dive in. Is it enough? I'm not sure it is. SK basically still full HP. The Requiem comes down as one will fall. Will it be more? It's two. SK lose two in the fight, but they take down four. Isma has Warmog, so does Luon, and Niski still has a very healthy HP bar.
The damage has been done. 25 minutes in, they're looking to end this game. Absolute domination from SK as they look to lock a spot in playoffs.
A promising early start for Heretics, but it all went pear-shaped. SK have been the dark horse so far of summer and continue to be so. They will lock their spot in playoffs alongside Fnatic and BDS.
I mean, two convincing games from our 4-1 team so far today. And I just love the aggression. In game one, the compliments about BDS were clean macro. They played the map well, good objectives. SK just played fights well. They played around by just forcing these 5v5s individually. They were stepping up. Niski with his great plays, Luon with great engages. Overall, just great stuff. Excited to see SK and BDS match up again. Hopefully we get to see that opportunity in playoffs, so they will both be going. You can, of course, vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X, Irrelevant, Niski, or Rahel. Impressive stuff from SK.
It really was. That's it from us for now. We'll be right back after the break with Niski on the analyst desk.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
only level 4, dashing away, but now SK begin to collapse. The hook goes in, and the Gnar comes down, and Jankos falls alongside it as much as...
Go, go, go. Nice. Kai'Sa to flash. Nice.
Wow.
Wow, Disky. Oh, nice. Oh, E. Get. Nice. Why so easy on stage? Why? Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Welcome back to the LEC. SK have secured their spot in the playoffs with the win up against Heretics. So congratulations on that one, Niski.
Thank
the
you.
5-man Shurima Shuffle. Everybody in your team was so proud of you. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, I mean, 5-man Azir is pretty hard to do usually. But then my team gave me an angle and I just took it. And also before the game, my coach was like, if you see an Azir ult angle for 2 people, just send it and Rahel will carry. I was like, okay, sure.
One of those things you like to see. It's one of those things you like to see as well, because normally when you see Nasia try to go for these moments where they think they have the 5-man shuffle, they completely grief and are just in the fight. But this is one of the few times it actually works.
Yeah, just a reminder for people in solo queue, you're not that guy. So keep that in mind when you do try to lock in Azir. Please don't try and go for the 5-man Shurima Shuffle. But you guys are in such a different position when we're looking at last split, particularly. You had to play the tiebreaker against Rogue, and now you're cruising into playoffs on the 3rd week of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good. I think during the off-season we did a lot of like feedback sessions as well with coaching staff, and also we changed some players so that it's like more fresh coming into the split. And I think we've been grinding very hard. We try to find new champs, we try to find new comps, we try to innovate with like some ways to play mid-game, how to build fights and whatnot. So I think it's just a matter of the hard work that we do, and I'm glad that we're winning against the teams that are supposed to lose, I guess, against us, rather than close games or like that they throw and whatnot. I think this was a decent game and I'm happy.
I have a question, because now that you've locked playoffs, obviously the goal is winning everything.
Yeah.
But right now, if I'm looking at it, you're not clear-cut a favorite to win the entire league. What does it take for the SK you currently are to become a team that wins the league?
I think for me it's about being consistent enough. I feel like, for example, against Fnatic, we had some misplays, and then, as we can see, like against good teams, when we make misplays, they snowball very fast. And also, I would say just that we innovate. Like we usually don't really bring like new champs or whatnot. We just play whatever we're good at. And I feel like, as of now, I would say we're pretty much in like the top 3, 4. But I think we just have to keep grinding and keep improving, because all this game was like more like, okay, we made playoffs, we'll like chill, and then once we hit playoffs, we're pretty bad. But no, we actually want to win it all, and I think that's the mindset we have, so we will keep going.
That's a great mindset to have, and I feel like we hear that from every single player coming on. They're like, we want to keep going, we want to keep improving, we want to keep getting better. We're going to be looking at the next game that's coming up, and that is going to be Vitality going up against GX. You yourself, obviously being in the league, you have experience going up against both of these mid laner. When you're looking at Jackie's being a rookie that came in earlier to split, does it feel like he has been putting in a lot of effort in terms of continuously improving himself as splits go by?
Yeah, I think Jack is definitely one of the rookies that has surprised me the most, to be fair. I feel like he does not really care what he plays. Like, he just plays his way, and if he thinks a champion is strong, he just picks it. Also, I feel like he's one of the mids that is not scared to fight you in lane. Like, if you fight him, he will fight you back. It's kind of like Caps in a way. And I think the only problem that he has is a bit of, like, his mid-game. He gets caught, whatever, like, sometimes, whatnot. But in general, I think great mechanics, good player. Seems like a cool guy, so I'm glad that he's doing well, and I hope to beat him again in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing Jackie's as well, because he feels like a guy that's always limit testing. I think that's where I also see a bit of former Caps in there who's always limit testing too. And sometimes you're going to get something that looks ridiculously bad, but other times you'll get plays like the one you had against Caps, where you actually get the play against him. And I think going up against Vito, it is slightly Jackie's favors, because despite Vito being very good early game, I think a lot of people have been talking about how it doesn't always look like he's putting in enough damage when you get to the mid to late game, and making sure that the early game lead is actually, well, put where it belongs.
Is that something you've noticed as well when it comes to a player like VTO?
Yeah, I think VTO is probably worse, I would say, in like lane, and also worse in like mid game. So I actually believe that Jackie's is just, as of now, like the better player, I would say, the better mid laner. Also, I feel like his champion pool is just way more like diversified. And yeah, I can't wait to see this matchup, but I believe Jackie's will kinda stomp, I believe so.
But when it comes to this matchup specifically, do you think that's enough? Is Jackie's enough of a trump card to have against Vitality?
I think if bot lane is not on fire and top lane is not on fire, I do believe Giants has the better jungler as well. And I think, yeah, their mid jungle is what they have to focus on, and if they're ahead, they will probably win the game.
When you're looking then from the side of Vitality, what else can VTO do particularly in order to make sure that the team is set up for success?
Roam bot. Make sure that
give Karzy resources,
and he will do his magic. DJ Karzy, as we call him. Yeah, I think bot lane has to be ahead or top lane, and that's how they usually win games. Because when I watch Vit mid game, it's like V2 is on side alone, gets caught, then they force a fight, they lose, or they win 4v5 and whatnot. So I think, yeah, their bot lane and top lane is for sure their strongest points.
Feels like both of these mid laners, when you talked about them, it's like they're in mid game, they get caught, and then oopsie, you know. Is that something that you're going to be looking forward to in your Fokker matchup against Vitality as well?
Yeah, I mean, usually I look for like weaknesses of these players. And I think usually when you have like rookies or people with not much experience, they do make a lot of mistakes in mid game where they think they're safe, but they're really not. Like there's a TP ward behind or there's your support waiting and whatnot. And also I think in the end, it's like a mental game where if I go forward, is he actually going to walk backwards or is he going to fight me back? So yeah, we'll see.
All right, we're going to have to wait and see, but we're ready to head into the game to see for ourselves which one of these mid laners is going to be coming out victorious. So let's head over to our casters for our game Vitality going up against Giant X.
Well, Ginny, it sounds like whoever stays out of the side lane will be victorious based on what Nisqy said. I like how over the course of that segment, he roasted every single part of VTO's gameplay. Yeah. And I hope for VTO's sake that he now gets to prove that wrong, show up, stomp Jackie's, but based on the last performances, it's looking a little bit Jackie's favorite, at least in the 1v1.
Yeah, but Vitality are kind of popping off a little bit at the moment, so you kind of got to take a bit of either end. But I do think that when you come into it, it's going to be more so about trying to enable the team, to enable the mid laners, right? And I think a huge portion of that has kind of been where Vitality have found a little bit of that success with Hylissang roaming, and a lot of the times VTO has gotten these early leads, but hasn't really been able to convert them into a lot of out front damage, whereas Jackie's hasn't been able to get as much in the early game gold, but has been doing a heap of work with those early resources.
Definitely want to see if GX just continue down the road of allowing Jackie's to be that center star. I like that they have that player who is going to step up and take that spotlight. Of course, if you had to put a label to it on the Vitality side, I say Karzy is one of those players, but they've also shown that Photon can be that big carry too. Part of the reason that we're so optimistic about Vitality is that after week one, where they really just they did something. I don't even want to talk about week one. After it looked pretty rough in week one, with so many members getting caught out individually, week two really came together. Need to see if they can continue that momentum as we move later into the season. For now, Yone going to be banned away. Jackie's has played it before. A champion that he's not won on yet, but obviously is a very mechanically skilled player, and don't really want to give him any kind of comfort.
Does mean Skarner and Rumble are still both up and available though, so curious to see if Vitality are going to grab that. Photon has looked exceptional when he's gotten his hands onto the Rumble, so maybe the ban the Giant X go towards. But there's the Skarner ban actually coming through from Vitality, so actually going to be an option to get both of those big top laners off the board.
Something you pointed out earlier, Rob, Lindsys, of course, yet to play a champion twice. 5 different picks over the 5 games that he's played. So the question is, will there be repeats today? Or does the jungle pool just keep getting deeper? Although to be fair, when you're only playing a 9-game regular season, I think even if you play 9 different champions, we're not going to give you credit that you have like the most insane champion pool. It's just not a big enough sample size. But with the Rumble taken, top lane could be the priority. Instead, Ezreal first pick. Again, Karzy, one of 2 players in our league who had that success before the buffs on 14-12, is a champion who has been pretty decently buffed. And Kai'Sa, of course, going to be the immediate response. Long-time counter pick, I think, originally popularized in the LPL.
Yeah, the whole idea behind it is essentially that because Ezreal has his dash away, you want to be able to land the Void Missile, try and use your ultimate to chase him down, and then it becomes basically impossible for Ezreal to match the damage output that Kai'Sa can do in the 1v1. So kind of in that post-6 is really where you see the Kai'Sa come online and seek those 1v1 opportunities. But let's be real, it's when you get to competitive, it's harder to force those 1v1 opportunities because there's so many map movements that are going on. But TF also going to make sure that he never really feels too alone, Karzy, whenever he's on this Ezreal.
I was going to say, it's like a nice warm hug, the knowing that this guy can show up out of nowhere and just stun anybody he damn well pleases. So Twist of Fate's so popular. Obviously, a pick that has been hit repeatedly but remains that side lane terror. And with the Taliyah locked in, we know it's not going to be a flex. Talked about in solo queue as a mid or top laner, but here in pro, essentially just top.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit in mid lane in the LPL, but realistically you're going to see it top, and I think it's a good answer into a lot of what the Antonio wants to bring to the table. We've seen him bring out the Rumble or tanks, and with the Rumble gone, he's probably going to default back towards some sort of tank, and then that's where TF at least can get the push, start to get some chip damage on the turrets, start to accelerate, and then look for plays elsewhere on the map. So, and you've got great side laning with both the Taliyah and the TF, so we're definitely setting up a very clear understanding of how Vitality want to operate in this game.
Definitely are. Want to move up, want to split up the map. Do need some, maybe a bit of frontline here, depending on how volatile they want to make their composition. Our region generally, historically, has relied on a tank, has relied on some sort of reliable go button. Hylissang, normally that reliable go button, of course no stranger to the concept. Alistar already taken away from him. Something else to follow. Rel is, I think, still... Leona's picking up a lot of steam here, but Rel still seems like the most powerful support in a vacuum without the context of the draft to be seen.
Yeah, she kind of just does everything. Great engage, can get herself out of sticky situations with the jump as well. So you kind of opt into a lot of things, but I'm actually happy to just take the Rel into, or give the Rel across, because I feel like that's what Hylissang more than likely going to go towards. And then it'd be a case of what does Linces want to bring. I prefer having more follow-up CC for the Rel. So maybe they want to go back towards something like a Maokai or something along these lines if they really want to just have another tank that can provide CC for these fights. But I'm curious to see exactly what way they want to go.
Yeah, they're going to go for something more stable or something a little bit more explosive. Renekton the ban there. Braum was also taken away. Yasuo now limited as well. Again, just prioritizing and eliminating those conventional counter picks. Even if we haven't seen the Antonio play them yet, this split, Varus mid, something Jackie's has brought out once before, and another champion that would really hate to see Yasuo, so glad that one's gone.
I think the Varus mid just works well here. You get double poke with the Kai'Sa Varus. We've seen how good those two as a unit can be, but it does mean the Antonio probably wants to go for some sort of AP top laner, so it could be something like the Zac, which we've seen a little bit into the TF, because you can use that leap to close the distance, try and look for aggressive trades, and can play quite far up if you want to try and deny access to the wave into turret push from the TF, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the angle that they want to take. Right now, it feels like Rel is going to be the next pick for this guy. Although, okay.
Senna. The option instead. What? Where are we going, Vitality? This is going to be a difficult composition to play. Again, a lot of range. Senna Ezreal bottom lane, a lot of tools to bully out the Kai'Sa early on.
Taliyah, mid TF, yeah.
Kai'Sa notoriously short range. Normally in Ezreal, a lot of Ezreal lanes, as long as you have a somewhat decent support matchup. But Ezreal
mid.
Mid. What?
Okay.
Look, I'm not here to doubt it. If Ezreal's good, he's also probably good in other lanes too. But one of the Ezreals on this team we have seen be very good on a champion that is very skill intensive, and Vito is of course a very skilled player.
Also, just the last time I saw Vitality pick an Ezreal mid, it didn't go particularly well. So I'm going to hold off. I do think it gives you opportunities to like, hey, I'm going to try and counteract a lot of the push. But I love the response from Giant X, which is, hey, we're still going to keep the Kai'Sa Ezreal matchup by, at least it looks like at the moment, sending the Kai'Sa in towards the mid lane. And then you kind of just got the Varus who should have decent push on bot side. It can look to do a lot. So I also dislike the lack of engage on Vitality. Even if you were going to go for the Senna, I think Ornn would have been a much better pick here, because realistically you have no go button. Sure, you've got some poke, but you're heavily reliant on rapid fire TF to get into range to try and go card start fights, and there's a bloody Malphite on the other side.
Well, now it's Kai'Sa mid and Varus bot lane to balance out. Just follow the Ezreal wherever he goes. Okay, I like the angle here. Rob, I have been very much bamboozled. Presumably the teams were ready for this. They've been in scrims. I have seen over the years many eras of flex pick. 80 carry flex picks, very rarely one of them. But here we are, 2024. The time is now.
But like we saw this from Vitality with Perks on the roster, right? Where they tried to flex this Ezreal into the mid lane. And a little bit less catching people off guard, but it didn't quite work out. I don't dislike the movement. It's just I dislike the lack of engage that they've opened up with. And with Sejuani and Malphite on the other side, you've so much, and even Leona, there's so much follow-up. You have to be so careful as Vitality about how you play this.
Pressure on Vitality to execute well. The good news is VTO won't be too scared of the Malphite as long as he doesn't burn the Arcane Shift aggressively.
I feel like the only place Vitality can play is top lane. Because
what?
Like, so there are Tam Kenches I've seen that can play Engage.
Yeah.
And his name is Carrier.
Yeah.
And look, Hilly
Mako,
has decent mechanics, but I don't think you're going to match how insane Carry is in that pick. So your only real setup for this Taliyah is Photon, but you're against Malphite, which you don't really want to play into. VTO has no setup mid to try and get you into position, and Jackie says the move speed buff to get out of there. I just feel like you've limited so many of these opportunities as Vitality.
This is a high skill composition, I think it's safe to say, from the side of Vitality. In general, when one side has Leona and Sejuani as easy, reliable engage, Malphite there as well, we'll see what kind of build the Antonio wants to go for. That comp is just going to have an easier time playing the game. Vitality, if they play clean, they've got a ton of power in the skirmishes, but they lack, as you said, in just about every single position, that reliable setup. Gold card is all right, Flick is all right, Tahm Kench W is all right, but really, as you mentioned before, only that gold card can be considered reliable. Everything else is so circumstantial.
Yeah, you need to blow up in this game incredibly quickly as Vitality if you hope to try and succeed. And that's why I do like what they're doing at the moment. Linces is splitting the map to try and play around topside and play around that gold card. It looks like they're just going to try and kill the Antonio over and over again and get Photon into a position where he's just able to win out incredibly hard. You can see where you're not really pushing in top lane too hard, but it looks like they may try and set up a dive. This video,
VTO's losing the all in. Press the attack already proc. Jackie's taking his time. W video! Woo! Essence shift forward. Oh, it looked dire. It looked grim there for a second. That rising spell force, that extra passive attack speed paying off.
I wish we could bring up a little picture-in-picture video. Sorry, Niski saying videos. Laning phase is worse.
Yes, laning phase, just like overall. Yeah, well, in the 1v1, Ezreal versus Kai'Sa, he wins out, and as predicted, Rob, the Antonio going to fall as well. 1K gold lead, 2.5 minutes in. Top side for Vitality. Off to a kick and start.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane, we see this trade fairly often where you take the fleet footwork and you think, oh, I can go for these trades, but the press the attack over time just does so much work for video in that one. And then we already highlighted what was going to happen on that top side. So this is exactly what Vitality needed to get this game going, because side lanes are going to be the way they try and play this out. And you need to very much dictate the pace of this game if you hope to play that style.
Linces wandering down. Juhan luckily going to finish the red in time. Now down to the Krugs. Question is, are they going to run into each other here? Linces does get the smite down.
And now Juhan's in a horrible position. You need a video coming down. This is a 4v1.
They need to make a decisive call here, and the decisive call is Juhan will give his life in the exchange. It goes in for a bit of damage. Flick back is there into the rock field. Who are they going to give the kill to? Looks like donation to Carzzy, perhaps, is the name of the game, although undecided as of this moment. Lince is going to grab that one. Vitality, 3 kills again. Breakneck pace here in the early game, and I think Juhan just assumed that they had a hand shook on splitting the map. He was not ready to see Linces in his own side of the jungle.
And I do love when you come in as a commentator or anyone who talks about draft and you're like, this is the way I see it happening. They have no real chance. I really don't like this. And then they just get 3 kills and you're like, well, analysis is out the window now because they are just fed as all hell. So Vitality are in a really good spot. And now Linces with 2 kills.
Rob,
he's going to be in a fantastic spot if he wants to go for these games.
We're going to have to talk about this in the review, man, because honestly, you should have just predicted that Ezreal and Kai'Sa were going to all in each other at level 2 and the VTO was going to win, man. I don't really know why you didn't.
I don't know why I couldn't see it coming.
It's okay. We're all here to
learn. And the Antonio's dead as well. Sorry, it's 4-0. It's going to be 4-0. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a learning moment, Rob. As Photon living really his best life. 0 kill pressure. The Antonio annoying. Q harass, of course. Always going to be frustrating to deal with, but taking poke damage before the tower dive kicks off is not what you want. Juhan on the way up, but there's really nowhere for Antonio to go. Gold card there. Linces already taking flash forward. It's over. The kill. It's done. Photon, though, likely to go down in the follow-up, locked up by the permafrost, and Juhan will at least get a kill back, but that's a lot of CS just getting deleted under the tower.
The Linces and Photon might have been able to play that out, but the extra terror shot onto Linces and Photon just put them too low, so not able to try and play that one, and no cooldowns really on Linces to follow up either. But so nice by Juhan to get one back, but it's a disaster for the Antonio on the top side. You can already see an 800 gold lead for that Twisted Fate.
See, Hylissang going up though, looking for the follow-up, bit of CC, but perhaps overstaying. Ignite ticking down, but Thick Skin healing him up so much. The second proc on the Zenith Blade going forward, the Eclipse there too. Hylissang in trouble, flash forward, the Q. Ignar getting that one. Carzzy still a ton of health. This support just knocked down.
And now there's no mana on Carzzy, so trying to just walk up to see if he can trade TP coming back into lane, but I think Patrick and Ignar should be relatively safe to try and clear this one. Yeah, they're just going to back it up. So we'll lose those 3 CS in the back, but they're happy enough as Patrick has a TP of his own to get back to lane.
Yeah, crucially, Hillsang able to pick up the bombies, so can at least push that wave in. Give Carzzy the time to reset as once again, level 5 for the Antonio, about to take over to level 6. He needs one more creep. They're not going to give it to him. Oh, it's just a single creep of XP, please.
Patrick's coming in behind though. They don't realize that the Antonio is basically trying to bait them in here. He's going to get the level 6 off this next minion and then see if he can get Linces to come up here, or maybe even play for the early Rift Herald.
This creative look here from the side of GX. Starting to wander down, just wanting to play for the grubs. Again, proactive use of the TP here from Patrick, resetting, going to the top side of the Rift, hoping to get either the TP or the ulti out from Photon. And meanwhile, Hillsang still just catching the wave while Carzzy's in the mid lane, picking up some souls. So overall, GX, not too bad, punishing the general lack of wave clear that the Tahm Kench Senna is having, or is gonna have, by just going topside with their TP and looking to knock down some plates.
Yeah, you can even see where Hillsang is as well. He wasn't really hard pushing that wave, so you get the jump on towards hitting this tower first as well. Carzzy gonna spot out that the Antonio's there, but you're still getting gold in towards Patrick too, into what have been going relatively well, let's say, for the Giant bot lane anyway.
Definitely had. More gold though. Now GX start to push in. Canceling the Antonio was big. He didn't opt to reset any further. Now sticking around, hoping that they can maybe make the dive happen. But Carzzy quick with the root. Instantly they go in on Photon. Zenith Blade follow. Oh man, it's so simple. You point, you click. The enemy team just dies. GX making good work of the competition. In the meantime, Tahm Kench is proxying. Not something I thought I'd be saying, but here we are. I think GX happy with that one.
Yeah, especially since, you know, Hillsang getting some extra gold isn't really going to turn into something massive, and you tried to protect that top side as Vitality, and it's now come back to bite you, so you've got a ton more gold that's coming through onto Patrick, and the opportunities for you to try and play outside lanes are getting more and more difficult because towers are starting to, well, get chunked. You can always look for Patrick and Ignar to try and take that top tower if they want to go back there. So for Vitality, you need to try and clean this game out smoothly, or you're going to start to fall further behind to Giant X.
Well, and remember that, what was it, 3 kills to 0?
Yeah.
You were like, it's going to be 4 soon. Well, then it was 4-1, and now it's 4-3. And it feels like Giant X have done a pretty good job of navigating what was a pretty terrible early game and salvaging with that topside play to bring it back within touching distance. Again, 500 gold separates them, 2-1 on the grub score. GX, if they can get that second spawn, get up to 4, it's going to be that much easier for them to push and keep this pressure up as they're already first on the Drake. It just feels like they've been one step ahead in tempo ever since that top lane TP.
They've been doing a fantastic job, and now they get to move in towards this bottom side as well. They actually might be able to cut off Vitality from entering bot side and get some more plates for Patrick. It only kind of seems like Jackie's is the one that's struggling a little bit in defending himself into the tower from Video, but no mana on towards Video means that he can't really pressure Jackie's either. So at the moment, Giant X doing a fantastic job here.
Definitely is a good look. Of course, 51 stacks remaining on the coal for Jackie's. 1-2 items. Really more going to start to see the Kai'Sa look a little bit more powerful. The build is still a question mark. The gold card locked in. Jackie's already backing up. Linces, are you going to have time to go for the flick? And Jackie's just spam emotes a little bit. He knows he just got 3 people's time for nothing. Just an E-cast.
And you might be wondering, hey, look, I'm looking at the top of my screen going, oh, well, there's 900 gold for Vitality. Vitality are winning, right? But it's the difficulty of operating in this composition means you need to be further ahead. Carzzy's going further behind here.
Carzzy. Root now coming through for Hillsang, but he's not going to be able to save Carzzy because Ignar's already on the chase. Locked down, Carzzy nowhere to go. Patrick grabbing the kill. Vitality looking out of sorts here, just so aggressive.
But this is what I was saying, it's very difficult for Vitality to set plays up. You are heavily reliant on Photon to be that main source of CC. Hillsang can throw his body into the works, but that's so unreliable, and now he's got to get himself out of dodge. But this is where Vitality are going to struggle, and Giant X are just abusing that fact by playing very aggressive when there isn't Photon on the map.
Yeah, Solar Flare gets Hillsang's flash. It's going to be something that's easy to punish, and the fight's coming up. And while Jackie's is suffering, as you highlighted, 400 gold lead for VTO, not really going to balance out a lot of the scaling that's coming through on this competition. Photon on the top side, 1.1k. Looks great. Yes, slightly inflated by the fact that that is a Twisted Fate. But he's going to need to be incredibly consistent in finding these angles because, I mean, we've all been there, right? That's a Malphite on the enemy team. No matter how good you think you're doing, if the Nexus isn't dead, he's going to outvalue you in a fight.
And Photon is about to lose his top tower as well. Look at the recess that Patrick has gone for. Immediately moving up towards his top side. You've Sejuani in the area. It is 4 Void Grubs, but it means you can immediately take these Void Grubs and move up towards this top side to take the tower with the numbers advantage. Hylissang still on bottom side, almost has that teleport available, but it's 5 members of GX and they'll happily trade bot tower for top right now, or even just damage on bot tower. I don't even think Hilly can take it.
Yeah, again, Tahm Kench. It doesn't say this in his champion description, but it probably should. Not very good at taking towers.
Yeah, it turns out if you lick a rock, it doesn't do much damage to it.
It's not going to stop him from trying, Rob. He'll just keep licking. And in the meantime, Jackie's still getting a lot of attention. I mean, we talked to Nitro this week, right? And I think it's been pretty clear to everybody, like, Jackie's is the man for GX. And Vitality are clearly looking to punish that. They sent 3 members mid earlier. They sent Carzzy mid on a couple of occasions now, but he's kind of sitting here quietly. He's up in CS. Yes, he's down in gold, but he's not really under any pressure to do anything because his bot lane just keeps moving around the map and getting bigger advantages.
This is brave from Vitality. I'm not 100% certain that they killed the Antonio under the tower. Like, even with Carzzy starting to roam, I think the CC the Antonio brings means he's going to be completely fine.
Ulti. Yeah, that's not enough damage.
Yeah.
He's still standing. Hylissang might feel like he's in a similar state. They are going to try to dive the Tahm Kench instead of just focusing down the tower. Do they have the damage to finish off Hylissang? Ignar still tanking beautifully. Set ultimate across the top. They can't quite finish the job. The arrow will do it. Empowered there from Patrick. Blight stacks enough. Hylissang will go down, as does the Antonio in the meantime, but tower going to fall here.
Nicely done by Vitality in the bottom side, though. That was a difficult dive to try and handle, and they did it incredibly well just playing at the edge of turret range. And now you get trade from towers, but in the grand scheme of things, you're still getting objectives going for Giant X. They're going to be able to reset now a minute until the next dragon, and that's why Haley TP in top wants to disrupt that tempo.
Destiny there. Ignar should just be dead. The flash over the wall. Abyssal Dive won't catch him. Important first tower gold did go to GX. Again, additional 300. Vitality still 1k ahead, but 5 grub buff on the opposite side. Already a Drake stacking up. Cole getting closer and closer. That'll be an instant 300 to GX. And Vitality in the mid game have to be clean, have to be decisive in these plays. Punish the flash from Ignar being down, but everyone else still has their flash up, right? Ulti still up for the Antonio.
Yeah, and that's, he kind of held it. He could have used it in the dive, but held on to it knowing that the dragon was going to be up. So like, you're kind of playing more for objectives here at Giant X, and I do like the thought process of, hey, that's going to be the main focus here. But he has teleport available, whereas Vitality have invested a lot. So for Giant X, send the Antonio top, and then use your numbers advantage to start playing around this dragon on the bottom side.
Boots now going to come through from Jackie's. Courtesy of the inspiration tree as well as static should finish. A couple extra bits of AD just to make sure that he hits that threshold for the empowered Kathy and Rain, Kaisa Q. Vitality Wu just burned down the Drake, tie things up 1-1, but Juhan can just fish. Obviously very beefy, very hard for Vitality to full commit to a single member at this point in the game.
Yeah, surprised Giant X didn't want to commit because they do have a, you know, this first item starting to come through. They are in a really good spot when it comes to their composition, just the ultimate economy that they had available, but they just pushed out now with the Antonio, so it's going to be a question of, is it Rift Herald going to be the main focus for them, where they want to try and push their advantage and really push Vitality out of this game?
Hylissang, bit extra CC for the permafrost fall up on the solar flare. Good ulti coming from Patrick. Immediate flashes out from the side of Vitality, but already one member is dead. Do they want to keep the play going? The Antonio getting lower and lower. Patrick waiting on the next round of cooldowns. That's the ulti out from Juhan, but they can't really commit to VTO. Wall in from Linsis. Juhan. Arctic assaults out to safety, and again, Vitality coming up empty-handed. They're ahead in tempo. They can't just try to start the Herald here. It is on a piece of vision, but blinking health bars from the side of GX means this should just be Vitality's.
They have the TP to come back in if they want to really commit to it, but no, looks like Giant X just happy to try and back that one out. So Flash is invested by Vitality to make sure they can push them back, but they will get the Rift Herald. And as a composition that wants to take towers in side lane, this is going to be a big buff to them in trying to get down that top tower.
Definitely is. Good news as well, Photon finishing up the Kraken Slayer. is going to start to hurt, do a lot more sustained damage. We can take a look back at this play again. The amount of CC tools available to GX is just disgusting.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you managed to get Video and Karzi being able to move back into their own side of the jungle, so it's hard for Giant to really commit to people, and a huge amount was invested into Hylissang, means that Vitality feel way more comfortable to step up. And the Antonio not quite tanky enough just yet to take on the full barrage of Vitality's damage, but Ignar got another mistake, is he?
He's trying to get there. Ooh, Black Cleaver coming in for Karzi. I like this, especially on a team with so much physical damage between the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate. Nice to have that additional shred. And obviously as a Senna, you're normally a very easy target, especially if you go for lethality. And while your Q scaling does scale with lethality, you will get more healing. The extra utility, the extra health, a little bit extra movement speed, always going to feel pretty good. As Karzi now has to be careful here. Ignar, though, just taking a lot of poke. And Karzi happy to have a couple of extra souls, really.
Yeah, Karzi also realistically only going to be hitting front line in this game, so the shred that you get on towards the Antonio and Juhan going to be pretty key for a lot of members that want to go 2-3 items, or even before they pick up Armor Pen, or if you're Photon, probably never pick up Armor Pen, so it's definitely going to help out in a lot that way. But at the moment, Giant haven't really been able to find the same windows that they had to either trade on the map or look to play around the Antonio, so Vitality are doing a good job of kind of slowing the pace down a little bit, not finding or giving opportunities for team fights. And it's just going to be a case of now sticking Photon and Linces eventually in towards these side lanes and just trying to see if they can try and play out through them.
I need to see, again, how GX navigate this mid-game, because as you highlighted earlier, it's pretty clear what Vitality want to be doing, and for GX, we know what happens if they get late enough in the game, if they get the opportunity to front to back, or if they get the opportunity to jump on a Senna. Karzi's not going to take the bait. We'll just poke his head in. However, when we talk about GX, one thing we say consistently when it comes to praise is set plays, early game, very good from GX. Clearly a very well coached, very well practiced teams around things like the lane swap we saw from Patrick. After that, it gets a bit more wishy-washy. The vision becomes a little bit less clear.
And Vitality have just had such a clean mid.
No. There's a reason that the one weakness that Niski could point to for both mid laners was side laning, right? These are guys who get caught a decent amount, both ETO and Jackies. The difference, of course, this time around is that they both got pretty mobile, pretty difficult to lock down champions. But of course, for Vitality, they have a Twisted Fate who makes Kai'Sa much less invisible and much more stunned.
Dragon in a minute's time. Giant X in decent position now, pushing in boss. They know that the Riptide more than likely going to be used mid to try and take that turret, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Jackies push this and then try and rotate in to link with his team in mid lane. Ignar even sitting off to the side here, wants to try and engage if Vitality commit to that, but oh, he's going to get caught here.
Here we go, getting caught on the side lane, the flash over the wall. Hylissang, the slow's already there, the Abyssal Dive sure to follow. They don't even need it, flick back and a shutdown.
Niski's a prophet, man. He literally said, hey, he's going to get caught in the side lane with a ward behind him. That's exactly what happened. Nicely done by Vitality to find that pick, and now numbers disadvantage. This becomes way more difficult for Giant X to try and commit.
Yeah, because realistically, again, when you have a tanky composition like this, if you can layer your CC really well, it's still, you can reliably win fights. But if it's one of your carries who dies, not one of those tanky frontliners, well, that dream kind of falls apart. You're entirely relying on the burst damage coming in from Patrick, which will allow him to tear through the Herald, but not a whole lot else.
Vitality setting up for another pick, though. They know Jackies is just open as TP, so they want to try and play for the pick rather than the big team fight, but they missed their window of opportunity, and now Vitality will have to try and take this team fight against GX.
Karzi staying in the mist. Photon prepping the gold card. GX, death ball.
The good thing about it being every objective that they fight for is that the flashes are back up. Apart from Hylissang, Vitality can still play the exact same way they did at that topside fight.
Challenge, of course. Edge of Night. They need to get it off of Patrick. Nice sidesteps on the Q, and the Antonio fishing for the flank. If they can get any of the flashes, any of the mobility tools burned before the fight starts, GX make it that much easier on themselves. The Antonio about to walk into vision. Hylissang caught out for a brief moment. Photon off to the side. Linces in the back line. The Antonio, when does he want to pull the trigger? Taking their time now. Hylissang going to drop. GX patient. The Antonio still just waiting in the dark as they're going to set their sights on the Drake.
A great learning from that last fight. They were like, hang on, we kind of blew everything too early and then had nothing for when Vitality wanted to re-engage. Instead, we'll find the pick with Patrick's ultimate and then just hold the Antonio as this pressure point to deny Vitality the re-engage. And Giant X find the pick, they find what they want off the Dragon. Really well played.
Definitely. Second items, though, now starting to come through from Vitality. Maybe they'll be able to leverage those to find more picks, to find more angles. Interesting to see the Hourglass coming in, really just trying to make sure that the Antonio cannot find those snap engages. But here you see just a nice bit of patience from the side of GX. They could just throw all their cooldowns down, but really take their time.
And the Antonio knows he's on vision, but you can see he doesn't ever commit. All he wants to do is just stand up and let GX finish Hylissang. And if anyone on Vitality tries to approach, that's when he unloads with the ultimate. But it's just about buying space, and it's that threat of ultimate more so than anything else.
He's like a big Spanish bouncer. You know, he's like, no, you're not coming into this fight. If you want to jump in, if you want to use any mobility to participate in this fight, I will immediately ult you.
I don't know how to say no, not tonight in Spanish.
I really should, because that is not hard, and I did take Spanish at some point, but I have no idea. Does not matter. We'll learn in between this. Duolingo will help us.
Perfect. No, it won't. I've done Duolingo for German. All I can say
Did you
is
learn
that
about the fly?
I can say der Elephant is sehr schön. I am never going to use that sentence ever. I don't want to know that the elephant
that's what
is
people
pretty.
say, and then one day, you're on a date looking at elephants in the zoo. Seems like it would come in handy, bro. That's all I'm saying. We need an elephant champion in League. Then it would be useful.
Yeah. Or die Eule is sehr klug. But God forbid I want to ask for an apple in a supermarket. I'm screwed.
No, yeah, you're in trouble. You get mit Karte bitte, and that's as far as your German's going to go for 6 years. Those are the rules. I don't
mit
make
Karte
them.
and mit Käse. Those are the two things I need to survive.
Languages. Vitality. Oh, getting caught. Linsis picked off here as Jackie's goes in. Not today. What GX are starting to say. Knockup now going in on the Carzzy. Fight just continues. Carzzy's got really nowhere left to go. Vito finally coming on the way in, but Carzzy locked up. The cleanse now coming out. The Antonio flashing forward, looking to lay the smack down. And down goes Carzzy. Vito waiting in the darkness, continuing to throw out abilities, but isn't really going to do much here. The good news for Vitality, though, on the side lane, Photon already looking to knock down that tier 2, and Ignor's just getting chunked out. This Ezreal really hurts. Oh, Vito's clean with it. The Baron still being attempted. 8K getting lower. Vito, there's just no way he can get in here. 5K getting lower.
Does he kill Juan?
Ulti across the top. Nice sidestep. Just a bit of a leash in the end, though. GX getting the Baron. The TP coming up, though. They want to keep the fight going. Senna just to make sure the backs are canceled. Photon walking in, wants to land the gold card. Is going to hit Juhan. Flash over the wall. Immediate ulti coming in from the bars to try and disengage. Vito, is he going to go over? How confident is he? The Purple Worm's already fallen. Vitality just want to get some scraps here. Just want to get some money back, but not going to get much of anything.
They did a nice job of delaying them as well, but unfortunately the wave's just not really in their favor to try and take another turret right now. But Giant X, they get the Baron and they get out relatively free, although Ignar had to give his life. So Vitality going to be very much in the back foot now as Giant X start to come back out of base.
The good news is VTO looks very strong. The bad news is I don't think anyone's ever just going to walk into him without any support ever again in this game. We see GX now much more determined to group, to fight here. Vitality trying to get up to these waves as long as they can while GX are split across the respective lanes just to stop the push. Don't want to give up any towers that they do not have to.
And as well, the good news is that a lot of those, like the mid-outer tower is still up, so the amount of value Giant X get on map coverage is going to be relatively low with this Baron take. So if Vitality kind of go, hey, yes, you've got Baron, but we're going to leave Photon top to take the tier 2 instead, you kind of end up in these somewhat even trades, although it'll be more gold going to Giant X, but the map equation still stays the same.
No. Of course, ulti coming in for Vito as well. Looks like people were not ushering the ulti in, so the minions taking a lot more damage to ushering the minions in. As GX going to get things kicked off for a moment. The safety of the Tom catch, keeping Carzzy standing. The Antonio waiting over the wall. Lots of damage going down on the Malphite. He might be forced to ult soon, and that was the moment. Good attempt by Vitality. Spot out the flank, spot out the angle, deny that potential follow-up tool. And I'm going to be honest, Rob, I don't think this Baron is going to get a whole hell of a lot past the 1,500 gold that it gives you when you take it.
But the fact that the Antonio had to escape with his ultimate means he doesn't have that up for the Infernal Dragon in 30 seconds. So not only are Vitality getting these waves pushed out, might catch Jackie's as well as see Linsis wants to
we've
find
been
him.
here before. Can he W and ult to safety? W onto Linsis, maybe not the ideal target. Flick back is there. Ezreal ult to follow, and that's a shutdown.
And now Dragon number 2 going across the Vitality because there is just no hope Giant X have in defending this. And Giant X just felt uncomfortable in pulling the trigger on that mid play. You can see Video a little close to the wall, but weren't convinced even with the flash up that they might have been able to get him. So Vitality now, they get Dragon, CP from Patrick to the top side to see if they can answer for the tier 2 that's been taken mid by Vitality.
This is not a good Baron.
No.
they've lost money since they got the Baron, and they've lost a Dragon. I mean, well played by Vitality, honestly. Expected, said, hey, this Malphite has to be somewhere around here. Anticipated the Raptors pit play, forcing the ulti out from the Antonio, really just stopped that from doing much other than grabbing this single tier 2 on the top side. Their mid lane tier 1 is still up.
And this is not an easy to execute composition. This relies heavily on having a lot of vision, being able to play around it, communication between multiple different members to find these quick picks. You can even see there, like getting Jackie's, it was Linces leading with his ultimate to have the teleport come through from Photon, catching multiple people, or catching Jackie's out. This is kind of where Vitality have to play on this edge at all points in time, and it's working out great for them.
I think the good news for the side of GX is you've still got a lot of poke. The Kai'Sa AP damage is only going to get higher, and those W's keep connecting. I mean, we saw what Rahel did, right? You can bring a game back from the brink. Now an attempt to find a pick of their own on the side of GX. They look at Linces's flash. Decent amount of damage. Carzzy now in trouble. Hylissang doesn't even have time to push the button, flashing away from the solar flare. There's nothing really on the map for GX to take, but content with the pick for now.
Hoping to just get this mid lane tower, but no real neutral objectives is going to hurt them a little bit as Juhan starts to come in. TP coming through though, he was spotted because he walked just out of the bush there.
Juhan walking up to BTO, as you highlighted. Mid tier 1 finally going to fall. 26.5 minutes into the game. Gold just about dead even. And again, on paper, you know, brain off front to back RuneScape duel. You know, GX win, but Vitality keep finding these angles. If they keep catching individual members out, if they keep catching Jackie's out, you know, twice now on the side lane. It's 3 deaths, 1 from that level 1 all-in or level 2 all-in, and 2 on the side lane. Things are very easy for the side of Vitality.
And this is a flash game now for Giant X. It's, okay, Photon, Linces's flasher down, let's try and focus on these two. If you can get the Antonio to immediately engage onto them, you can blow them up, win the fight, start to continue this pressure forward. But the second you start to overextend or don't do your due diligence in clearing out these wards that are just in behind you, like that's where you're going to cause issues. That was a zoom in. I didn't even know we had that. Not that I'm distracted. This one just got bald.
What does it do?
I don't know.
Yep, that's it. That's all it does. Okay, never mind. We learned together, dear audience. It's very expensive telestration software, by the way. Well, they will at least pop the Edge of Night. But I think this is one of the reasons that whenever Varus shows up in meta, if Ezreal is playable, often Ezreal shows up as well. It's just because these two champions fighting for mid push is some of the least interactive gameplay you will see in League of Legends. They both do it incredibly well. Although now they're ready to interact. ETO. TP behind just to make sure that they're safe. Bit of poke. Again, Ignar, the Antonio, just hoping, waiting for a cooldown to be burnt so they can immediately follow up.
Yeah, it's Photon and Linces are the two people that you want. Photon's flash could be up that little bit sooner, but Giant X playing forward. Watch the Antonio set up for the engage.
Poke from Jackie's starting to hurt. Hitting a minion though is going to cost them. Of course, when you hit the champions, the only time you get the cooldown reduction. So really needs to just keep connecting. Interesting arrow coming out. Not going to connect on the VTO. And VTO, gotta say, you know, while he wasn't super active after that first blood, has been doing very well in the later stages of the game.
Oh, they're going in blind here. Giant X have done a good job of trying to bait this one out, but Carzzy over the wall.
Yeah, perfect vision for now. Courtesy of Photon's ultimate. Photon will now rejoin the fight, has the TP as well. Nice pick onto Jackie's, but the disruption now coming in from Juhan. Immediately ulti coming in from Jackie as well. The Antonio coming over the wall. BTO now going to be in trouble, but he's still standing. The Ezreal still up, still alive. Hylissang getting chunked out. 5 members still up on the side of GX, though. Vitality just aren't tanky enough. They're landing their hits, they're landing their autos, they just don't have the damage.
Thought Ignar might have flashed there to try and get the Xenoblade onto Carzzy, because that could have been the end of it right there. Giant X would have been able to turn over the bar and start to completely decimate what's left of the Vitality towers, but not going to be able to connect, and now Vitality still feeling confident to move in. Making sure that Giant X just aren't on this bar, but the reset's already coming through. And 35 seconds now until Dragon. I think that's where Giant X are going to start to lean.
Would be important to get the soul point. Relatively fast objective for either side, to be honest, when it comes to taking that Baron if it is left unattended.
But that's the thing. I think the fact that Vitality got away without burning flashes and they don't get the Baron over to GX is actually a win, because now with the Dragon coming up in just a couple of seconds, Photon all the way down to Carzzy have their flashes up, so your vulnerable members are going to be fine. and the Antonio doesn't have his flash available, so much more easy to see where this Malphite's going to be coming from and react to it. So Vitality going to start to try and play out the map once more, see if they can draw members of Giant X away, or at least draw them in towards the Baron where they've already got decent vision set up for the angles of attack from Giant X.
Of course, Jackie's just going to solo out the objective here. Vitality's setting up a trap. Going to catch out a single member of GX, but it's difficult to do. Again, on the initial reset, they get mid-prio courtesy of the Ezreal ultimate, but in the following exchange, GX already just run in, bully their way into that Dragon Pit, take the objective, and are setting their sights right back on Baron. Vitality don't have the luxury of finding an isolated or picked off member. Their side lanes are in good spots, but GX are on an objective that they have to respond to if they do choose to start it.
Especially with the Warmogs complete on towards Juhan, any kind of damage that you can get as Vitality onto Juhan is just going to be healed up, so it has to be a full-on pick onto a squishy member. Looks like Vitality is going to try and take the top route. See if they can find people. Oh, Juhan misses though.
Fishing, slow still there. 1, 2, 3, not quite able to get 4. Nice knockback coming in from Lindsys. Hylissang Abyssal dive back to his team just to make sure he has the Devour ready if he needs to. Healing coming in from Carzzy is solid, but Juhan, as you mentioned, is just going to start healing up. That's the Warmogs. The Antonio now going into the VTO, and he's been isolated. He's been caught out. There's nowhere left for him to go. Jackie's just descends. Killer Instinct pairing up with the Antonio. And now Vitality are in trouble. Photon's pushing in the top lane. GX clearly want to start the objective. Nice flash from Hilly. Takes him out. Photon going to grab everything that he can. Lindsys, can he make the hero play? GX ready just to flip this.
Photon has no destiny though. Jackie's going to reset to try and match that top push. Giant X, you want to go for the play, but it's still going to be a 50-50. Lindsys can get into the pit.
Juhan versus Lindsys. The Antonio going over the wall to try to sway, but he doesn't really have that much CC. Looks like Lindsys going to use the wall to try to make it over. 2.8k, gets into the pit, but no! Juhan steady on the trigger, takes down the big purple worm, but in the meantime, Carzzy already trying to take down the objective. Abyssal dive out. Hylissang on the retreat, but Carzzy and Photon teaming up together. Already got one tower. The Antonio ready to punish. Ulti not too far away.
Ignar's in behind though.
Void Seeker didn't quite connect. Ignar, Shield of Daybreak, ready to follow up. Carzzy trying to sidestep as best he can, but he knows he's a dead man walking. Photon just going to sprint out of there. TP in, though they might still want the fight. Gold card ready to go. Locking up the Antonio. VTO, can he turn this one back? Good damage onto the Antonio. Should be able to take the Malphite down before his ulti comes back up, but it's finally there. Sidestep, boom, doesn't backstep back into the Ezreal ultimate. Recalls coming out. GX don't want to get over aggressive here.
The Antonio can TP to the wave. He's going to the ward. He's coming in with the ult.
Photon, flash up. Is he going to be forced to flash away? Ulting on Ezreal. He buffers, but it doesn't matter. VTO caught out Patrick with the arrow. Jackie's with the ulti. Down goes the Ezreal.
Vitality looked like they had life in them, but bit by bit, Giant X were getting tankier. The objectives became more difficult to hold on to, and now Giant X, with the Baron buff, are entering the base of Vitality.
That first Baron power play was nothing, but this one looking a whole hell of a lot better. 30 seconds on VTO. Bot lane respawning now. They're gonna grab at least one inhibitor, likely 2. See if Vitality can mount a defense here, but GX, again, they don't want to get over eager. They've only got one win. They're not looking to take any risks. Sights set on playoffs, knowing how tight the race is at the bottom of the standings. Is Ignar just going to zoom his way out? That Cinder giving a bit of additional movement speed.
Especially when you look at Rogue now 1-5. Mad Lions, Koi still have to play Fnatic and potentially could go 1-5 after that one with the way Fnatic are playing. This could really separate Giant X and help them into playoffs. And it's plays like this, the Antonio just catching video before the arcane shift complete sets up for Jackie's, because the CC still counts. So Jackie's able to get that ultimate across. And yes, Vitality, they get a ton of pressure on this top side, managing to take 2 of the towers, but you don't have the inhibitor, so you don't have pressure there to try and play around. And Giant X now are slowly but surely going to be able to use that wave on top side to keep Vitality in their own base, start to set up sieges on multiple different lanes and make it so hard for Vitality to play this out.
And I gotta say, Rob, in this game right now, we're heading towards having 2 winners, Giant X and Niski, because again, mid laners getting caught out has been the entire game thus far. It's a good bit of poke coming through. Juhan again, not tanky enough though. Forced to flash Arctic Assault out. The Antonio ready to respond. Jackie's continuing to poke here. The plasma stack's really starting to hurt. Death Cab completed. Now Antonio going in, and again, Patrick now godlike. This is the power of their composition. Jackie's can just immediately follow. VTO starting to poke. But he's starting when his base might already be finished. The Antonio backing away, taking his sweet time, waiting for that Kana Grookern to come back up, and GX just keeping the pressure going. One more plasma proc, and Hylissang is probably a dead man. Jackie's weaving in and out, not letting that gold card get close enough. TP in from the base, but I think this is just going to be it. Patrick walks up, kills Photon. One more wave should do it. Vitality, one last desperate hold. Lince is going over, trying to lock up Patrick. Can't even get the flick back. Oh, the ulti, not quite perfectly timed. Lince is escaping, but Patrick still remains untouched. Jackie's untouched. GX looking to pick up their second win here in Summers as Jackie's once again taken over alongside Patrick. 9-0-7, a beautiful game from the 80 carries on GX.
It looked tough at moments. Vitality gave them a run for their money, but at the end of it, it's Giant X able to pick up their second win in Summer, and such a crucial one over, well, Vitality, who are now linked with them at 2 and 4 in the standings, but also again just separating themselves from that the 9th, 10th place spots.
Yeah, for now, vote for your Q, the player of the game at LEC on X. The Antonio, Jackies, or Patrick are your options. And I gotta say, Patrick, really fantastic game, just really clean on the Varus, doing his job, and when all that attention was being paid toward Jackie's in the early game, to stop him from some of those montage games he's had earlier in the split, he really stepped up. GX can be feeling good after that one. We're gonna head to a quick break. Jackie's will join us at the analyst desk when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby. Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
not really pushing in top lane too hard, but it looks like they may try and set up a dive. Video.
Tio's losing me all in. Press the attack already procced. Jackie's taking his time. WV!
Can we pull the trigger? Okay, go. I will flash ulti on Senna.
I just ulti this stop catch.
Look. Okay, they will flash. Kick the gate. They can go. Yeah, they're going. Oh, look, Kai'Sa.
Sentinel, best
Kai'Sa under fresh. Oh, I have ulti 1 second. Look, Edrel. Oh, yeah. Woo! Let's go, guys. Good job. Well played.
Welcome back to the LEC, where Giant X have secured their second win of the split, this time around against Vitality. We're joined with Jackies from Giant X. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it, but congratulations on a win. I want to start off with the clip that we just saw, level 2. Do you want to walk us through like what happened there? Why are you laughing?
I mean, I have to say, VTO played it really well, but I've played a bit of Kai'Sa Ezreal matchups, right? But I've never seen a W level 2. I think that caught me completely off guard on how to play the matchup. So I thought I have an angle, but actually I got kind of outplayed. Like, gotta give props to him. So yeah, it was just well played by him.
We haven't seen an Ezreal mid in a while, let alone a Kai'Sa mid. So talk us through when you saw that Ezreal being locked in from the side of Vitality. Were you expecting it to be your laner matchup?
I mean, yeah, we were for sure expecting it, because since Ezreal buffs came through, I think, I mean, even if you look at VTO PGG, he's kind of spamming Ezreal mid, right? But yeah, the second they picked it, I knew that they wouldn't probably expect that we sent Kai'Sa mid as well. So we got the really good bot matchup, and since we got Varus on 4 as well, we could like double flex it, right? Because I play Varus as well. So I think it was a really easy draft for us this game. So good job to the coaches, yeah.
Coach Cap.
Shout out to the coaches.
Yeah, I mean, which one of the two mid lane champs do you enjoy more? Kai'Sa, Varus?
I think Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is more fun. Varus is probably stronger, but Kai'Sa is for sure way more fun. You can jump in and stuff, yeah.
When we're looking at Giant X particularly, something that Niski said coming into this game was like, well, both of you and Jackie's got caught quite a lot. But I felt like that wasn't necessarily the case this time around in this game, because it felt like Giant X were the ones who were actually ahead and able to get a lot of catches on Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I do get caught a lot. Antonio, I don't remember that well that he got caught a lot, but I mean, this game I got caught twice as well, so it is true. But yeah, I think the reason they were getting caught is, I mean, I'll just come back to the draft. I think it's just so hard, right? Like, they have 4 squishies against Malphite, Leona, Sejuani, and then Hele is there like, okay, guys, I guess I have to frontline for everyone. So yeah, we just kind of killed him a bunch of times, and we just got a lot from that.
Yeah, and we saw it here as well. D'Antonio setting up a lot of fights with the Malphite, moving onto the Baron. Lince's trying to go for the steal, but not working out in the end. And ultimately, I think that was really what separated the two teams. Like, every time they caught you, for example, they weren't able to get much from it. When you guys got to pick on anyone, it usually translated into something bigger, like a Drake or a Baron. Or in this case, a Baron, and then a lot of free kills on top of it.
Anything you want to say to Niski, though, him saying that you get caught a lot? Or you want to keep it humble?
I mean, he's right? I
Okay.
can't do much if he's right. Like, he's just spitting facts, so...
All right, we have Kia player of the game. Is there anyone in particular in the team you would give it to, like yourself?
No, not myself this time. But I would give it to Patrick, because I think he made... I mean, early game, me and Antonio got kind of caught a lot, right? I mean, I got solo killed and he was getting camped up, but I think Patrick was kind of saving the game a bit with his TP stop and stuff, so I would give it to him personally.
Well, Twitter gave it to D'Antonio, so that's going to go there. But congratulations to him for securing Kia player of the game. We're going to be looking at our next matchup. It's going to be G2 going up against Karmine Corps. When you're looking at both of these teams, I feel like G2 hasn't really had that explosive start that we're expecting from them. KC, week 1, we're like, oh, can they do it? And then it was like, maybe not. Which camp are you in for both of these teams?
I mean, I think G2 will probably win, but I think KC can do something, because I think they upgraded a lot. I think they have a decent identity now with Kana in the top lane, and Upset is taking sometimes a bit more of the weak side with Senna and stuff. So I think they can maybe try something, but I'm going to think that G2 is going to probably take it.
I think that's a fair prediction. I also believe
But you're the G2 hater. You're supposed to... You're paid to hate on G2.
You really want me to be a G2 hater,
No,
don't
I
you?
don't. I'm just saying, like, from what I've heard so far, you know.
Okay, sure. Well, I think now KC, while not having the ability to beat G2 in the past, might be able to get their first win here, just because of, like what Jackie said, they have a big upgrade in the top lane with Kana coming in, which makes them more flexible. They can play for pretty much any lane. I think Closer has been really, really good in a lot of the early games we've seen from them. Now, the problem with G2 is that even if KC gets that early game advantage and starts snowballing, G2 is so good in the mid and late game fights and setting up the objectives. And that's where we need to see KC really shining if they want to come out on top today.
I see you're nodding in agreement when he was talking about G2 being able to, you know, stomp that lead that you get. Personal feelings here?
I mean, yeah, it's true. I think against G2 we should have won. We had a big lead, but yeah, I mean, Broken Blade even got a Skarner clip everywhere now that I got completely clipped on. But yeah, I mean, G2 is pretty good at slowing up the game for sure. Caps ended, I'm pretty sure, 3 times now. When people were going Nashor, he just kind of ended the game. So yeah, they're pretty smart. I mean, yeah, it's G2, so.
KC, though, we've seen glimpses of what they can do, but G2 and Vitality are the only 2 teams that KC has not won a matchup against. So that makes me even more worried.
Well, you know, at some point that might change, and like we said, it could be today, but it depends on a few different factors, and most of all, I think you got to keep an eye on the jungle matchup. If Closer has a really good start, and if he can shut down Yike, it could be a good KC day.
It could be. I guess we're going to have to wait and see whether or not that will be the outcome, because we're ready to head into our game. Karmine Corp going up against G2 with Dagda and Drakus.
Thank you very much, Ginny. We are Dagda and Drakus, ready for KC versus G2. I'm hoping for a super explosive game of League of Legends. Lots of fighting, please. Because the meta says every game has to take 40 minutes, but the games so far today say no. You can do it in less. You can do it more aggressively, more confidently. And I hope we can see some of that confidence come up from KC because, again, while it is marginal improvement, and maybe even solid improvement, in the context of the league, you know, it's enough probably to make playoffs this time around. But again, their goal, top 3, season finals on a pathway that could eventually take them to Worlds. They're big, ambitious goals. But if they want to get there, they need more wins under their belt. They need higher placement. And they need to keep this progression going at a rapid pace.
Well, we're going to have to see that progression off of a lot of comfort picks coming through, or at least Vladdy anyway, with the Taliyah being taken off the board. I think it's a nice one from G2. I also think the most proactive and biggest impact we've seen Closer have is on a Rek'Sai. So always an option if you want to go back towards the Rek'Sai to just try and take that away. But it does mean that you're leaving a lot of those big power picks that we see banned away a lot of the times open. It's going to be the Nautilus instead. So Closer may get his hands still on the Rek'Sai, which he's been a big fan of. It is a Yike special too.
It is a Yike special. One that he's pulled out once already this season. KC debating what they want to ban away. Vladdy eternally smiling. Will take the Rumble off the board. Sejuani going to be the first pick lock-in. It seems like they respect that option a little bit more. And in general, obviously does synergize with a lot of the champions who are good in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm curious now what Karmine Corp want to try and respond to it. Do you just go back towards, hey, we're going to handshake the tanks in the jungle, play something like the Maokai? Ivern also was running amok last week in LEC, but haven't seen it too much. But will be the opposite tree. It looks like it's picked up. And then I imagine you're going to take something for Upset here in the bottom side of the map, although in a lot of the drafts that I have seen from Karmine Corp, they tend to leave Upset to counter pick in a lot of situations rather than just upright taking his pick.
Historically, Upset has been a big Ezreal player, and Ezreal obviously not quite sure if he's objectively strong or flavor of the month based on the games that we have seen, but wouldn't be surprised if he then prioritized. Instead, it'll be the Corki again. This is a champion that got knocked down a little bit on this patch. Still expected to be quite strong and is still a flex pick, so can go into the hands of Vladdy or Upset. So I like this as a second pick.
I do personally prefer it in the mid lane, though. I think it's just got the lack of damage that you get in the late game doesn't supplement what an AD carry really wants to do. So I think setting up that towards Vladdy in the mid lane gives you a lot of push, a lot of control there, and then allowing Upset to still go for this kind of counter pick we were talking about, maybe even on this next rotation.
Okay, well, that's a Sejuani support and or top lane.
Huh.
Or...
Oh, is it Senna pick here? Is that a Senna Sejuani?
Double melee bot lane. All right. Well, here we go. G2, not only are they cooking, but they might just be bringing back some classics, but they take their time. They're going to lock in the Kaisa. So we have a cocktail of champions now locked in. Sejuani's in. Excellent synergy, but not normally a combo that we see. But between the knockup and the following Sejuani stun, these are going to be 2 incredibly difficult champions to kill, especially for a Corki who is no longer, you know, that poke demon that he used to be.
The thing is, Maokai can also flex the board, so technically we have no idea where any of these champions are going right
Woo!
now.
Anarchy! What does anything mean? Okay, Gnar. Okay. Top lane.
AD car. No.
Rob, like, Rob, please, I need something to ground me in reality. Kana, the source of that grounding for KC.
I do wonder though, because the way I could potentially see this going is the Kaisa goes in towards the mid for caps. I think you can take Senna, Sejuani into the bottom lane, and then you can always still kind of wait to see what Broken Blade wants to take. With the Gnar now locked in, could always go back towards the Yasuo. We saw that initially come out as a counter pick when Gnar was first released, but kind of fell off in popularity. But even things like the Zac could still work out incredibly well, but you are lacking a lot of damage. So it could be a case of going towards something like a Jace or even the TF in that top side for Broken Blade if you really wanted to.
Well, a quick doing of my diligence on the old pro builds shows us that Broken Blade and Irrelevant have both been spamming Sejuani top. So mayhaps it is a top lane Sejuani, although of course it could still be a flex. We have seen Sejuani support historically, and a lot of information remains relatively unclear. Double 80 carry bands, leverage at G2, some support options taken away. Braum in general, I think in a meta where we're going so late and scaling, so much of it is about 1 or 2 very often ranged carries doing damage. That Unbreakable just so high value paired with the passive, so G2 not going to give that one over.
Also says they're probably looking for something like an Alistar if they want to go for the support, or even if you want to take that Ornn very good in towards the Braum, sorry, very good into Ornn trying to disrupt that ultimate, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. And you still have so many options here as G2. Again, there's no real concern as to exactly where everything's lying.
Sorry, Mickey X has also played as support, so he's
welcome to G2.
He's fed on it a lot more than Broken Blade has, so
that hasn't stopped him before.
The flexibility remains open. There's a debate over who should play
That's
it.
a Poppy green if I've ever seen one.
Well, we'll find out.
Oh.
Okay, Leona locked in. I feel like we've got a really solid core composition. How did you know it was a Poppy grid?
Look, I've played Magic the Gathering with this man. I know. I know.
He has got worst poker face of any pro ever.
Except for that one time he completely bamboozled Caps.
Yes. True. Okay, so Poppy locked in. G2, lot of beefy divers coming through, and a hyper scaling carry. I assume, please, if there is anything left of sanity in this world, that will be in the mid lane for Caps.
Is it Poppy top?
No, I don't know. But I'm hoping that it is Poppy support.
I think
that
it's
does
Poppy
look better.
Support. It's
Obviously
really
good into Leona. Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it'll be the Poppy down the bottom side. Broken Blade will just look to try and farm up essentially on the Sejuani. Still people going a lot for the Warmogs first on Sejuani, no matter where she tends to go. So you'll be able to survive a lot of the poke that comes through from something like the Gnar. And yeah, so yeah, at least Carmine Corp, way more standard that we're all good with. But I'm curious to see how G2 are going to work on this composition.
Yeah.
It feels like you've got decent engage and some strong skirmishing with both the Xin Zhao and the Sejuani through that top side with Caps there. But yeah, I think it's an interesting draft from G2. I think it'd be cool to see.
Good to find out. Of course, Ezreal will be the final lock-in. As we mentioned previously, the later you go into the game, the harder it becomes to be the Ezreal against the Kaisa. But when you look at the composition for G2, you can understand how this might be the option that comes out, because
they're lunatics.
Yeah. Well, they've got a Poppy, a Xin Zhao, and a Sejuani, and there aren't very many champions in the game who can get away from that trio, and most of the ones that can are instantly stopped by Poppy W. Ezreal, not amongst them, so a bit more hope for upset as we get into later stages of the game, but certainly some pressure. See if KC can start to take over early. Again, you've got the Gnar, first few levels. Yes, Sejuani base damages are tough, but if you can outplay, stay at range in that mini Gnar, you can do a lot of work. Similar with the Corki in mid lane, so some avenues of attack for KC in the early game, most certainly.
And that's kind of where we've seen G2 fumble the bag a little bit. Has been, hey, we're not really getting that early execution coming through. Over the last couple of weeks, there's been individual errors across the board that have given leads to teams, which is why they haven't been able to pick up as many wins as people might have expected coming off the back of MSI. But we'll have to see now if KC can try and exploit that.
And we have had a game delay. A reminder, here in the regular season, the drafts are pre-recorded. And so when it came time for players to get onto stage and reselect the champions that they had selected previously, they picked the wrong ones. And so that's going to take 2 minutes.
Who was it?
I'm not, I can't name and shame. I've been told exactly how much is safe for air, and all I can say is that somebody in 15 minutes forgot what they were playing, and now we're remaking the champ select. So they're going to speed run their way through it, but in order to make sure that we have all of the stats correctly, they do have to make sure to get all the bans right, all the picks right, lock everything in. So now we hang out. Hopefully hasn't broken focus for either side as we get ready for this game. Again, stakes. Why does Kana look so mischievous?
I was going to say, he is so close to his screen as well. That's like an FPS.
Yeah. Kana missed his calling as a Valorant pro. Don't know if he's good at Valorant, but just based on screen alone, Rob, we know that he can hack it as an FPS pro.
Can someone check his aim placement, please?
Yeah.
See where the mouse is.
Where's like? Can we get a quick check on Connor's crosshair placement? Does he have the angles good? Does he have the lineups?
You can tell I'm not an FPS player because I couldn't think of the word crosshair the entire time I was trying to say that.
Does he have the little dot in the right spot?
Has he changed it? Because apparently that's what the first thing you're supposed to do.
Yeah, no, you really need your custom crosshair. People get mad if you have a bad one, I think.
Yeah, I played with Mitch, man. He gets mad whenever he looks at my screen.
Look, there are some things that aren't worth getting mad over. One of them is the players locking in the wrong champion in a champ select they've already done before. Because we're a minute away, we're about to get there. Worry not, dear friends. The game will soon start. Focus still. Vladdy very expressive, talks with his hands a lot. I like that in a person. And again, the Kana cam seems to be the focus. Our director really likes Kana today. Lots of Kana. Kana and Broken Blade.
Yeah, I do feel like
as old as time.
I do feel like Kana has to step up a little bit though, because it feels like his understanding of individual matchups hasn't quite been there in laning phase. Like we saw his first week coming in, thanks to Odo, highlighted very well how he fell behind in the Jax matchup, didn't really look that good. Feels like he's fallen behind a lot of matchups where he should have leads, but then when it gets to him feeling comfort in a team fight or being able to find moments in a mid game, feels like that's where he's been slightly stronger. So I do want him to come in with what is comfort for him. We've seen Kana on Nard plenty of times over in the LCK, having a strong performance now up against the situation.
Well, let's get into it. The players are ready. They picked the correct champions. Woo! Runes, masteries, everything. That means we can start the game. It's time for KC versus G2. And you highlighted it, right? Kana, I think a ton of pressure on his shoulders for both him and Closer, right? To be away from the competitive scene for a split, to come in, to be expected to turn a year around that has been very tough for KC. Some good signs, certainly. But the pressure, the ambition of the organization does make things very difficult. Up against G2, a team that has, because of their pedigree, kind of been given the benefit of the doubt very often across this season, the MSI hangover. Perhaps something that KC can exploit. Punish them here for some of their more creative options. That said, you know, Hail of Blades Poppy, if they fumble the level 1, this spot lane is going to be incredibly difficult to play out.
They're trying to set up for the year. Thought that there might be an invade coming through from KC, but not actually going to be the case. G2 going to end up wandering back down, but hyper-aggressive positioning from Upset and Targamas, stepping into that final brush. Maybe looking to poke out Mickey and Hans as they come into lane.
Does Vladdy know he's on mid? Like, is he just teasing them?
I don't think he does. No.
Oh, that's not where you want to be. Right into the wall. Hail Blades. 1, 2, and 3 autos. No, forced to flash. Not ideal level 1. Good look from the side of G2. Use their information, but don't get too eager. Again, costs them nothing. Outside of, I believe, the Ignite of Mickey, and they'll get the flash out of Vladdy.
I don't even think we got the Ignite out of Mickey. I think it was just the damage that came down. And that Halo Blades Poppy does a ton of work in the early stages, plus getting the slam against the wall. And Vladdy definitely on the back foot now. I don't think he'll be under too much pressure. You do the free footwork, so should be able to try and heal up. Has the pot and biscuits there too, but
Gosh.
Kind of putting me in my place there. Saying, no, get the hell out of the lane. You're TPing back, mate.
Well, in level 1, you'd love to be, you know, Gatling gun, walking up to Caps, just obliterating him with your base damage and your auto attacks, and now instead you're TPing back to lane. You've had to start in completely unoptimal circumstances, and Caps, if there's no support from Closer here, it's just going to have a very smooth, very easy laning phase, which normally you'd be waiting till, what, 5, 7, at least have a couple of ranks in your abilities before Azir can really do anything.
And this is, again, like Vladdy going up against the GOAT of LEC in his rookie split, so it's not exactly the start that he would have liked to have had. Has looked good on champions like the Talia, but definitely going to have to try and show up now in the Corki as well. Closer on something that he can play aggressive, and at least Vladdy not afraid to fight back Caps here when he knows he has an advantage.
Downside, of course, is Caps has the TP to reset whenever he chooses, as well as an additional pot. There are some biscuits for Vladdy, but good timing on the all-in, right? Level 2, right as the minion dies for level 3, jumps in, manages to get an even trade despite a disadvantageous early situation. And now Targamas, at least for now, poking his head in. Needs to be careful on the roams, though, because the Poppy base damage is can be a lot.
This is something we've seen very regularly from KC though, where you will get the early reset coming through from upset, usually to get a Cole, but now playing the Ezreal, he's going to go for the tier instead. And it opens up Targamas to try and play around mid lane. And this has kind of been how they've entered Vladdy into the LEC, but having Targamas make that first roam, then Closer play around mid lane and just babysit Vladdy a little bit to keep him in check, but G2 might actually catch out on this top side.
Topside play, Yike and Broken Blade forced to be reckoned with. Again, the CC that's going to come through here is so tough to deal with. The immediate follow. First Blade now coming through as well. A second stun could follow. Kana getting locked up. 4 stacks, Permafrost. Broken Blade getting lower and lower. Kana just wants to finish it. Hop forward, gets him with the crunch. Should just be dead here to Yike. Double kill for G2 on the top side.
Nicely done by G2, catching out Closer. Broken Blade was already in position to start to lean across thanks to that massive wave that he'd already garnered for himself in that top end. And pick off 2 kills now, and Yike getting them as well. It's kind of just perfect, but we'll see it here. Broken Blade able to scoot across that little bit quicker. Yike gets on towards Closer with the audacious charge. The E follow-up from Broken Blade immediately into the flash Q as well. And Kana will get one back, but it still means that Yike's able to take him down. Good call from Kana not to invest his own flash. Knew he was dead to rights.
Yeah, gonna make it that much easier to survive in future plays. The Targamas getting lower. Ignite ticking, flash forward. The Buckler gonna finish the job. Captain Slovenia in the bottom lane.
I think G2 are coming back.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, like the Poppy is something specifically, especially when the Halo Blades comes out, that if you don't play the lane really clean, the game is just going to get away from you, right? If you do, you can punish him mid-game for sure, for not having Aftershock, for being so squishy. But when you fall behind like this, it does not get any easier. 1.2k gold lead, 5 minutes in. Kana can still do well in the isolated 1v1, but as Yike gets scarier, that's where things are just going to get difficult around these plays. If you want to do anything topside, the duo of Broken Blade and Yike, I just think beats any duo that KC can put together. The synergy, again, between the Permafrost and the 3 Talon Strike, the knock-up into the stun, is just too hard for most champs to deal with.
Yeah, and I think that's why we'll see Closer try to lean into this bottom side, look for Dragon. I was going to say off this push, but not feeling it. Actually wants to try and move up to, it seems, contest G2 on towards the Void Group spawn, but I don't really know if that's the play. I would have preferred that you just kind of use that moment to take a bit for yourself, but maybe with the reset timings on towards upset, they weren't as confident that they'd just be able to immediately take that Dragon and still be back in time for the wave on bot side.
I think the other struggle is if KC fall too far behind and Broken Blade just gets to get ahead in terms of early itemization, pick up some armor, it is really, really tough for them to deal with that. Yes, Corki, Vladdy can shred some of it, but Closer has opted into some AP, will be the really only source of magic damage outside of some Leona procs here and there, outside of some hyper procs from the Gnar, right? You're very, very reliant on physical damage.
But you're the Elden Ring specialist. How do 3 swords do into ashes in that game? I don't really
look.
I don't know the current the conversion rates.
I can't. Everything I want to say about Elden Ring cannot be said, Rob, because it's all
it's all spoilers.
It's all spoilers. Only thing I will say is, if a boss shows up with 2 weapons and not a single weapon, run. You are not ready. You think you're ready, but you're not. Mark will back me up on this one. You think you're ready, but you're not.
So don't mess with Yike is what I'm learning right now. Seems to be kind of the consensus. And I do agree. I think Yike's in a brilliant spot, which is why I was surprised to see Closer kind of not position himself down towards the bottom side to try and cross map, but it is kind of difficult. Hans still has the cleanse, so would be able to try and get away from Targamas, but no flash towards the Kai'Sa, and Closer's flash coming up soon means there is a potential for a play within that small window.
Maybe can capitalize on it, but again, as you highlighted before, the cleanse makes it really difficult. Level 6 for Upset, though. He can start to play a little bit more aggressive. Momentum in the lane still in his favor. Obviously, early backs for Ezreal not great because you essentially have to buy tier, 0 combat stats, but it does mean you can spam much more aggressively in the bottom lane matchup. Yike might be first on the run, but luckily the sapling spots him out. Drake pulled by Closer as well, so Yike gonna be forced to check that one. Ooh, I think the auto attack didn't quite give him away. Mickey getting started. Halo Blades there. Targamas might just have to flash out. He's got nothing left. Again, the lockup is good, but they can't get in range of Yike to deal any damage. The power of level 6 coming in for Zinzao, but the timing is good. Mickey forced to flash away. Solid start for KC. They don't have any more gas in the tank. Wind becomes lightning. Down goes the tree.
And Yike very much confirming that he's the carry in this relationship with Hans Sama, sniping that one away as Hans auto attacks in the air. But Upset said us to be careful here because the ultimate is up for Hans Sama, and if he lands a W, could look for bit of damage here. Upset going to be able to arcade shift away from it, but nicely done by G2. Covers the bot play and now has so much room for activities on the map.
Yeah. You're my stepbrother now, Rob.
Yeah.
Got so much place for activities. And just as many hazards, if I remember that movie correctly. Here we are, Rob.
Did KC touch their drum set?
That was a very good question. I think that movie's too old now. I don't know enough people who have seen it. That's going to be the struggle. But, okay, look. At this stage, Rob, 2K gold lead. 4 kills up. Flash backup for Targamas. That's kind of the big one, right? Nice to have. But they didn't successfully capitalize on Hansama's flash being down. And that's just, it's so hard because Yike is only getting scarier. He went Tiamat. There's no time for a quick Sundered Sky stop off. This man is here to do damage. And I just don't see how they can test any of these fights or any of these objectives. They can cross-map a bit, but not a lot of other options. Upset gonna try to E out the flash as well. Knock up there too. We might just be taken down. Ulti in, one more auto. Hansama finishes. Targaman's forced to flash out. And the redive might be coming. He's holding the wave. Mickey's gonna start to push that one forward. Recall going in from Targamas. Is Vladdy doing all right in the 1v1 mid? It's about an even trade. Devastation on the bottom side.
They know the closest on the top side. They'll be spotted on the ward at Krug, so even BB getting a nice ward down there to spot out as a Maokai, look for a potential dive, but he's going to look for the reset. Now Hansama, 2 kills, the turret plate as well. He's going to be so far accelerated as this Kaisa, and you already kind of alluded to it, Dracos. There's very little that KC can do right now. Like, Closer is trying to cross map, but G2 are already prepared for it with the vision.
And again, Sejuani just a really tough tank for this duo to dive. Gnar needs a bit of time to harass down, and Broken Blade, we'll see what he wants to go for first here. It looks like it might just be a Fimbulwinter, starting the health scaling early, but just don't have the damage. Look, like, Kana doesn't have any items. Mega Gnar bases are good, but have to be really clean on the dive if you want to make it happen. And right now you can see the Broken Blade does not care. Whenever his passive is up, he just walks in, does a ton of work, the flash! He does it early! The Bandito Slogan, no! Broken Blade coming up clutch on the top side.
And right as Void Grub spawn as well. So Yike's able to get the Void Grubs. They get the outplay on the top side. And G2 are commanding this early game against Karmine Corp.
I mean, look, at this point, it just like the Sejuani, whenever she has passive, just walks in. There's just nothing that can be done, and you have to feel for Kana. This probably wasn't the top lane matchup you were anticipating, but here it is all the same.
And just ends up taking that step too far forward. Able to connect with the W from Broken Blade is perfect because then you get the follow-up, the ult afterwards, and then the flash forward. Kana panics and ends up flashing into the waiting arms of Broken Blade. He knows he got away with that one.
And excuse me, the Royal Bandits, the logo flashed. I mean, look, that's got to suck for Kana, right? That is, you have won the mental game there for Broken Blade. And it's only going to continue to get easier. Once base damages are out of the equation, maybe Kana can start to take over. But Broken Blade clearly knows the Sejuani mechanics. Again, if you get 4 stacks here first, permafrost proc, ulti, another permafrost proc. If you do it in the other order, you can't get both procs. Which again, I know that no one thought we'd be talking about Sejuani mechanics, but they do exist. That's the one. There's one Sejuani mechanic, that is the one.
Well, I mean, Hansam and Ignar also painfully aware that the E is a projectile, right?
True.
There's a little bit there.
Oh, man. The amount of times you've just seen it outplayed. Now, though, 1.3k gold lead bottom lane. 1.1k gold lead in the jungle. KC, it's a survival game now, right? They don't have the gold advantage. Maybe if they can find individuals isolated on side, just like we saw in our previous game, they have some angles to come back into this one. But it's looking a little grim, Rob.
Yeah, I think the problem is you've now lost all 6 Void Grubs. First Dragon. You do have both Dragon and Rift Herald coming up at a similar time, so maybe you can try and cross-map for the opposite one that G2 wants to go for, but knowing G2, they are definitely more of a Rift Herald team where they want to try and take that and blow open the game with more gold. So in this position, I just don't... Oh, hang on,
Kana. Nice ulti for the knockback there. Hansama trades all. Positive trade for Kana, though. Remember, Gnarl pretty low cooldown at this stage of the game. But now going to be forced back. And Mickey's still threatening to walk up with the buckler and just cancel. For now, KC feels like they're going to be behind on tempo. And if Kana TP's back here, he is going to be in trouble.
Targamas also reset, which I don't know if I fully agree with. I think KC could have just looked to try and play for turret plates on the bottom side themselves as well, but now Upset can't. So it's kind of just Hans Sama getting plates where KC aren't on the map because Kana had to reset. And as you highlighted, Dracos can't really TP back as Kana because you will get dove by G2. So 3 plates now for nothing on the opposite side for KC.
The plates have already been taken too. KC hoping that they can maybe find a play here.
6 grubs.
Spending a lot of time running to this lane to get nothing. Ezreal coming across the top. TP going in now as well. Broken Blade on the way. Flash out. Ulti going in. Broken Blade under the tower, taking a bit more damage than he would like. Solar Flare to follow. Kana trying to do a bit more work, but all of G2 there, ready to body block to stop any fallout play.
Still, that's... Hey, look, yes, you invested some ultimates and you got the TP from Broken Blade, but that is top tower now down, and Cap's going to get some nice damage on towards the mid lane as well. Vladdy already taken a bit low. Cap's going to rotate now down to catch that bot wave, so you don't end up losing out on that advantage either. And with Dragon and Riftout now up, it just G2 are just guessing so much gold on the map.
Yeah. And a reminder for playoff stakes, after today, there'll be 3 more games for each of our teams. 5 guaranteed lock, 4 you're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker, depending on how the rest of the standings shake up. 4 might be enough to get you in. We can't say at this point. And KC need 2 wins. And right now in this game, it doesn't feel like this is going to be one of them. While G2, yes, it started questionably, feels like right back into form, right back on the way to playoffs, as if nothing happened in those first weeks, Rob. And it's tough. Because again, if it wasn't for the grubs, if it wasn't for the 6 grub buff, if it wasn't for a number of little things, KC wouldn't be nearly this far behind. But Mickey just continuing to be a nuisance on this Poppy as his carries get further and further ahead. The only person with a gold lead at all is Kana. But again, doesn't really offering him a big pressure point on the map. Not enough for him to solo push out topside.
A lot of KC members invest in the bot side to try and defend against the potential play there, but G2 just going to be happy to take the Dragon. And again, because KC are worried about both the Dragon and the turret being taken on the bottom side, they have to try and defend here, so can't really go for the cross map we were talking about. So G2 kind of already setting the map up in their favor in a position where you just end up in a lose-lose as KC. Mickey, spot on a ward though.
Yep, starting to clear out the control ward. His ward over the wall, of course, spotting multiple members of KC were in the area. Very difficult to approach bot lane as long as that Tri-Brush is warded. G2 will now clear it out. Realize they've all been spotted by the Sapling and now just push in to break down this tower. They've already grabbed 1, they're going to grab 2 now. KC immediately retreat. There is no cross-map play available. G2 really just taking everything they want. A tower, a Drake. Kana can get a bit of CS, but that's really it.
But you're seeing why so many teams will try and fight for these Void Grubs and not give across 6, because of the tower taking that G2 have is absolutely absurd. Like, they step up and the towers are just disintegrating. Now Kana trying to get something back at the top side, but Broken Blade trading well. Just going to clear out this wave.
And I mean, pressure on him really, as the member unattended by the remaining members of G2, to try to get an advantage back, but it's just not going to be much. Once you're out of Mini-Gnar, the sustained damage is non-existent. The burst damage is good, but Broken Blade's already really tanky. If you don't have him at 50% or less, you can't all in him under a tower. It's just not going to work.
And now, Riftar going to be taken as well. Caps hasn't even picked up any kills, but still has a 1.1k gold lead with how much pressure G2 have had on the map. And he has teleport if he wants to try and come back in here, so going to reset. I was going to say pick up his boots and maybe come into this, but Vladdy actually able to get a quick stop off him.
Upset.
No, okay. Nice try. I respect
the attempt. Very close. Yike. Takes the Herald. KC will get the information a little bit ahead of schedule that it was taken. It's like a division from the Ezreal ult, and Upset just doing what he can now to hold the mid wave. Oh man, it feels bad too, because after you miss the steal, you're like, I really wish I had this to clear mid.
I mean, you didn't have a chance to, even if the minions just get there, Hans Sama takes 1 shot, and with that 6 grub burn, it's just gone. So, and this is kind of heartbreaking for KC, because it feels like G2 are back. Like, this is the G2 a lot of people were kind of like, well, where'd they go coming into the summer split? But a couple of weeks off, they get themselves back in shape, and this has been so controlled, so well executed, playing towards their strengths. And now KC just feel like they're up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, and again, for G2, their composition, lots of tools to kick things off. Not nearly difficult to execute as what we saw from Vitality in the previous game, right? Tons of CC, lots of frontline, good backline carries. There's not this notable weakness with this kind of deficit that KC could even really look to try and exploit. They will still set up these traps around the map. We'll start to fish. Kana already using the crunch. Yeah, just forced a recall there.
Yeah, he could try and push in mid and try and link up with Broken Blade in that top side, but not really in a position to over push there, as KC were able to start to move in towards mid again. So G2 kind of happy for the moment to take a back step, finish off second items across the board, and now look towards, hey, Dragon in 2 minutes, you got Baron in minute 40, and with the amount of extra gold they have, they will blitz that Baron.
No. Should just, I mean, Azir already, usually enough. Kai'Sa by herself, usually enough. Both of them together at 2 items with a Horizon. What? That's not going to help with Baron, but...
I was gonna say, Horizon focus for Caps, I think he just wants to go in. The only thing he wants to be is like a secondary follow-up for Broken Blade and be like, hey, 5-5-man shuffle. The value of this Horizon focus, all-time high.
Look, get the value where you can find it. I'm not an Azir expert. I'm not going to tell you that the math there is good, but I'm going to tell you that when you're very far ahead, every item is good. For G2, the siege now begins. The Herald, you can hear it here in Berlin. Woo! And that's about it. Push in. One more charge. Yike here too. Poppy hammer to knock back somebody, or just to stop them from stepping up. Remember, if you let it go onto cooldown, it's only 15 seconds until it's back up. Inhibitor dead. G2 just continuing to put pressure on KC. KC trying to avoid them as much as possible, knowing they can't afford to take the fight. Multiple Trinity Forces completed, but not a lot else. And Kana does manage to grab that tier 1. So a bit of gold back, an objective bounty back to KC.
I don't think
it's a clip second, by the way. There's no way this... I'm sorry, that's not real. Surely it's like Sundered Sky or Sterix.
I mean, it definitely gives you a loss.
Like, you can, if you and Solo Cube at the time, I understand. In Pro, after your Titanic Hydra first.
Yeah, it's basically completed items for cheap across the board, like Horizon Focus only being 2,700 plus.
Ansama, ulting in, Broken Blade ready to come over the wall. Targamas waiting for him to fall before they throw out the ultimate, trying to pick up the follow-up kill as well. Closer, flash, wallbang coming in from Mickey, disengaged from the ulti. Not quite enough, the ignite. Burning down that particular tree, but KC now see an opportunity to step up. Upset Ying in. Push back there from Yike. Vladdy running. Mickey charging forward. Flash out from the W. This time he doesn't flash into it. Vladdy will make it out. But G2 just walk away, happy to have a dragon, happy to have another positive exchange.
I think it's just happy G2 across the board. It's just decimation. And again, like coming back to their items, it's like, hey, if we get the early Horizon Focus, it's only 2,700. Quicker item that you can fully complete. Eclipse, the extra lethality, going to give you a lot of work. And also the fact it's only 2,800 is a little bit cheaper. So yeah, it's a bunch of AD. It's just kind of like, hey, we're going to complete these second items very, very quickly.
Yeah, of course, no lethality anymore after the changes, but you still get the shield. You still get, 2 hits, you get a bit extra movement speed, but mostly what you get is just a ton of damage. And I think a ton of damage is what they want based on the game thus far.
Freak would be happy.
Yes. This is a game where one team has a lot of damage and one team has 3 Trinity Forces. Freak would be ecstatic. Probably not to see Sejuani in pro play, but otherwise good, yes.
Freak, tell me Trinity Force gives tons of damage. What's happening? It's wrong.
Do you think that haunts him? the tons of damage. Do you think he looks back on that with joy, or do you think it haunts him?
I think he's happy with it.
Probably.
I probably just says tons of damage and then moves on with his life, knowing
that's true. Back to 2%, 3% buffs and nerfs. Trying to keep everybody happy. An impossible task. Targamas not going to be pleased about that one, but we really just didn't have a choice.
Impossible task to get out.
Yeah, certainly. Do not die, but Kana has a good angle on the choke. The downside, G2 have a ton of damage, and Yike can just ult him out at any moment. So Baron taken. G2, 9k up, 22 minutes in. Feels like they've won the game. KC holding on.
There is 2 super creeps about to enter into their bot side base, so I think they might need to back it on up to deal with that. But again, 6 Void Grubs, melts turrets, and that wave is still healthy. Is the 1v1 with the support?
Mickey should just be dead here. Halo Blades! That is a very squishy Poppy. 3 autos did not do it, and the Warmog's regen didn't either. Once again, EV flashes the Royal Bandits logo, and the push stops for a moment, but that tower getting chunked out. Kana just gonna force the minions away.
Good call, that was...
I mean, to be fair, they might have taken the tower.
It would have taken the tower, 100%. So I was about to say Kana's got to do something to try and get these off, but yeah, I think again, it's, yes, you get the pick onto Mickey, has to have his one into game. It's in his contract. But at least now, you still got every tower outside of the base down for KC. Bottom inhibit our Nexus turret, very, very low. And a Dragon in 240. Soul, Mountain Soul to boot as well.
Yeah. Look, man, yeah, for KC, like, I don't know what else to say. It is hard. It is a Bloons challenge run where everything is camo and ceramic and you only have dart monkeys. There's not enough damage here. It's just not going to work, Rob. So if they find an angle of G2 make a mistake, then KC can absolutely punish, but this is a wallet diff at this point. Every single member of G2 is just stronger.
KC kind of needed to play credit card, and they haven't really got that option. Kana does have ult and flash, but spotted by Broken Blade.
Picking her up. G2 again, seeing the one avenue. Ooh. That's not AP, never mind, that's on hit. I got used to last game, excuse me.
There's always that one moment where you're like, does he take it?
No, I'm
Does he just go?
traumatized by, I have flashed too many AD Kai'Sa Ws because I forget to check sometimes. Yike stepping up, closer, desperately trying to retreat now as the ult from Sejuani goes in. Yike getting a little bit lower, good follow-up damage coming from Upset. Upset off to the side. Trying to get some work done, but another inhibitor will fall, and G2 again not going to overextend, not going to overcommit. Happy to just slowly bleed KC out of this game.
There's not much else to say. 3,000 buff off the Red Bull Barn power play. The base decimated. Soul in a minute. KC are kind of just sitting here until G2 decide when they want to end the game.
I mean, they can go for a Hail Mary play, but if it backfires against them, they'll only lose faster as Mickey,
stop.
He is creating space for no one on his team to do anything. There's no one active on the map except for him. That was just questionable.
That's all
that was
Mickey
just
needs.
bad. Yeah, that was not good. But when you're this far ahead, again, is there a bad play? Can such a thing happen when you have 10k gold in the lead?
Conceptually, yes, but
you know, the process can be wrong. The results.
It's like divided by zero.
Yeah.
You know? It's like you don't really think it's going to end up happening, but who knows? Maybe someone figures it out one day.
A great question. Nice comparison to what's happening in this particular game, Rob. Caps now hides on the side lane, waiting for somebody to come catch, knowing that the carries on the side of KC. I mean, doing what carries do in a losing game. They're going to pick up as much farm as they possibly can. Again, when the inhibitors are down, Super Creeps offer a huge influx of cash. So if you can keep surviving, not let the game end when your inhibitors are down, you get a lot of money for losing an inhibitor in the end. Much more than is gained from killing him, most certainly. But Yike about to grab Soul. And that'll balance out any gold that the extra supers might have given up to KC.
This is doomed.
Yep. Yes, it is. I can read the scoreboard, but you can also all read the scoreboard. This is a classic trick to reset the game as a play-by-play caster. For those who don't know, you just read the scoreboard to people, remind them of how we got here. And I'll be honest, folks, we got here because G2 had one creative pick. They won a 2v2 topside. They caught out bot lane once or twice, and then they just never let KC back into the game. I think that the flex on this Sejuani absolutely ruined the Maokai response. Because this jungle matchup was just so hard to play earlier. And you saw the 2v2 skirmishes, not good. Sejuani Xin, just a force to be reckoned with.
Do you want to know what the color cost secret is for this moment?
What do you do?
And if you look at the items, it's going to be really, really hard for you to even catch Caps. He's now got Zhonya's. You've got Hans, who's got his flash and his cleanse available. It's so difficult for KC to even look for these picks unless G2 just mega into the next like 3-4 minutes.
If they do manage to make it happen, it makes it that much more impressive.
It will be spicy.
Because this, we talked about Valorant earlier with Connor, how close he is. It's not Valorant. You can't just click better. You know what I mean? Like, that man is mathematically stronger than you. He can click way worse and still kill you. So, in the event that it does happen, incredibly impressive.
I think every person has been in that situation where you watch the enemy miss every spell and then they just right-click you to death after missing everything.
You're talking about why Zed still has such high man rank. Nice predict on Upset. He still stands for a moment. Mickey channeling up the ultimate, looking to knock back at least one member of frontline, but holding on to it because he doesn't want to throw them away. He's happy to just try and find the kills instead. Yike already ulting. When it becomes lightning sidestep. Upset just continuing to poke. G2 not able to find the engage that they were hoping for.
do force KC back though, and can move over towards the Baron. And KC have to try and face check this. Baron is end of game for them. They cannot let this go across. So Mickey gonna wrap around, will be spotted on the ward. Targum is just missing out on the Zenith blade there.
Mickey's still playing bouncer. Baron already gone. Again, KC just trying to figure out where they can make their final stand. Where can they fight? What is the optimal angle? Kana is going to take over on Rage from auto-attacking that ward, so won't be able to follow up immediately, hoping the G2 reset, and they will. One last desperate hold, potentially around the top side of that map, the last inhibitor standing. Again, at this point in the game, when you're losing, it's all about picking your moment. You have to stand somewhere. Where is the most optimal place to force a fight? And I think for KC,
I thought I was going to say Nexus.
No, I was going to say you don't want. When the Baron's gone, there's nothing left, right? There's no reason to fight it there. The enemy has Mountain Soul. They're stronger. If Kana doesn't have the immediate Gnar angle, so you might as well wait. You might as well try to force the fight in your base when you have towers alive, close to your fountain, to extend the fight. It doesn't make it optimal or good, sorry, but it is optimal.
Yeah, I think the problem is for G2, the games aren't allowed to end before 30 minutes. So now, as we start to progress into 29 minutes, now they're allowed to actually finish
the meta
the game.
is so slow.
Yeah.
Just bring back Assassins. That's my only request. Just bring snowball, game over, you know what I mean? Or bring back full front to back. I want to watch Jinx versus Aphelios. This middle ground stuff is killing me, right?
You do for about 2 weeks, and then you're like, I don't want Jinx and Aphelios.
Nope. Future me can deal with that. Current me, more Aphelios. All I could ever want.
The procrastinator's advice.
Yeah. That's future me's problem. Future audience's problem. For now, a little Ezreal versus Kai'Sa, which is pretty spicy, to be fair, despite increased game length overall on G2. Here we go. Will Mickey finally complete the channel? He does, knocking back the Maokai. Broken Blade starting the fight, but there's no instant follow-up onto Vladdy or Upset. They might not need it, however, as Targum is already getting taken down. Yike, instantly into the backline. Hanzama there as well. Poser looking to parlay the lockup, but the 80 carries just don't have enough damage. Mountain Soul making even the switchier members too damn tanky. G2 was all but over, and now it certainly is over. Might play for some kills. Might play for a bit of fun here. For the Nexus in their sights, they will just close it out. Move up to 4-2. Caps going for a scoop back.
The Horizon focus!
Find one and will stay standing. He takes down the Nexus. G2 take the win.
30 minutes on the dot. They decide to finish that one out. So nicely done by G2. That was so well orchestrated from them. BB getting that early play alongside Yike on the top side, setting up then for just an incredibly strong front line where they can just try and follow the entire way through. But you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Broken Blade, Yike, and Hanzama are your choices.
Pretty good options. Again,
tough though, because it kind of felt across the board. They were all really good.
Overall, good game. They're finally going to group as 5. Do a round of applause from House here in Berlin. And after we head to break, Yike is going to join us on the caster desk at the start of Game 5. Until then, you can pre-register for pre-sale access to tickets for the EMEA Masters and LEC Finals in Munich, now at lec.gg/Munich. We'll see you guys after the break with Yike.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
CC that's going to come through here. So tough to deal with the immediate follow. First blind now coming through as well. A second stun could follow. Kana. And right now you can see the Struggle Blade does not care. Whenever his passive is up, he just walks in, does a ton of work. The flash! He does it early! The Bandito! Slogan! No!
Look on Leona. Go on Leona. Yeah, go on Leona. Go on Leona. Go on Leona. No flash. No flash. Oh, top. Where's the way?
MDK is falling apart after MSI 2023 loss, and Fnatic is reaching new heights after MSI 2024 loss. But before we head into the history, let's head over to a quick recap in a video so you guys can stay up to date.
2021, Elyoya won his first title, and then his second, achieving more in the first year of his career than Razork had in 2. There was no question who the better jungler was. Hell, in 2021, Razork couldn't even reliably make playoffs. That all changed when Razork joined Fnatic in 2022.
Razork gets one reset, he's looking for more, he gets the second flag and forced away, and Fnatic continue to barrel into the fight.
Third place in both splits, Razork was once again a real contender. And now it was Elyoya struggling to find the right roster.
They're going to end their entire split on a win, but this win, unfortunately, won't do anything for them.
Elyoya, who couldn't even make playoffs. Razork was on the rise, until he wasn't. 2023 made everything Razork had struggled with on Misfit seem like a walk in the park.
It's destruction! It's devastation! It's death for Fnatic in the river!
He had 2 of the worst splits in Fnatic's history, with roster swaps and outrage everywhere you looked. Unless, of course, you looked at Elyoya. He was out there winning, taking home a nice shiny shield in spring. But where was Elyoya during Razork's rise later that year in season finals?
Miraculous fashion! Fnatic find themselves in the finals here in Montpellier!
He was losing to Fnatic, once again losing to Razork. But then Elyoya came back. Winter Split's new roster coming with the promise of Spanish talent. Second place, baby, MDK all the way. Until now, back to the bottom, once again as Razork rises up.
The jungle king of the LEC still got it!
But these guys know who the f they are playing against.
The best jungler in Europe is chasing the perfect split. All the while, Elyoya struggles to escape elimination. Can Elyoya break the pattern? Is there room for both to be on form? Find out in Fnatic versus MDK.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we have MDK going up against Fnatic. We're looking at 2 tales of 2 very different paths for both of these junglers, both feeling success but also failure during different parts of their careers. And I think that is something to really highlight coming into this, because Elyoya has had such high highs, but now it feels like this is a very low low.
Absolutely. As we already talked about, as I talked about in that voiceover video, it's like voiceover in Sep, you know what I mean? They never really are at the top at the same time. It's only one or the other. And right now, Razork's absolutely on top. When you look at Elyoya, most of the time you're looking at disappointing results, at least from this year. After winter, it just really looks like the only peak they've had this year. It just feels like they've fallen down ever since.
It's also worth pointing out that there's no shame being in Elyoya's position. Like, any pro player has been there at some point. You cannot have a long career without having bumps in the road. And honestly, more than anything, I'm just excited to see where Elyoya is going to grow from here. Because sure, right now things are a bit tough. But if he wants to cement himself as a great player, he has to find a way out of this hole.
And honestly, I don't even think, you're right, it's about cementing yourself as a good player, but it's also making sure that MDK are not eliminated in summer. Not even making playoffs would be a huge disappointment for these players. They came together with the goal of Worlds. They said that from the get-go. When you talk to them in winter, it was all about Worlds, it was all about getting to MSI. It's internationals, internationals, internationals. They need to get it together now, and they have a tough road ahead of themselves. Their game today is against Fnatic. The game tomorrow, I've already forgotten, but I think it's G2. So I'm pretty sure that it's a rough road ahead of them, and they need to make it work now.
And it's also really concerning to an extent in terms of how exactly we got where we are today, because when we're looking at MDK at the start of the year, we were like, oh my gosh, like this roster is absolutely unbeatable. They have gone to such great heights. And now we're looking at them now, and the question of them even being in playoffs, not being 100% certain, that is a little concerning.
Well, I think the tricky part when you're on a team and you're struggling is that even if you have 5 individuals that are all really skilled at playing League of Legends, which they showed in the winter split, once you fall so far down the standings, and you know the atmosphere gets a little tougher, and you know it just doesn't feel as much like a team anymore. You really have to re-identify what worked in the past and how you get back to that point. And I think right now MDK is in this phase where it's either going to make them and really turn them into an actual superstar team that goes to Worlds and performs really well for Europe, or they continue speed running their way, you know, out of playoffs.
But how do you do that? How do you identify what has worked and what is no longer working, and you turn back the clock? Because you can't go back in time.
I mean, it's a lot of practice, right? It's a lot of scrims, it's a lot of efforts, and then it's a lot of uncomfortable talks with your teammates, with everything that's going on, in terms of really finding out, well, again, what works. Also correction, SK tomorrow, not G2. Anyways, I think it's really just about finding out what worked for you in the past, which was this super reliant, super heavy playstyle in the early game where you just full aggression and then temper it in the mid to late game. We've talked about it. It's been their issues in spring. It was their issues at the start of summer. They struggle closing out games and they struggle knowing what to do with their leads. They need to identify how they can fix that.
All right, we have Elyoya against Razork, a friendship off the server but not necessarily on the Rift. But MDK going up against Fnatic to potentially start their miracle run here to try and stay in the competition. Let's head over to our casters. We have Drakehus and Dagda ready to cover it.
And our Kia player of the game for G2 versus KC. You are.
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Yike.
Yeah,
Yike.
thank you.
We know a lot about like the lore behind these guys and the lore battle, but you're here to talk to us a little bit more about the gameplay and the pathing and the stuff the junglers like to talk about, optimize clear speeds, etc. Any initial thoughts on this matchup, right? Like between these two guys you've obviously competed against a lot, how do you feel about this particular matchup?
Yeah, I think it's a very hype matchup. I think it's the two best Spanish junglers playing against each other. It's going to be very hype to see. I think they both cannot play the same kind of champs. Like both are big Ivan players, and I don't know if that champ is going to be played today, but it's going to be hype to see how they will do.
Yeah, Ivern certainly has, you know, just been generally powerful in the meta. Is there anything spicy you want to see, Rob? I can't ask Yike because his manager specifically pulled us aside and said, do not let him leak. You play Fnatic tomorrow. Do not let him leak anything or you will get in trouble. So
I was about to ask, what do you think the priority jungle is? And I was like, let's not go that way.
That's fine. I won't leak anything.
LeBlanc, Skarner.
Oh, that's the Ivan ban. Yeah,
there you go.
That's the one champ I talked about.
It seems like the only jungler that we see really consistently permabanned.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so good, right, with Tristana if you ever get double 80 carry.
That's why we played in MSI, you know? We were kind of good with that, and then...
No, just stop at the you're kind of good. You don't have to let people tell the full story. Just start at this part where you were looking really good with it.
Yeah.
I do also like the wave ban. Humanoid has definitely been abusing that champion quite a bit and looked absolutely spectacular on it. But Vi going to be taken off the board as well. Another jungler that we see very high in priority, but going to leave the Corki open. And that's going to be immediately taken, which I imagine is for first game with them.
Generally, when you're in these kind of draft situations, Yike, what do you prefer to be in? Do you prefer to be picking later? Are junglers in the meta right now, is it kind of just pretty easy to first pick? You're one of the few teams we've seen flex the Sejuani. The only team we've seen so far flex is Sejuani. Do you really care? Like, are you really worried about optimal matchups, or have you accepted your fate as a jungler that you pick early and you kind of just have to deal with what comes?
Yeah, I mean, usually the thing for junglers is to usually pick early. I think that's what I've been doing sometimes, but I don't mind picking late as well. I think I can always get some spicy picks late. But today we picked Sejuani first pick, and I don't know if they knew about Seju top, but I mean, you also picked Sin Sao, like instantly after I picked Sin Sao, so it's like, we didn't really flex it that long, but it's a good combo.
Certainly. Talia now going to get locked in. Corki, obviously the Zeri, not entirely certain about where the Corki is going to go. Patches did hit him a little bit. Looked okay in the previous game. Obviously a pretty unfortunate level 1 for Vladdy. See if whoever's going to pirate this has a better time. Talia mid lane, Talia jungle. Yike, what's your take? What's your preference?
I really like the jungle, of course, because I think she's a very strong jungler, but she's also strong mid. I don't know if we've seen it more mid or jungle this split overall, but I think she's very flexible, so she can really go both lanes.
How much do you rely on in jungle to have that set up from your team in the same way you would like a Lee Sin Ari combo or something along those lines? Or are you just happy to say, no, I'm fine with Talia?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need something with Talia. Like, it's the same when you play Talia mid, you kind of want some kind of setup as a jungler, like Vi or something like that. And as a jungler, it's kind of the same. Probably not from mid lane, you probably just need an AD mid, but then probably set up from like support, you know, an Nautilus, something like that.
Makes sense. Starting to move in towards our last little bit on the pick phase here for Fnatic. I imagine you're probably going to go support here to try and keep that flexibility open, but always an opportunity to go for topside. But no, just going to take the Zins out, kind of show their hand immediately here as Fnatic can I mean, look, I've definitely liked Humanoid on the Taliyah. I think he's been very, very strong, and his team fighting has been spectacular in a lot of these mages, so it does make sense for him to try and continue that trend of the more mage-orientated mid laner.
Here we are now, second phase. Nautilus banned away. And look, all I'm saying is, Xin Zhao seems broken. Like, what is this ulti? Why is it allowed?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the champ is pretty strong. That's why I picked it as well, you know?
Yeah.
But looks like Razork thinks the same. He could have gone Taliyah, but he wanted to play this in Sao. He picked it early as well. I guess they saw the Seriani, but then also they don't know if Serious flex. So maybe Serious flex as well, and then maybe Xin Zhao will get countered. I don't know.
I've seen Broken Blade play it. I've seen it in solo queue from a couple other players as well on the top side of the map. Do you think it's pretty commonplace
as well
these days in solo queue? Do you think we should be expecting more Sejuani in pro play? Top lane, that is.
Maybe. I don't know if Bibo was the first one, right? That played it.
You're not supposed to talk. I mean, they're obviously playing it.
Yeah, it's fine. There's probably other top laners maybe preparing it, but yeah, I don't know.
I think at this point, Mirwin would be my guess for a Sejuani top enthusiast, given his love of things that are weird.
picks,
Anything that is off meta, he will want to play. But right now, Fnatic feel a lot more clear in terms of what they brought to the table. All last question marks, just support and top lane to come in.
That's the one I'm curious about. Like, with Rel gone, Nautilus gone, are you thinking, hey, we're just going to take the Alistar here? But Alvaro could go back towards like a Braum, and then you say Sejuani Braum, which is pretty nice. Leona still is there as well, but definitely going to try and limit the engaged champion pool that you can go for your Madlands Koi.
Now locked in. Options here. Alistar, the quick response. Rob, you're on fire today after long. The easy response. Is there anything that you're looking at specifically for pick 5 here on either side, Yike?
I mean, I kind of expected like Leona, Alistar. Probably like it was like the last two supports that's like kind of engaged, and everyone likes to play them right now. For the last picks, what's left? It's
top
lane,
jungle.
I'd imagine. Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's Poppy.
Okay.
Look me in the face and tell me you didn't scrim Mad Lions Koi this week. I'm kidding.
We did scrim them, but
don't answer that. Your manager's gonna get mad at me.
Poppy could be a double flex, and Olaf seems like actually a good pick top lane into both of them, so they could put it off.
That'd be kind of sick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a while since I saw Olaf. I mean, he got buffs, I know, a little while ago. I think it was more towards his jungle clear, though, than it was towards his top lane, but that's kind of cool. Oscar and bringing out a little bit of the spice.
An Oscar player who's been doing super well thus far this season. And when you look at kind of the early pathing, as we get closer into this game, and we talk about where you would want to be optimally, Yike, obviously it's something the team is going to talk about, but if you're in the jungler's shoes, is there a lane that you're immediately like, I have to go to the Olaf, it's going to be a fist fight, I need to be there, or are you just going to leave Oscar on an island?
Yeah, actually, I don't really know the Olaf Poppy matchup. I feel like Olaf is just gonna win. I would say like Olaf could maybe like later on just 1v2 them. So I'm not even sure if he needs attention. Maybe like early game attention to make sure he like snowballs a bit. But then I think he can just like run them down. Poppy Seriani is not like very weak top jungle into Olaf. So since I'll probably be focusing more on like bot side would be my guess.
Yeah, it does seem like there's gonna have a really hard time if they're not really solid on the setup.
Yeah.
Killing a Xin Zhao and an Olaf, right? They don't have a ton of burst damage, if not all the carries are there. And even if the carries are there, Kaisa Gorky, pretty short range. Again, Xin Zhao ult.
Yeah, his ult is pretty strong. I agree with you. Strong ability.
I'm just trying to get you, I'm like, I can just send this clip to Freak and I can say, professional jungler agrees with me. Please nerf this.
No, actually, no, I don't want him to get nerfed though.
Please buff this is what the clip will say.
I don't think it's that strong actually. It's kind of weak.
Oh yeah, it's kind of weak.
Yeah, it's probably up the duration of the invulnerability of the war.
Yeah. Looks like a good look. Well, we'll see how strong Xin looks in this one. Time for MDK versus Fnatic. Fnatic 5-0 up. MDK sent it 1-4 from Winter Finals to fighting for a spot in playoffs. It has been a fall from grace, but it could all turn around if they're able to take down Fnatic. Keep our eye on the early pathing here since we have Yike.
Yeah.
If you're Elyoya here and you're thinking, hey, Razork's probably going to try and play around bottom side, do you try and sync up with him to try and protect your bottom side, or are you more worried about Razork trying to go for some sort of invade that could then mess you up as you go on?
I think he could look to invade with Xin Zhao, but it's not like Cedric's that weak in the jungle, so it's like Cedric could actually, fight him if he comes, but depends on the prios. They should have bot prio. I think mid lane, actually not so sure. Maybe you guys know who has prio mid?
who has prio mid?
I
would assume.
I think after 2-3 it goes to Corky.
Yeah, Corky Gatling gun, early trades level 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're both, yeah. So, Sinsao could look to invade, but not sure if he wants to. I think Sergio would be happy if he actually finds Sinsao, knows his pathing.
And it says jungle focus, but we may have miscommunicated with observers. Humanoid is playing mid lane. We need to see Razork. Thank you, observers! Yes! Good job. Thank you, appreciate you. So we're just going to track early first clear pathing. We also have the power yike through modern technology.
Yeah.
We can zoom in on the HUD and we can we can show where they're going to go.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So if you explain, my boy Rob here will give your explanation, visual intention. Talk to me about jungle clears. Talk to me about pathing right now. Is it as simple as just clear all your camps at level 4? When do you actually want to be ganking if there's Xin? Do you have to gank his Xin early? Because my assumption would be against this 20, you really need to get on the map.
Yeah, I think with Xin, you can gank. He's like very strong level 3, but you saw me, I use full clear with the champ, and it's always fine to full clear, especially now with the new change that they did to jungle with like more XP and stuff. Like if you actually fall behind, then you might be like 1-2 levels behind later on. So it's a bit risky to look for plays now. And it's also harder to gank lanes because of all the wall stuff. So I think a lot of junglers are like more safe now. We might see someone gank. Like Seriani is like a very common champ to also gank early. So he might do something cheesy, who knows.
Definitely a lot of good solo up. And as we saw from Broken Blade, right, base damage on Sejuani is pretty gross. This does a lot of work in early fights as the Raptor Cleater comes through. And it seems like pretty standard, you know, top side to bot side. Do you think that's still true in the... I feel like I've said this for 5 years about jungle clears, where it's just like, oh, he started bot side. He's going to clear bot to top. Is there room for more creativity? It's a bit more action in the bottom side.
I think usually there should be more room, but right now it looks like a lot of junglers actually just farm a lot. Like Sinsao, he could invade top side, but Sedu knows he has no prior, so that's probably why he started top, you know, to make sure he doesn't get invaded. Because that would be a like very easy invade for Sinsao. So he's making sure to be safe to Seriani.
Ultimately.
It does feel like at the moment it's kind of a case of, hey, let's try and keep ourselves safe and then move on. You're going to more than likely just see them take both scuttles and then back it on up. But I think it's going to be, as you say, like as it starts to move on. We're in a decent spot. Yoya looks like he's just moving in. I assume to shadow bot lane here, just to make sure they're going to be safe as he starts to move towards the crab.
Yeah, they don't know where Sinsao started, I think. I don't know if they had a ward somewhere. I don't remember. But I don't think they know. And yeah, he's going to get the crab. Most likely going to base after. Don't think there's much he can do. I think whoever gets the first base is also a bit happy because he has temp on the map, so he can always do stuff.
And is it on this second rotation of camps that you start thinking about, hey, what do we want to do with dragons and what do you want to do with void grubs and that kind of stuff? So how would you, as you're coming back out onto the map here, start thinking about your camps that you're going to take coming up towards those objectives?
Yeah, so right now I'll probably be communicating about the objectives, like grubs, dragon. Dragon spawns at 5, grub spawns at 6. So usually dragon is the like early objective. But it's also harder to do dragon, so I think Razork probably talking more about grubs because he's actually pathing up the top, and they have all of Talia with prio. So I think they have a very free grubs if they want to do that, and that might be the plan for them. I think there's still nothing really to do on the lanes, so they will probably just farm again. Maybe Cedric could do something actually with the... She could probably do for a gank, yeah, if she knows where the wards are.
And she doesn't.
Does not.
We'll
find them.
She could smell it at least.
Do you feel pressure in situations like this as a pro jungler?
Yeah.
Like that you're not immediately finding these gank opportunities? Do you feel like something's slipping away from you?
I mean, I feel very awkward when I walk for a gank and then I sweep and then there's a ward. So I just have to like leave, you know? That feels very bad to me.
Just head down, just, oh no.
Yeah. Go back to the camps. Because now, since ours should be a bit faster, I guess Cedric got maybe base faster off, but...
Jun. Knockup is there. Punt it back into the wall. Decent damage coming in from Supa. No, only level 3, but so much damage on the Ouster might make things a little bit easier. Razork on the way down. First blood coming through for Fnatic. Second kill likely to fall. No, we're going to try to make it out of this one. 1 for 1, 2 for 1 now in favor of Fnatic.
Nicely done by Razork. Just able to get in onto that bottom side and able to finish off the kill. Supa, though, does end up getting one back. Will not be the TP, though, from Supa to get into lane. It'll actually be the... Looks like Poppy coming down here. Just try and collect these waves.
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably know Cedric's doing top to bot, so they should assume Cedric's top side, and they're probably happy than fighting bot side. They had a bigger wave, they know Sinsao is probably first, so I think Fnatic just being confident fighting. They also won, so it was well played by them.
Yeah, certainly was. Much more difficult now for Elioya to navigate. 230 gold lead probably doesn't feel like too much, but Razork only a little bit behind in terms of XP. And as we mentioned many times already, Zin's at level 6. Gonna feel pretty good in this game. Humanoid, though, might be in trouble. Alvaro on the way in.
They'll probably get the splash.
Flash out.
Yeah, good flash, but you can see Fnatic, because they've gone for the play on bottom side, MDK do a good job of then setting up a ton of vision on the top end. So going to make it difficult for Fnatic to try and go for this with Humanoid out having flash, but Now you got Super and Alvaro on this top side, going to try and push out this wave, and then it looks like set up for potential take themselves with no on the bottom side.
Yeah, maybe they know Olaf wants to base right now. He doesn't have TP, so if he bases, they can probably get grubs. Looks like he's not basing, so might be a fight coming up.
Well, grubs have been started. Gun clearing vision, Razork here as well. For now, LEC should be able to grab at least one, but MDK committing a lot of resources. You guys got 6 grubs really fast in the previous game. Is it finally time? Do people care about grubs? I know there's a brief period of time where they're considered completely troll. Was it just all it needed was for them to knock it down to 4 for it to feel worthwhile?
I think grubs are pretty strong right now. Like you could see in our game, we did the grubs, and then I was like hitting, I think, top tower with the hands, and we just actually wanted the tower. If you can do this.
Zenith Blade, Razor trying to keep things going. Wall off from Humanoid to try to deny Frescali entrance, and LEC forced to flash out, but the W in the back half of the exchange costs him dearly, and now Fnatic to grab a second grab, grab a kill as well.
And there's so many games that I've watched from Fnatic where they've just blown open the map on this top side, where they've gone, hey, we're going to fight for grubs, we're going to have this separation from Humanoid, leave Noah to farm in this bottom side, and it's come back great for Fnatic once more.
Yeah, it definitely looks good. And I think the awkward thing now, right, is 1.5k gold lead. You have an Olaf on the top side who, for now, isn't winning out in terms of the individual 1v1, but you expect once he has some sustain, can start to do a bit more work. It's Noah. Pushing for 1v1 against Mirwin. Ulti propped. Mirwin running. Zeri doesn't need to see in the bush to start autoing, but a nice sidestep from Mirwin. Trying to dodge. Dipping, ducking, diving, flashing in. Knocking up auto! Hits him with the tired Teemo! It's just another day of business. Yike, scale of 1 to 10, how big of an outplay was that?
That was pretty big outplay, I think. It was a good flash ult. I think he played good. I will give him a 8.
That is
solid 8.
That is the most tame 8 I have heard someone give, but I respect it.
And if you're Oyoya, are you just breathing a sigh of relief going, thank God, somewhere on the map someone has got to play?
I think it's a big kill to get. I think it's very important to get that.
And it seems like right now, Razork not ahead of the clock. The fastest time in LEC for Xin Zhao to get to level 6 has been 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Average time, 7:48. So did all right in this game, all things considered. Sejuani in a similar boat. But I think, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here, a lot of these fastest times are probably the result of early kills or some ludicrous power farming route, more likely than not.
Yeah, it's almost always, you know, snowballing, getting 2 kills in a lane or something, and then keep full clear, like full clear into kill. It's like the dream for a jungler, you know? And that's probably what those junglers got. Lucky them.
You could be one of them. We don't know. Next time we'll get that on the graphic too, just so we have full context. Yeah, but interesting to see. I think a relatively inactive early game for LEC right now outside of the grub take, and Razork obviously getting 2 kills. Didn't quite get to live the dream you're talking about, right? Wasn't full clear into 2 kills. Was full clear into wait around a little bit, then get 1 kill.
Yeah, I think it's still fine. I think it's very ahead of this game. It's a bit hard for Sejuani now because I think she has to look for plays like on the other side. Like she has to mismatch the Xin Zhao, because if Xin is there, Xin Zhao probably wins. It's level 6.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks like is trying to just clear camps as much as he can. Has to be careful. As you highlighted, doesn't want to walk in face to face with Razork, probably doesn't win out there. I mean, but it just doesn't seem like you can go top, right? You talked about it. Level 6 for Olaf. Post level 6, he can just ult 2v1, don't have the damage. So is there anywhere for LEC to go other than really bottom side of the map?
Yeah, it's for sure hard because for sure I think Olaf just 1v2s them, so he doesn't not want to touch top lane. But there's also no objective top side, so he can play to invade the camps, but then bot lane could also get dove. So it's like very hard game for the Sejuani right now. And I mean, he's just farming. I think he can't really do much. He can't really make a play when it's out posted as well. So this is probably fine. He could have maybe taken the red buff, but it's also risky.
Yeah, so what would you look for? You kind of alluded to the red buff there. Is it like a cross map? But is it, hey, I just want to set up vision and maybe I can then look for a play on top, or spot out where Razork is and then try and set up a play, you know, 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes in advance? Or what would your decision making be here?
You said Sejuani or Xin Zhao?
Sejuani.
Yeah, I would for sure be asking my bot lane, can I get dove? Because if they can't get dove and I go to the enemy red, then it's very bad for the game. So usually I ask my bot lane. If they say it's fine, then I will just go to his top side because this is also a good play.
Ulti here, finding the angle to fish. Unraveled Earth, no flick back yet. Flash forward, Solar Flare hits, not quite synced up, but still might be in trouble. Mirwin trying to find the knockback, hits 2. Ignite ticking. Is he dead?
Oh,
nope, walking away. Nice play there from MDK.
Sub 15 HP, he was so close there.
Yike, before we let you go, because I've heard that you do have to play League of Legends tomorrow too. Final predictions for this game. You're no longer a caster, as much as I've enjoyed this brief period of time that we've shared together.
I'm back to a player now.
You're back to a player now. Who do you think takes this one based on current game state? I don't think I'll be surprised by your prediction, but I need to hear you say it, Yike.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it looks like Fnatic has like a very good lead. Like Salvador has his item, so he can really take over the game. So I would bet on Fnatic right now, but MDK, they can always have a chance to come back. They have a strong chance. Corki, Kaisa, they're going to be strong later on.
Something to look forward to. Yike, thank you so much. We'll see if the Xin Zhao builds Eclipse second. That's the standard build. For now, though, we'll say goodbye to you. Thanks so much for coming on.
See ya.
Everybody give it up for Yike. One more time for Yike for joining us at the Kazard Desk. Some excellent insight. It was a pleasure having you, my good man. Your manager will be outside waiting for you.
You didn't say anything,
probably
you're fine.
ready to yell at me. So try to figure that one out, but now the engage at bottom side. Supa already on the wrong side, but Jun getting lower and lower. Ulti coming out, lightning crash from Noah. Jun, one more auto, gonna proc the plasma, but won't mean too much. And it's interesting to hear how depressing it seems to be a tank when you fall behind in the jungle. You ask your jungle, you ask the rest of the map if they can survive without you. If the answer is no, you're not allowed to do anything else.
And then you come to the bottom lane and hope you survive with them. In this case, as Elyoya, as they try to make the play. But nicely done by Fnatic, able to keep themselves in check. Now Razork down on this bottom side. He's going to be able to keep up the pressure and let them shove this out. But I mean, I agree with you. Like, you're in a really good spot here as Fnatic, where you kind of just get to clear out your jungle, set up vision in the river, try to keep up this pressure, and just continue to look towards, you know, stacking dragons, or even if you get some time alone with a turret, you have 5 void groups.
Yeah. One thing I will say is that while I have been enjoying the sheer amount of engage that's been coming through on top lane in the last few matches, especially today, I really like the Olaf as an adaptation to all of these super beefy front lines. Because we're seeing a lot of games where you have some sort of bruiser top lane, right? Maybe Renekton, tank in the jungle like Sejuani, obviously very common pairing, and then an engaged support as well. And so when Olaf can be a little piece of front line, not much, all right, doesn't offer that CC, but can just ignore those champions, or 1v1, or 2v1, or 3v1, those tanky champions who lack the burst damage to get through his health bar. That's just such a powerful tool as we get later, and you never want to be in a position where your Kaisa and your Corki aren't allowed to hit the Zeri, the Taliyah, the Xin, and instead have to focus their damage on the Olaf for risk of just losing the fight.
And I also love the fact that we're getting to see Oscar Inning kind of flex his muscles a bit. I think he had a spectacular MSI, and ever since he's gone back, it feels like that confidence is there for him. He's been great when it comes towards team fights. He's got like solo kills in the 1v1. Like, the guy has been absolutely brilliant. So letting him go, hey, no, I want to bring out the Olaf. This is a time when it's a great pick, as you already alluded to, and he's going to be in a position where he can try and carry from side lanes or even be a menace in team fights. It feels like Oscar Inning has become such a vital component to the success we're seeing at Fnatic this split.
Definitely has. Opposite side for Mirwin, of course, already got the 1 kill. Pretty flashy. Still at a 500 gold deficit in MDK. Not doing too bad in this one, but we need to see what their performance looks like as we get into the mid-game. Humanoid, the mini-map there, waiting to find the wall angle in case MDK overstep. But that's the big thing, right? For Fnatic, it was that they were too aggressive at times. They cleaned that up this season. Late pulverize, or early pulverize, excuse me, from Alvaro. Means he doesn't quite get the interrupt that he was looking for. But it doesn't matter too much. Not going to be forced to ulti. Dash out from Elyoya as well. They get a lot of spells, a lot of long cooldowns in exchange for very little from MDK, but they're not able to approach. They're not able to walk in.
One pick could have been the Rift Herald, though, and that's what Fnatic are really trying to eye up. You can see Frescavi thought about walking the short way back to top side and then realized there was an Olaf cutting him off, so goes back. Humanoid, getting nice damage onto Mirwin, though.
Knockback. A trade of knockbacks. Flip back onto Mirwin. Mirwin gonna send Humanoid back to his base. We'll just retreat.
Does mean Humanoid is way more potent if he does end up TPing in here, though.
Jun going in. 3-4. The stun now coming out to follow up, ready to follow. Noah there with the lightning crash. MDK forced back. Ulti in the meantime coming in from Elyoya, but no one really wants to follow up, and it looks like Fnatic is going to be uncontested on the objective here. The initial push coming through from MDK not going to work out, and Fnatic spent a lot of time around topside to make sure that they could have this, but the counterpunch from MDK not super impactful yet as Frescawi in trouble. Flick still hitting. Humanoid happy to have the 1v1, but soon Oscar's going to look to make it a 2v1 or 3v1 as Jun shows his face too. Frescawi, don't know where you go. Out of options. Nice sidestep. He's clean with it. Oscar and Brennan proxying the wave.
He's just healing all the damage Frescawi's putting down. Jun going to tank this up. Feels like they're done with this.
Save the manatees, folks. Frescawi gone. Yeah, there it is. First turret in the meantime. Taken in the bottom lane, but does not matter too much. Oscar Renin happy to support his team because of topside tower as well. And Fnatic 2K advantage.
Yes, the fact you get to answer turret for turret and get a kill is just super nice. Plus, you have Rift out now for trying to take that mid lane objective as well. It feels like MDK are kind of running out of options a little bit, and it's more how much can we gain on a cross map than anything else. Now, don't get me wrong, I think they played the setup there quite well in baiting out a lot of spells from Fnatic, but even when you get those spells, the fact you can't follow up says a lot about where MDK are in this game. As everyone starting to come down onto the bottom side for Scowy. Oh, just spots out Jun.
Oof. And you can see the Santander total gold. Fnatic 3 out of the 4 top spots. So overall, Razork now dropping down the Herald. Fnatic just looking to bully down and break down his bot lane tier 1. Razork will not miss the charge, crucially, but the Might's there. Getting 5 already, we heard Yeg talk about it, right? It's such a backbreaker, or can be. One more charge here from Humanoid. MDK not in a great position to follow up, and Mirwan continues his job of breaking down towers. He does have a hammer, it seems like what it would be good for, but Elio already caught out the true damage. Crushing Zinda out there as well. MDK just cannot fire back. Instant TP coming in.
But it's too late. Fnatic, they already got the tower, they got the charge, and Mirwan ended up giving up his pressure on the top side to clear it out. Now, Frescowy is going to teleport up to the top end to make sure they can answer turret for turret, but that's all the teleports down now on the MDK side, and with 3 minutes until Dragon, means that Fnatic can try and force that objective as a 5-man group without having to worry about MDK looking for side lane plays.
Yeah, it's frustrating too, because Mirwan on the side lane, he's also the only member with healing reduction right now. And you have so much healing between the Xin and the Olaf. So again, the windows of opportunity, the options available to MDK, few and far between. Of course, as they scale into the game, things might get a little bit easier. We've seen how much damage a Kai'Sa can do once she gets under that 2-3 item breakpoint. But Noah on hyperscaling, while the rest of his team is doing good early game, does feel like a recipe for success we've seen many times from Fnatic.
And I also like the way Fnatic are setting the map up at the moment. It's Humanoid shoving in mid, after they've shoved in top, they get a ton of vision in this top side, and it's just a case of, hey, now we can start to exploit the fact that you don't have these side lane turrets to push inside and collect on towards the mid lane and force MDK back. And MDK at the moment is trying to push Fnatic out of that jungle, but with 2 minutes until Dragon, it's kind of a slow burn where Fnatic would just play for the team fights where they have found their most success.
And right now, again, easy for them to navigate. Stronger on side for the most part. Definitely better push when it comes to just what Talia can offer. Blackfire Torch again, a favorite for Humanoid. Not something I like as much on the Talia, but something he's been using on Hui in just about every single game, even as we see a lot of people reprioritize to Leandries on the traditional Blackfire Torch champions.
Yeah, it can be somewhat useful because it still is that lost chapter item, and so you still get that mana regeneration, which is great. But it's definitely been falling off a bit.
Still a lot of beefy boys on the opposite side, right? Happy to have a bit of extra burn, a bit extra sustained damage as you go through, and very easy to keep that buff up and running in terms of percentage AP. Ultra Shock Laser connecting onto Alvaro, taking bone plating.
But this is what I was talking about now for the Dragon coming up. You can have that push coming through for the Corki on that top side, but without the TP, he's going to have to very quickly kind of cancel that out to make his way back down onto it. That was not the one I hit, but down onto that bottom side, so then you can actually
Rob,
set yourself up correctly.
Give me more arrows.
Yeah. There's supposed to be the free hand draw. I'm supposed to do
that
this.
One.
That's the easy one, you see?
Yes.
And then, yeah.
Too many buttons.
Yeah. Or just, I don't know.
I don't know why Valorant has a bald button.
Yeah.
That's what's unclear to me. That was not our button. That was Valorant's button. We swapped up. That's why we have.
They don't have the dumpster fire.
No, not the dumpster fire. It's also just fire. Why does it specifically say dumpster fire on the button? That's a weird feature.
I don't know the mental space whoever put that on was in.
Nope.
You know.
I can guess. This is not the time for speculation. Is Jun going to get interrupted as he tries to take the Hex Gate out? Forced to flash now. Good follow-up damage, but MDK can have to be content with just the flash. Traded for the Ignite here. Everyone walking up. Nice backstep.
These are nice moments from MDK, though. Again, you're kind of just disrupting the flow for Fnatic, so then you can get position now on the Dragon area, set up then for a potential play, and you have to walk into this blind as Fnatic, so maybe they decide to just trade instead and look for the mid tower.
Wicked. Anyway.
It's a remix.
Fnatic, though, ready with the group. Humanoid off to the side to lay down the wall. Zoning MDK in or out, it's their choice. They have chosen out as Alvaro Hex flashes over the wall. 3K, it's getting lower. MDK, not the confidence to pull the trigger there. Again, wicka. Guys, we gotta keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
It's like one of those
I'm gonna run out
Instagram
of-
reel tests. Quick, how many items did spot the 6 differences in this photo?
I'm glad we went that direction. I was about to run out of producer calls.
Ultimately, like, this game is pretty tough. And I feel bad for MDK, right? Because I feel like their winter split was so much about confidence and individual prowess. But you can see that as they've struggled to find these leads in spring, and even more now in summer, we haven't got to see that individual flair that really was like the hallmark of their winter play style. Is now a bit more aggressive playmaking, 2-man headbutt. Supa, again, uncontested, good damage onto Jun. Slow there from the Sejuani ultimate. Jun getting lower and lower, but he just refuses to die. Doesn't have the Warmox though, so will be forced back or might just opt to stay. Uncertainty around whether or not MDK want to start this Baron from Fnatic, but MDK not interested, do not want to take the risk.
I think the biggest thing that MDK are worried about is the team fighting for Fnatic, because I really believe that has been where they've shown their best, is finding moments how they can bring Humanoid in on a flank, how they can get Razork involved in the fight. Even the positioning on where they take fights has been significantly upgraded, but Oscar in gets a Terra here. Yeah.
Grub buff walks up, single auto. Ulti now, unstoppable. Can they burst through his health bar? Good damage now coming for Supa. They want to shred through. One more auto will do it. Shut down onto Oscar. Yeah, he can 2v1 a Poppy Sejuani, but not when a Kaisa is around. Fnatic, though, starting the objective 5K. Getting lower. Elyoya coming in. 4K, 3K, getting lower. Excellent stun from Jun to keep them out of the pit. Can they make it in? It's getting closer. Flash in the steal. Not going to happen. Razork secures the Baron for Fnatic, but now MDK want to strike back. Want a bit more money as Razork commits onto Supa. Good damage coming in. Locked to the Iron Solari from Elyoya. Keeping his carry. Standing MDK. Looking to make a quick punish, but it's Fnatic with the Baron.
But Fnatic might lose even more. They're less than 1,000 gold in the Red Bull Baron power play, and they're about to lose mid tower as well. Fnatic, that questionable as to whether how worth that it was. If it was Humanoid or Oscar Inland who still had the buff, could have been vital, but the fact that you're only down to 2 members with it is not great.
Yeah, still a gold positive play, but forcing the 50-50 as well. Definitely a risky call. Did their best to make sure it would work out in their favor, and we take a look at how close this was.
You see Jun trying to keep Elyoya out of the pit, stuns Albro to buy space, but Frescowi does a great job of getting onto Humanoid on the opposite side of the fight. And Sejuani doesn't quite get into position to get that smite, but it means that they're just able to chase down Razork because everyone is running for the hills. So with only Noah and Jun getting out, yes, slight gold lead still there, but gonna messed up the tempo quite a bit. You can see it's MDK now who are on the aggressive, getting into Fnatic's jungle.
Anything they can do to slow Fnatic down to stop them from using the Barons they have at their disposal. Again, only on Noah, Jun. They're still trying to make the most of it. Break down this mid lane tier 1. Again, the downside of the Olaf, right, as good as he is in some of these skirmishes, he's not the best at really sieging or threatening in these situations. Isn't really just going to run under tower.
And this is the problem, because you've only got the 2 members with the buff, Fnatic feel the need to group up to use the Baron buff, which is allowing these TPs to come alive for MDK. Frescowi can continue to pressure top, knowing he can always TP in, and MDK are doing a great job of threatening this area, which is the connection point for Fnatic.
Knock up onto Mirwin. Full committal now in the fight. Noah falling up with an immediate bit of damage as Mirwin gets taken out. Humanoid just continues to chase onto Albro. Headbutt coming through. Pulverize likely to follow, but the flick back still hitting. Albro, that's the knockup. Razork gonna follow. Ulti there from Albro, but the health bar's too low, and Olaf has more than enough true damage to finish the job. Fnatic still gonna make the most of this Baron buff. 49 seconds left, but it looks like they're trying to break down 2 towers with it.
Mad Lions are trying to keep Fnatic interested on that corner, just seeing if they could deny them the time onto Frescowi, but now they're still going as Razork goes in, but pushed back, and Fnatic will crack open some of these towers just after the skulls of MDK.
Oof. I mean, brutal but fair, right? 2K Baron power play now as they are able to grab a couple of those objectives. And I'll say I like the Zeke's convergence itemization. Fnatic have been very consistent in doing this on melee champions. Relatively cheap item purchase when you ult, that gives you that slow field. So good for the Olaf and Xin. That much harder for any target to get away. You can see them just continue to get tankier as well, because Kaisa gonna have to pick up a lot of magic damage in terms of the overall team's damage output. So easy focus onto some armor itemization from Oscar.
You have to be careful here as Fnatic though, because there is that wave pushing in on the top side that if you lose this fight, MDK could immediately teleport too. So Fnatic, when I try and get into a good spot, Humanoid looking for the flank.
TP from Mirwin. Oscar running off to the side. Decent flick from Humanoid. Oscar gonna take a bit of poke here. Frescowi doing what he can to keep that Olaf at arm's reach, but he doesn't really have much mana.
Fnatic playing this nice and slow, making sure that they can find their positions. Jun is the person keeping my eyes on. That engage is going to be big for him as Frescowi spotted off to the side. Noah could 1v1 him.
Noah looking for that angle. Valkyrie out from Frescowi. Wall again. Set play from Fnatic. We've seen this multiple times. Alvaro Hex flashing over the wall. We've seen this too, but now MDK are ready to fight this one. Instantly, Olaf is going to try to go in. The Dragon will be picked up by Elyoya, but can MDK find the fight? Steadfast Presence doing absolutely nothing, and Fnatic starting to run MDK down. 80 carries still standing, but they just don't do enough. The front line of Fnatic is too damn strong, and Elyoya just has to run for his life.
Fnatic, again, their team fighting is just so spectacular. Finding the moment where Humanoid separates the fight, buys a space. Yes, the steal comes through from Elyoya, but the team fight is what Fnatic end up picking up in the end. And it's, again, just making sure Noah chases Frescowi and he's able to regroup with the team. The ult from Humanoid keeps MDK out, and it's deja vu. This is almost the exact same fight that we saw MDK try and take the previous Dragon. This time they get the steal, but it's, again, Fnatic playing front to back. Noah not really under threat. He's got Humanoid by his side to deal with the Poppy, and then it's the slow chase down of MDK, who just have no mana to try and use the poke that the Corki and the Kai'Sa bring.
Yeah. This is one of the frustrating things about the Corki changes, right? Is they upped his mana cost, and it's part of the reason why we see some Corkis itemize 4 tier early on, right? Being forced into that early purchase to ensure that they can just spam out on abilities. And it's just something that isn't present for Frescowi at all in the build. So when he's forced to clear out these waves, when he's forced to come to a fight without having the chance to back, he might just very often find himself in a situation where he cannot use as many spells as he'd like to. Mana not often a resource that we look at in the late game stages of professional play, but when MDK don't have access to their blue buff, it becomes a very real issue. Nice knockback onto Mirwin. Solar Flare does not hit, however.
A lot invested here on the top side as both teams want to get that tier 2, because Frescowi is pushing in on the bottom side, and he's going to be able to snag that one for himself. So even though it's Fnatic again aggressive on the map, it's MDK who are actually coming out with the lead.
Gotta keep the pressure up. Again, just trying to get the gold closer and closer. See if they can find their angles and fights. 3 item carries on both sides. If Frescowi and Supa find that isolated target, they can burst through just about anybody.
Yeah, as you say, well, like LDR completed for Noah is such a massive pick. Rabadon's just completed. And with Baron now about to spawn, MDK are at least on towards the objective first with mid push coming through, but Fnatic are no pushovers, and Oscar Ernan
immediately trying to start the fight. Razork ready to turn back. Supa really hasn't had the chance to auto attack yet. Will now finally start to do a little bit of damage, but the ulti from Alvaro not doing much of anything, and Oscar just going to flash into the melee range of Supa. Razork immediately going to follow. They're just looking to eat some carries. Mirwin tanky, but not anymore, as again, he's just going to get shredded down by 4 members of Fnatic. MDK walked in, but they did not want that fight. Fnatic just continue to slowly but surely tear through Mad Lion's Koi.
The target selection from Fnatic, they see Supa for just a moment and immediately dive onto the Kai'Sa, tear her asunder, and yes, Frescowi got Humanoid, but he's out of the fight after that. You just have more carries on the side of Fnatic that can keep the ball rolling, and that's now another Baron going across.
And again, this is the struggle of the Kai'Sa, right? If you're behind and you can't DPS check a lot of these champions like the Xin, like the Olaf, they destroy you.
You can't even get peel. It's just,
like,
it's just an angry Viking.
You don't do any damage, and then if you want to do damage, you need to be in his threat range, which, when he's very far ahead, is a terrible, terrible deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to feel, because Alvaro, it really looked like he wanted that fight. He did not, as much as it pains to say. But topside duo of Razork and Oscar, we were singing Oscar's praises prior to this game, how good, how pivotal he's been. Really felt like he came into his own at MSI in lots of moments. Not the moment that we don't talk about anymore because it makes us sad, but the rest of the moments. And he's brought that home.
But I think it's opened up the kind of style we're seeing from Fnatic, which is we want to play on the top side of the map in the early game. Look for fights of Void Grubs, try and look for fights of Rift Herald, use those team fights to snowball our advantage, whereas Noah is just silently farming, getting plates, getting ahead on that bottom side, and then he becomes the monster that he is now, which is a near full item Zeri who's about to take over in these fights.
Yeah, and a player who isn't afraid to look for the aggressive angles over the walls. A bit of parkour as Razork again is just going to start the fight. Humanoid there to follow up. Alvaro is supposed to be tanky, supposed to be immune to damage, but the true damage, again, the reckless swing. Coming in from Olaf, coming in from Oscar, he's just slowly shredding through Elyoya, and Supa just doesn't do enough damage. They're burning everything, and Oscar refuses to die. Just Ragnaroking his way through the team. Mirrelin, the follow-up is there. The dash does absolutely nothing, and it feels like this is a victory march for Fnatic.
It's more than one victory march for Fnatic. The undefeated streak looks like it's about to continue for Fnatic as they rock up against G2 tomorrow. This base is not going to last very long.
They just do too much damage. They're so far ahead. 4K gold lead each for Oscarin and Razork. Monster performance from the top side. Jun again wants to keep it going. Fnatic just going to obliterate them and then take the towers next. Supa doesn't even really get the chance to auto. Gets a Q, gets an ulti, and that's all. Fnatic remain undefeated in the LEC.
It's been a long out while since we've been able to say that sentence, but Fnatic deserve it. 6-0 now. They have looked absolutely unstoppable, but the big boys are there tomorrow. The Classic will be there. But if they are able to surmount that, the sky's the limit for this Fnatic squad. They look so good.
They feel pretty unstoppable right now. Of course, every time we said that about a team with a win streak in the past, they've immediately lost the game. So, other than Fnatic 2015. So we'll see if they can flip the script. Bring us back to the good old days. Vote for Kia Player of the Game at LEC on X, Oscarin and Razork and Jun. Honestly, this trio right here, sick. Like really, Oscar, Razork coming together nicely. Jun really showing up after a, first look being solid. This is a team, I think, that when you look at the year, you can see each kind of step, each kind of leap they've made when it comes to their improvement. Wonder if that continues as we get to best of threes and best of fives. On the opposite side, MDK, of course, a tough split thus far. Playoffs, the only thing that matters right now. From there, again, one step at a time, one game at a time. But for now, just to see how tomorrow goes.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard Nightshare talk about it on Euphoria, plug, which is like, this is a team that has very set plays and set decisions that they want to continuously drill and get better and fall back to. But every time it looks so good that it doesn't matter if you know it's coming, you can't stop it. And we've seen teams win worlds with these types of styles. So I think it's a great call from Fnatic, and it's been paying dividends for them.
Look, all I heard is win worlds, and that's the kind of hopium that I need, Rob. It's the kind of option that I want. We gear up, we get ready. I'm going to talk to somebody at the end of this game.
We'll find out.
Find out. In the meantime, I think that it's a good look overall from Fnatic. Again, they're undefeated, so that's unsurprising. But the development is the bigger story. Even if they were 4-2 or had just barely scraped into playoffs, if you look at the way this team plays, that's, I think, what gets me really fired up, right? The fact that we see that marked improvement, the fact that when we go in tomorrow, even if G2's at full strength, it feels like Fnatic is finally building into the contender that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I think there is still moments with like a little bit of macro and that where I'd like to see improvements, but look, the team has talked about it already. The thing that really stands out to me is their team fighting. I was watching like a ton of their games earlier on. I was just could not get over how well they orchestrate team fights, how so many people are coming in at the correct angles to catch people out of their overextended, or even just falling back into choke points that give them advantages. There's a lot of conscious thought on how they're approaching Rift Herald fights or Void Growth fights, and it's why we're seeing them get these early leads that they can run away with.
Yeah, and overall, like that aggressive instinct with the ability to team fight backed by a lot of the set plays that, again, we talked to Nightshare about, right? Having that reliable fallback when you don't know what you're supposed to be doing seems to have been the core of Fnatic's growth overall. And when we look at the rest of the league, right, I think you see a lot of teams that while they hit the ground running or while they might have found early leads and early advantages, a lot of teams haven't been able to get the full picture. Sometimes the early game is good, but the mid to late game is really questionable. In fact, frequently here it's the mid to late game, individual members getting caught out. So when you can iron out that team synergy, when your team is consistently playing for the same things, overall, we can see what that is going to give you. And right now, it means that Fnatic are undefeated.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that has been, this team relying on Humanoid. I think Humanoid has stepped up massively, both obviously in the domestic, but even in the regular split as well. I think he's just been so crucial to that success on Champions League the way in the Talia.
Has been, but another man who's been crucial is Oscar on the top side of the map, and he's standing by with Ginny.
Thank you so much. He has absolutely been crucial. Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Oscar, before we even started this interview, I said 6-0. How does it feel to go that way?
It obviously feels nice to go 6-0 because it means that we are doing things well, right? I think it's been a pretty good season by us and we are really consistent, which is why it feels good to be 6-0 because we are not having up and downs and we are actually playing really well almost every game. And yeah, I'm really happy with that.
I think pretty well is like a very humble way of approaching it because technically it's perfect. This is the longest win streak that we've had in the LEC since the introduction of the new format, so I think you guys can be very proud of yourselves. I want to touch upon a little bit more in terms of what's coming for the future. So tomorrow, when you have your game against G2, I want to talk about your matchup, particularly in that top lane. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I'm feeling good playing against BB tomorrow. I think last games he's been playing pretty well, but I think I've been playing pretty well too, and I feel like I'm probably the best right now, so I will try to show it tomorrow.
Is there anything that you do particularly ahead of games to prepare for, okay, we're going to go into this, we're not going to go back to our old ways, we're going to stick to clean gameplay?
I mean, like every day we are just trying to focus a lot on our scrims, like trying to not go back to the old Fnatic, because we already talked about that, and sometimes it shows a bit on scrims, but I think lately we've been doing good on trying to hide it, and like the old Fnatic is not coming back, seems like.
Aww.
So yeah, we've been working a lot on it because we really want to be consistent and not have shit series against someone that we should win against. And yeah, I think we are doing pretty good.
When you're talking about focusing on not letting the voices win, the old Fnatic come back, how do you as a player, as the top laner, make sure that, okay, I am going to hold off on the engage, or I'm going to make sure that I ping everyone back? How do you stay in that mental state?
I think everyone has a responsibility, like in the game, and we have to just do it. I think, like for example, I have to be aware of the TPs, be aware of the jungle and what's happening on the map. You know, like everyone has some responsibilities, and we just have to cover them and to be aware of what's happening at every point of the game. And yeah, I think we are playing together really well, and yeah, that's it.
Is there a way that you've cultivated the synergy of playing together very well outside of just scrims? Do you guys have any team activities that you take part of that you're maybe a fan of?
And we do team activities, but I think like they are not that important. I think they are only important if you are having a bad week, a bad games in general, so you can reset a bit the mental. I think we had some bad days, 2 or 3 in a row, and we went on a team activity, and I think it helped on the mood for everyone. We went to escape room.
That's fun.
Yeah, but I think it's unimportant if you are doing bad.
And I want to talk about the future as well, because what is the future looking like for Oscar?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I just want to keep playing well consistently and trying to improve day by day. And yeah, I just want to become the best top in LEC and compete internationally against the best.
Hey, so far you're doing pretty well in that. I also want to highlight the amount of Fnatic fans that we had over today. It was literally the entire section to my right was filled with Fnatic fans. So they're here cheering for you, they're here cheering for the rest of your team, but is there anything you want to share with them?
Yeah, I mean, I think the split for now has been really amazing from the fan side too, because we are having a lot of support, and I can actually feel it, like it's really insane. And yeah, when you are having like bad games, like it also helps a lot, but when you're having good games, like it also feels nice, no? That someone is telling you, wow, you're insane. So yeah, I think it motivates everyone, and it really shows like in social media.
Yeah, I think respect to all the fans as well for coming out and supporting. But on the topic of motivation, if the fans weren't there, I mean, they're here, they're cheering for you, how would you motivate yourself?
I mean, right now, we just don't want to be complacent. Like, we are 6-0, but we want to do the perfect run, right? We just want to be the best and play clean every game, so we don't have, like, up and downs. We want, again, to have a really bad game someday and then a good game, because then maybe someday that we have a really important match, we will show the bad face of Fnatic. So we want to just keep up the good performances and, yeah, just try to be as good as possible in every game.
Well, I'm looking forward to that perfect run. You have only a couple games left, so it is very much possible. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview.
Thank you.
I do appreciate it. I will take your microphone off of you, and I will see you around. And with that, we are done with the interview with Oskarnen, but we still have PGL coming up. And this time around, we actually already have our guests sitting down. We have Marek, Humanoid, as well as Broxa. So we're gonna have we were initially gonna have a little discussion in regards to the jungle and what we can expect when it comes to the changes to the meta, but instead, well, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pivot, because we've been doing that quite a lot today, and some things never change. So I'm gonna give you your mic. I'm trying not to trip over my heels, okay?
Thank you.
Why is this chair so high? Wait, give me a second. All right, there we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to PGL. I'm Ginny, and we have Humanoid joining us. Congratulations on another win on the board. I'm assuming you are just as ecstatic as Oscar.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm so excited right now, yeah.
Definitely showing.
And I was like, okay, I was so excited. But I want to talk about, obviously, when we're talking with Oscar, we talked about the future for him as a player. But I also want to more touch upon the future of Fnatic as an organization. Of course, internationals are always going to be that goal that you have. Is that perfect run for the summer split on your mind as well?
I don't think so. I mean, if it means perfect round even in playoffs, then I think that's really hard. I think in regular season, there's only a few more games left, so it's possible. But in playoffs, I think it's not really likely to not lose a single game.
Okay, well, let's touch upon playoffs then. Let's touch upon what you think could maybe go wrong. I know it's going to be best of 3 series, so that brings a whole different element into the game. What is it that concerns you about the playoffs?
I mean, what concerns me is that we just have a bad day on the day, and then, yeah, just running down. Sometimes it happened to us, so that could happen again.
I know Oscar just mentioned in the interview that you guys are making sure not to become complacent, to get ahead of yourselves. Like, is there any way that's showing in like your practice and scrims and how you approach this? Because obviously now, being the #1 team, you might be approaching it slightly differently than the last splits.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not really complacent because I know we are doing many things wrong. I think everyone knows that. So a lot of the games that we played, we really ran it down in many ways, even today. So we know that we have so much to learn still, so we are really far away from being actually really good.
When you're talking about having a lot of things to learn, what exactly do you think is going to be the biggest contributor to stopping the rest of the team, stopping the old Fnatic from coming back, like Oscar mentioned?
What does it mean, stopping old Fnatic?
Stop running it down and just going.
Stop running down? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have no idea.
That is fine.
So I think it's just RNG. We flip a coin usually in playoffs, and then if it's good, then we run it down. If not, then we play good.
You have to, well, not flip a coin tomorrow, because I feel like this time we're looking at a very, very strong Fnatic, and you guys are going up against a G2 who has been a little bit shaky. This is a matchup that we've seen time and time again, and G2 is always the favorites, but this time you guys are going into this matchup as the favorites. Does that add any pressure?
I mean, maybe. I think everyone from us take them as like our rivals, because we lost to them many times before in the past year. So I think for us, the game against G2 is always like more important and kind of like an ego battle. So I think that makes it have more pressure on us.
I think when you play for Fnatic, there's always going to be a certain amount of added pressure, right? Like you cannot lose to G2 as a Fnatic player and the other way around as well. But I'm also curious as a fan, just seeing how this is going to play out, because I also think for Fnatic, this is like the ultimate test. And if you can actually take down G2, then you're definitely in a good spot going into playoffs.
I want to further up, touch upon something that you mentioned, that was the ego, particularly with this being an ego battle. And you're saying, oh, you have a Fnatic player, you can't lose to G2. If you get too in your own head, there is a possibility, of course, of the game not going the way that you want. Any rituals ahead of the game that stops you from doing that? That stops the entire team, actually, from doing that.
I mean, I don't really have any rituals. I just kind of watch the game. We just kind of laugh at the fails of other players in the previous games. I think that's our ritual. And
why is Broxah laughing so much? Like, is this like a tradition for Fnatic?
I think that's what every team does. Like, we just watch the game and then flame all the players. Usually, the guy that's playing your own role, you just flame him, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, there has to be some positive of the game quality not always
Flaming
being the highest,
positive?
right? So when you're sitting backstage and you're watching, you're like, wow, this is my competitor, he's doing that, and it gives you a nice confidence boost, really.
Okay, I see where this is going. You're trying to put other people down so that you can keep yourself up.
We're league players, what do you expect?
Okay. Actually, that's a really good point. That's valid. I'll give you that one. No worries. But I want to flip this conversation from flaming and laughing at other people to uplifting players, this time around in your own team when you're looking at players who have done really well this game. Is there anyone that you would give Kia Player of the Game to?
This game? I think either Ivan or Noah. I think they played really well, and Noah had really good team fights, which was what kind of mattered this game, so yeah.
Well, AD carries are always going to get the short end of the stick. It's going to be Razork, the jungler, gets the Kia Player of the Game, so congratulations to Raz, even though he's not here. I wanted to circle back in terms of how this entire regular season has gone. So you guys are 6-0, you're doing incredibly well, and I want to bring up some of the teams potentially that you were going up against that you thought, okay, these are a worthy opponent, and we can lose, but then you came out on top. If you had to name some of these teams, which ones would that be?
That we already faced? I mean, I think the best team that we played against was SK so far. I think we still are yet to play the best teams. It's G2 and BDS. So I think so far we had it kind of like the easier half, or more than half of the split for sure. Yeah, I mean, SK was the best.
I mean, in the standings as well, Brock's SK is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of the teams I'm looking forward to seeing coming into playoffs, right? Because often during regular split and best of ones, we have a team or two that surprises us and that does really well, but best of fives are really a different ballgame, and I think SK keeping up this form in playoffs would make playoffs very, very exciting when we get to that point, but no one knows what's going to happen.
No, but I want to talk about the teams as well towards the bottom of the standings in terms of that you want to pick out and say, okay, these are teams that are currently towards this bottom that I personally didn't expect. I think we already had that conversation around MDK, saying coming into this after the winter that they've had, after the struggles that they've had in spring, we were expecting a lot more firepower, a lot more oomph from them, but it feels like that is missing.
Yeah, MDK definitely haven't been living up to expectations ever since the winter split, really. I also think Giant X is worth mentioning, because now with Yuhan coming in, with Jackie's playing as well as he is, it feels a bit surprising they're not higher up the standings. But again, it's best of ones and anything can happen. And the split isn't over, so even the bottom teams might have a chance of making a comeback.
No, absolutely not, because we still have some games tomorrow, and your game particularly, Fnatic up against G2 in tomorrow's schedule, that is going to be the match of the week. Surprise! I mean, I'm not surprised for this one, are you?
I'm surprised.
Really? How come? Because you've seen it like too many times, or are you being sarcastic?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there we go. It's just like a little bit of sarcasm that went over my head. But in terms of the games that you're looking forward to tomorrow, which game would matter the most? I think Rogue against Heretics, this is really do or die here when we're looking at Rogue and the amount of wins they need to secure to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, I think Rogue Heretics definitely is one that's going to be pretty big. Rogue, at this point, will need to show that they do have some firepower and they have what it takes to actually compete with some of these other teams. I also think the last battle, Vitality, GX, could be a banger. Both teams have had really great games and really bad games, and it's kind of unpredictable, hard to say how that one is going to play out. And they also really need to pick up some wins.
Do you feel like GX and Vitality have been unpredictable?
I think GX has been unpredictable. I don't think Vitality has. I think GX has a lot of like weird picks that they play. So you don't really know what to expect. I think they like a lot of the AD mids, like weird AD mids, like Varus, and yeah,
Kai'Sa,
yeah, that one. So maybe they have more stuff prepared for tomorrow as well.
Do you have anything prepared for the Varus Kai'Sa? Maybe Ezreal mid as well, like we've seen that today too.
Yes, I have.
Do you want to leak?
No.
That is not going to happen. When we're looking at the games for tomorrow, we've highlighted Rogue, you've highlighted Vitality. MDK, again, is also one of those teams that we need to highlight because they are also sitting at 1-5. And realistically, with the amount of days left and the amount of games you need to get into playoffs, I'm a little worried there too.
I definitely think that there's a reason to be worried for some of these teams because the pressure is on, and getting to playoffs now is one thing, but actually qualifying for season finals for one of these teams is a whole lot of bigger worry. But at the moment, I think the standings from a skill level of what we've seen so far, point of view, seems to be pretty true. Like we have some clear top teams, and then
Fnatic 6-0. Look at that.
Yeah, wow. That's the thing. And then
you must have a really good mid laner.
After the top 4, it feels like that's just everyone else where anyone can beat anyone. And we have some of those matches tomorrow where they really need to cement themselves as, middle of the pack rather than bottom teams.
Are there any teams that are currently towards the bottom or the middle of the standings that you think these teams can make it into playoffs, they just have to make small changes?
I mean, I actually think that GX is pretty good. We've been screaming them a lot lately, and I think they are way better than they were, especially at the start of this split and in the last split. So I think they for sure can make it, and they can play way better than what they showed.
I think the question that I then have left is, can Karmine Core make it? Because that is, you know, the expectation that at least some of us have had from them, considering the roster changes.
Well, we do need to keep in mind that, first of all, a lot of teams are able to make it to playoffs now. I don't want to say it's hard not to make it, but it's definitely harder than it was in the past. And I think Karmine Corp, while not having the greatest scoreline... No, definitely not. I don't flame. Despite not having the greatest scoreline, they have shown some improvements from the last couple of splits, I feel like. I think they're more flexible. With Kana coming into the team, I think Closer has had moments where he looked really good in the early game. But it's more so about them, you know, putting some band-aids on their weaknesses and playing more towards those strengths.
All right, something to look forward to then tomorrow. Because we're going to be back again, same time, same place, so make sure that you tune in. But that's it from us from today, so I hope you guys have an incredible rest of your evening, and I'll see you tomorrow.
The wrong side of Adam's blade as he slices in, dices forward, Finn.
Wait.
Oh, what?
Can fight. I've combined 4. Just
Nice, good job. Got this, dude. Have a look at.
We can end top by the come top, we end top.
Go. Nice. Kai's out the flash. Nice.
Wow.
Whoa, Disky. Oh, nice. Oh, E. Kill.
Guys, why so easy on stage?
Why? Nice.
Nice. Good.
But it looks like they may try and set up a dive. Video.
All in. Trust the attack already procced. Jackie's taking his time. W video.
Guys, can we pull the trigger?
Okay,
Go. I will flash ulti on Senna.
I just ulted it.
Look. Okay, they will flash. Kick the gate.
Oh, look, Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa refresh. Oh, oh. I have ulti 1 second. Look, Edrel.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Good job.
Well played.
And right now you can see the Broken Blade does not care. Whenever his passive is up, he just walks in, does a ton of work, the flash! He does it early! The Bandito, so good! No!
I can ult him now.
Yeah, just do it. Good.
No.
Look on Leona. Go on Leona.
Yeah, go on Leona.
No flash.
Oh, top. Wave.
Yeah.
Terry doesn't need to see in the bush to start autoing, but a nice sidestep from Mirwin, trying to dodge, dipping, ducking, diving, flashing it, knocking out Mono! Hits him with the tired Teemo!
He's dead. Poppy has pressure. I can stand Poppy. Poppy no. You can back from it.
Nice one, boys. Nice.